don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
like I might kick over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia, and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Since the week began, every single game has been a crucial step towards the next stage of the season. At sa huling araw ng linggong ito, maaaring mas magiging klaro na ang mga koponan makakapasok sa playoffs. The Sonics are already one step ahead. Who will follow next? Yan ang dapat natin abangan dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 14. Ako po si Mara Aquino. Simulan na ang bakbakan. Casters, pasok!
Let's get the last day of week 5 going. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 14. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu. And Joseph, I missed out on yesterday, but best believe I was glued to my screen. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I got some rest. Yeah, it was almost a full extended day. We had two go 3-game series, or get 3 games out of that. But overall, it was a fantastic day, and I think it really solidifies more of the standings, especially when we talk about the top up there.
For sure. Yesterday, we had a 2-1, a 2-0, and a 2-1 amongst the smorgasbord of debuts. We had a Eve, an Ixia, a Carmilla, a Belleric come through. Amazing. We will get more into that in just a bit. Real quick, we'd like to remind everyone that with Smart's Power All 99, you have the power to do what you want. With 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps, you can power your play or watch, share, and stream everything.
You also get a free Giga Arena ticket, so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. This also comes with Unli at TikTok and Unli Text to all networks. All that power for just 7 days for just 99 pesos. Load now.
Yesterday, we saw the debut of Brian Spider Miles Santos, helping keep Fnatic Onyx Philippines win streak healthy and spotless. 9-0 currently, still at number 1. Of course, followed by Falcons APBren. They'll be in action later on tonight with Smart Omega coming through with their victory over Aurora that we ended the night with 2-1. And then we have the rest of the standings relatively stable. Like, we haven't really seen these 4 teams down below move much.
Yeah, they haven't moved too much. And, you know, I guess when we came into week 5, it was like, you know, even at the bottom here, the bottom half, or even the bottom 2, I was like, you know, they could inch up. But I feel like now at this point, as we close up week 5, it's getting a little tougher for those bottom 2 teams.
Yep. Speaking of, we got a couple of teams down in the bottom, just at the cusp of the red zone. RSG facing off against TNC. Pro team yet to win their first series in Season 14. Back-to-back with our highlight match for this weekend. Aurora, MLBB facing off against the defending world champions, Falcons, APBren. Joseph, I'll tell you now, I don't have a favorite moment from yesterday.
You don't?
I don't. I'm just so happy to see that the metagame is constantly shifting and changing. In the past couple of years, is this not the healthiest the metagame has ever been?
I completely stand by that. I think we started to see this shift maybe the last season and everything, but now we're in a position where you have so many opportunities, so many unique heroes. I mean, even one of the stats that we talked about yesterday alone was there's 3 players, I believe, currently in the league that have 11 unique heroes.
Almost a dozen. Real quick to break down TNC versus RSG. Let's throw it over to the Infinix game, Tambayan.
Thank you so much, casters. My name is Brida, together with Renmar, and I welcome you all to the Infinix game Tambayan. And similar to what our casters have previously mentioned, I feel like I really want to throw all of my prior knowledge regarding the meta out of the window, because based on what happened yesterday, we've been seeing a lot of changes in terms of the meta game.
Yeah, the meta game really has grown out, and it was nice who mentioned that really interesting stat line about how there are 3 players or 2 players right now tied with 11 unique heroes, while there's Chaknu at around 12 or 13 unique heroes. So yeah, the meta game really has become healthier once teams got to fully adjust to it.
Yep, and we're looking at 2 of the teams who might just be the most the teams with the most number of possible unique hero picks so far that could potentially be used in the coming matches later on. And before we head into that, of course, we have a lot to discuss and of course first acknowledge, which is the Infinix GT20 Pro as the official tournament phone of the MPL Season 14. You're seeing it right in front of Renmar right here, and those are the phones that our players are currently using. So when we see the hand cams, of course, we're all familiar with how they go with their gameplay. And aside from that, again, going back to the match, we have to discuss one of the newest additions that has been added to the roster for RSG Philippines. This is Coach Link, by the way, and he's been an amateur and collegiate MLBB coach ever since, and he's been very active when it came to the competitive MLBB scene. Formerly, he also coached the recent UP Fighting Maroons in the UAAP Esports, which was recently launched, the inaugural UAAP season. So that was, I think, one of the things you would really want to take note about when it comes to talking about Coach Link. And if I'm not mistaken, he's been part of RSG, or he's been helping RSG even way before he was officially acknowledged and announced as part of the roster, right? So now let's skip and focus on the matchup that we want to watch out for as well for this matchup. It's the roamers. It's both Escalera and Light. We have to really watch out for these 2 roamers. I think they have relatively similar statistics, but there are certain differences, I'd say, in terms of the kinds of heroes they use. And definitely Escalera has showed us a lot more heroes as compared to Light.
It was really impressive. I felt like Escalera got to ease up a little bit on the doubters that were coming his way with his performance yesterday up against Falcons APBren. Not the cleanest performance, but it was much better in the sense that finally one of the biggest problems that TNC Pro Team has been facing with what we were always seeing from in-game and confirmed by the back-end coaching staff, that it was a little bit of hesitation, that it was them not really completely meshing in terms of the calls. When Escalera would just go forward and say, hey, let's do this, we'll go ahead and commit this play, then TNC committed this play. That could have been downplayed just a little bit more so that they played a little bit safer, but then we got to see them improve. That's why I feel like going into this, RSG really needs to be in their A game. Yes, they won their last meetup up against TNC Pro Team. They swept them without that much of a problem, but that was a different TNC Pro Team that they were facing. It was SDZYZ and Hatred in the lineup. Now with it being Kaizen and Lancy being the main players for TNC right now in the jungle and mid position, it's for sure going to be a different TNC Pro Team that if RSG has not changed, has not evolved, then TNC Pro Team or RSG Philippines will struggle.
Yep. And I like what you pointed out about RSG Philippines not changing or not adjusting that much, because I feel like from the previous time that we've seen them, there has been some bit of changes in terms of like how RSG decided to play their game, and they were actually introducing some new picks. There was this Hellcurt which made waves recently when it was introduced by RSG Philippines. So could there be this idea that RSG is attempting to explore or try new things within their playstyle, which I'd like to currently bring into the conversation, because we've known RSG to be a very fundamental and systematic team for the longest time.
Yes. All right. Again, because of the performances we've seen from other teams, from the rest of the league, when it comes to introducing new unique picks, I mean, come on, they made Belleric work. They made Belleric 1. I think the Carmilla brought back again yesterday, but I believe that was like the second time Carmilla was played. Then it did okay. I have no problem with teams trying things out. Just make sure that the pick that's going to be coming in, it's something that makes sense for what is presented. If it works out in your scrims, great, sure, that's totally fine. But make sure that it's the right time to bring it out. If Light picks up the Hellcurt again, I'm not going to knock it just yet, but I hope that the pieces around it are much better.
Yep, and now it's time for our viewers to also bring out their votes and show their support. So, MPL fans, who do you think is winning this match? Is it TNC or RSG? Vote now via the online poll, and I feel like Renmar has something to bring out as well, which is somewhat of a giveaway as to what his vote is going to be.
This is my little wolf shrine. It's my little wolf piece, and it's a cup of coffee. Not made by Wolf himself, but hopefully, you know.
Yeah. For those who aren't that familiar, Coach Wolf does really good art.
Coach Wolf is great at grinding coffee beans and making great cups of coffee.
Yeah, that's right. He's very particular with the designs that he's showing up. And this match is something I feel that Coach Wolf is also very much looking forward to, because yesterday we've seen him all smiles. He was really happy even after that 1-2 standing up against Falcons APBren, because it doesn't change the fact that it was against Falcons APBren and they performed really well.
Yeah, one of our medias made a great article about asking Coach Wolf, why are you so happy? You guys still lost. You haven't gotten the series. But Coach Wolf said, hey, all the things that we asked for our players, that we asked our teams to bring out, they did it. They put Falcons APBren to the test.
Yeah, so for Renmar, that's TNC. He's watching out for that might just win the series. And I'm afraid I have to say I'm also looking at TNC.
Why are you afraid? Accept it.
I'm accepting it, yeah.
Accept it.
After what they've shown us yesterday, I was at the PH broadcast yesterday. Everyone was just screaming. We could barely remember or say anything anymore because we were just so surprised. The performances of both Kaizen, Kozen, I must say, I'm proud of this. Like, I can't get it in the center, but like, you know what I mean. I'm really proud of this vote, and I'm looking forward to see how TNC will slowly rise. Oh, which one? This one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Great job, Momo. Yeah. Did we ever get to confirm who that is actually on the sticker? Don't tell me that's still Ben Face. He's in Aurora now.
His hair isn't two-toned. But we'll get to see, because it's not just TNC who has this new recall. The specialized MPL PH team recalls are all about to be introduced to us in the coming days. But what we need to get to know, and what we need to really know, who will be the players who will be playing for today. So let's throw it over to our team intros.
Welcome to our first match of the day, welcoming our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. Rise from the ashes once more after an impressive showing yesterday. Welcome to the stage, TNC Pro Team! And their opponents, across them, the Raiders. They're here to begin the day with a win. It's RSG Philippines! And their coaches for TNC Pro Team, Coach Wolf. And for RSG Philippines, Coach Panda.
It's time for the face-off. Escalera, light, step forward. Escalera, paano mo babawian si Light at ang kanyang koponan? Ano ang palag mo?
Hindi ko siya tinulugan.
Light, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang Phoenix Army? Ano ang palag mo?
Mas gagaling ako palalo dun sa past performance ko para di niya ako mabayan.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. It's time to find out which among these two teams are stronger today. Round 2 in this fight. Panel, pass up.
You know what? I'm not so sure if the concept of home and away jerseys applies to TNC because they were also wearing white yesterday when they were away. And now they're home, but they're still wearing white. So I might just relate this to the idea they introduced yesterday.
Yep.
A new jersey, a new identity for TNC in the second half.
Yeah, that's a great marketing plan from TNC Pro Team. I hope they have a great plan coming in for today up against RSG Philippines. Yes, you tested Falcons APBren yesterday, but again, Escalera and Lancy really have to be on point against Light and Aqua. Yes, they have been struggling, but RSG Philippines has had a fair share of performances compared to Blacklist International and TNC Pro Team, who, let's be honest, throughout the season has been getting swept more. RSG Philippines have been getting games.
Yeah.
They just haven't been winning series. And for RSGPH, well, it really will begin in the mid. Win the mid, win the sides, win the game.
And we know RSG to be a team who tends to really adjust in the latter portions of the season. It's only a question of when will that be happening. For the longest time, we know that's RSG's kind of approach in the regular season, but this time it's not just them who's really seeking out the changes and the improvements. It's also TNC who's also been able to show us glimpses of those improvements already. Now, one thing probably we'd like to take note of in terms of this head-to-head is the approach that both of these teams are showing us in the early game, because TNC, we know them to be focused on that, but they've been slowly maintaining it. But RSG, will their objective-centric approach work this time against TNC, who also works in the similar way?
Infinix keys to victory, TNC Pro Team. Fan the flame and rise from the ashes. Pretty much just continue the good things you were doing yesterday and temper the overextensions that you showed up when you were being overly aggressive. For RG Philippines, reflect on your identity and apply the Panda Mentals. Stick to the basics. You mentioned the objective team fights, bring it down, start from there. And of course, create your own breakthroughs and ride on it. Again, it's all good if you're gonna come up with some unique picks. Just make sure you're ready to play around it and that the pieces around it are great. And number one, the pieces on your opponent's side won't counter that specific thing that you're trying to make work that's unique.
Yep. You know, some of the things which really stood out from RSG Philippines, or when you look at their overall stats, is how they really rank first in terms of least deaths. So is that how much they tend to avoid the team fights that really happen, especially in the early stages, since they're also really leading, or they really are behind in terms of the average heal to allies and all that, the sustain overall. But TNC, they're slowly focusing on that. They're going for the Afaramis, they're going for the Mathilda, and we're seeing Kozen rise up in performance a lot more. So might they want to focus on actually rotating on a specific lane this time, or really denying the snowballs from the members of TNC? Because if TNC gets hold of the similar start yesterday, it might just be a little bit more likely that they can maintain it this time around.
Yeah, and with them deciding to pick the blue side here, I feel like that, again, continue the momentum, fan the flames. That's what we keep saying. If you want to continue the momentum, do it from the blue side. It's going to be difficult to do that if you're just going to be counter-drafting on the red. So with that there, I'm glad that you mentioned the Matilda and the Faramis. You highlighted Kozen as well, who yesterday, if they won that game 3, I'm sure that Ixia, that Kozen pick, would have been the MVP. So that's 3 unique heroes already that we don't see often in this current meta. The Matilda and the Rome, the mid and the Faramis, although that's been slowly creeping up just a little bit. It's still very selective for teams to want to bring that out. And even the Ixia. So if RSG Philippines really want to take the series win here, they can't just come into this thinking, oh, we've already beaten them before, we can beat them again. This is a different team, drafts differently, plays differently, different players as well.
Yeah, I wonder what could happen if RSG decided to not avoid the fights anymore, if they just decided to go head-on or head-to-head.
Ooh, wait,
with
okay, so
TNC.
is this you saying, Brigida, that they've been a little bit too cautious for your taste?
I feel like that's been my observation for RSG Philippines at least.
Yeah, she just said she hates that.
Not well,
it's okay, don't need to get
I
defensive.
am looking for the action, but then if just so happens that even statistically, we see that there's a higher first blood rate for TNC. So it might just be a little difficult for RSG to bounce back if they immediately let go of that. We've seen Light, especially when he gets hold of the less aggressive heroes, be unable to regain the control or the space that he should be creating for his team once that's happened. So again, blue side for TNC Pro Team. I wonder how this will be going. Will they still be prioritizing the Heads to Rizla hero similar to yesterday, or should they be going for a different route this time?
If they decide to go Heads EXP, then that allows them to draft in the unique pattern that they did. So now that they're banning out the Assassins, the Roger could be available for them if ever. So we're still looking at the Roger, Harith as the top picks. However, in this specific matchup, I feel like teams might consider picking up the Edith or the, well, with the Harith gone, Edith or Roger. If this becomes like the Terizla Head suddenly, let's see, because Phoveus is a great pickup for Nibor, and maybe TNC might consider blocking that.
In the previous matchup we've seen between TNC and RSG, I think Nibor actually got an MVP. So they deny that from Nibor, which opens up the Edith for RSG if they want to go for that immediately, as well as the Roger, which I feel are two great pickups that RSG might eventually secure later on.
Yeah, I agree with you on the Roger pickup there. Could be good. Roger Edith, if they want to go for the power picks, they don't need to take a Terizla right away because that's you're not going to block anything. So just go ahead and pick up the power picks. You already see the EXP laner on the other side. Okay. They decide to shift it into the Zask and the Julian.
Whoa.
So they're letting go of really strong power picks. They get aggression, however. Okay, so this is them wanting to go aggressive. Again, level 3 empowered ganks coming in from Julian. And, well, this will allow Aqua to do more stuff on his own and not always be so reliant on Light to be the front. I feel like RG might actually consider a pick-off type of roamer here, maybe the Kaja or the Jawhead, considering that they drafted the Zask.
And it's been Light's signature kind of roamers ever since. But then Escalera, we've seen this yesterday, and it seems like they're still going to stick with this kind of approach. So if this is completely similar to what we've seen from them yesterday, yes, they'll be going with an assassin jungler and another potential support type of mid to complement the Mathilda, and then eventually give Kozen a snowball or late game hero later on. But RSG, still, they also get hold of the Edith, so not so sure whether this will be Nibor or Light's hero. But even then, what I'm seeing so far is that RSG is quite heavy in terms of the magic damage right now.
So with a lineup that's very dependent on magic damage for your main first picks, that means they really do want to go for the early here. Most of the time that RG Philippines have picked up the Edith, it did go into the hands of Nibor. So I wouldn't turn off the idea of we still don't know the roamer of Light. And I'm still leaning towards the idea that it might be pick off. Oh, even Coach Wolf laughed about it. It's like, wow, okay, cool. We're getting respected.
They took out the Iksha. Since we've been suggesting the idea of how similar this is going to be with yesterday's draft for TNC, but I feel like it isn't just the Iksha that could potentially show up later on. There are a lot of other late game scaling heroes. We still have, no, they don't have the Moscow anymore. They still have the carry, or if they want to go for something different, maybe another kind of marksman, the Nathan. I think we've been seeing it yesterday as well.
If we go Nathan, I feel like that's way too much magic damage.
Oh, yeah,
they should level it out on with the physical. RSG could pick up the Roger, but the thing is, I think it's getting blocked right now by Phoveus, and RSG are still floating the ideas of, do we really want to go to the Roger? We're up against a Phoveus. The amount of dashes that Roger has, and especially one of those dashes being going away and potentially towards your allies, means you put them at risk of just getting dunked on by the Phoveus.
And you just increase the sustain that this Phoveus could get.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like they actually still might be considering that they banned the Vexana. If it's not the Roger, it could be the carry, as you mentioned. But I don't think we see enough pieces on the side of TNC Pro Team. However, Phoveus is annoyingly tanky. That maybe you just want to chase the true damage already.
So would they be picking up the carry immediately, revealing it to TNC, and potentially allowing for Kozen to respond? So they don't. they still go for the Roger.
Yeah.
And to me, it seems like the Vixana ban also somewhat answers the Zask, since it can easily take out with a Cursed Blast, like the Spawn, especially in the early stages of the game. So they might want to really bank on the early game here for RSG Philippines. For TNC, what would be Kozen's hero? They go for the Matilda Paramis. Okay.
Right now, they're losing in the damage department. They might just try to out-sustain in the early. They don't have enough answers for the Edith. They need just pick up the carry at this point. Just go true damage. However, this is going to be tough. Very tough for the Phoveus. He's going to be the main frontliner. Escalera and Lance are going to be pulling double duty against a very strong formation lineup.
Wait, that was a Nathan?
Yeah, that's a Nathan. It's not the carry. They go for the magic damage instead. So that's sort of them saying that, yeah, there's a chance we might actually not win the early game. we might want to hold out until to the mid to the late. That's what the native pick tells me.
They both have a lot of magic damage here, so I'm expecting a lot of action in the early stages of the game. So who's our play-by-play, I wonder? So I suggest the play-by-plays get ready again for another day full of action. But then for the last pick here for RSG Philippines, they're lacking their XP/roam, which is uncertain because Light previously also used the Edict. But
I still really hope it's a pick off Kaja, maybe even a Cho. One of those two. They have the Julian. Oh, they go Lolita. There's a Nathan and a Faramis. Yeah, RSG's draft looks way too good. This puts the draft right now of RSG puts a lot of pressure onto Kaizen to not die early, get picks early. Puts a lot of pressure on Escalera and Lancy to not lose the pokes, to not give a lot of early deaths, because they're just gonna be facing a lot of aggression from the side of RSG Philippines.
Yep, and I feel like the Numenon Blast will be doing a lot when it comes to the team fights that we might be expecting later on.
Very true, yes.
It can like capture either those who want to just engage with the Nether Realm and just stop them in their tracks, provide or offer some slows, and additional sustain as well if they want to opt for the revitalized kind of Lolita, but we're yet to know, or maybe we're seeing it right now, but we'll leave it to the casters and let's see what happens. Let's go to Naisu and Leo.
So.
Right before we enter the Land of Dawn, we would like to welcome everyone watching to the first game of this best of 3. TNC Pro Team facing off against RSG.
Let's go.
You can't pick the Edith and not give it to Nibor.
Yeah, you can't at this point. I mean, ever since he came in, was it week? Well, at least for me, I saw him do amazing things in week number 2. And so far, Namor has just been able to perform really well, especially with that hero like we mentioned. And also, just to answer the question over there from Brigida, yes, it's going to be a Flicker Lolita this time around for Light. We have seen the Revitalize iteration of it, though.
I'd reckon it's mainly because of how TNC drafted. Now the Bonk!
Bonk's already there. A lot of aggression.
Check out the Purify.
Yeah.
See, that's why. You want to be able to threaten TNC because of the bold move in their draft to say, you know what, Heads, you're the only frontliner. We're going to try to finesse ourselves into a mid-game, late-game power spike.
Yeah.
Henceforth, RSG says, all right, we're going to lean hard into it. Look at this major presence by the Phoenix Army down bottom.
Yeah, they're going to put pressure here. Real quick, too, I want to ask you what you think, Leo. This, instead of the Vengeance on the Phoveus, the Flicker, what do you like better?
Personally?
Personally, and then what have you seen work better, I would say?
I think the Vengeance is just so much better. Yeah. The Flicker here is for repositioning and, again, to fix that whole, you know, we're letting go of the mid-game power spike for a more late-game safety. And look at that, even Lancia has the Flicker back out.
Good Flicker, yeah.
So that's a story of TNC right now, is a lot of the choices that they made here are mainly because of how they understand that we live in the late game. So every action we do from here on, every decision, is for us to get there.
You know what's so crazy about that, too, is every time we talk about a TNC matchup, we always talk about how dominant they are in the early game. And sometimes, you know, by the time they get to mid-late game, the fire is doused out.
And see where that got us, right? They're still winless. Maybe it's because of that whole focus on the early game that's put them where they are right now, in dire need of points. Maybe it's the fact that they need to fix that mid-game to late-game ramp-up.
Yeah.
That'll get them points. That'll give them the hopes of making it into the playoffs. Now, Nibor with the Flicker in!
Already goes in with a Flicker. Target was Heads, but right now they're just going to zone them off with the Turtle here. Light, not level 4 just yet. drags in the Dominator's Ascent too. They get the stun off on this time, but Heads, he's going to go in with Infernal Pursuit here. Rad finally gets the turtle. There's the knock-up with the enhanced chains, and now Nibor on the run. Heads going for the kill, goes in with a wave, and will get the first blood. Now looking for more, a flicker from Aqua. Heads isn't done yet. Still looking for a second kill off of it. Might be able to get it off the Circling Eagle, and it's Kaizen that picks up the kill.
Man, this man is non-stop, and they're still going. Kusei, oh, all right. You see that? Putting a new definition to hard-headed. You see that? That was what, 3 minutes in? Maybe we have to reconsider how we look at their early game plans. Maybe it's the fact that it's so deceptively powerful in the early that RSG lean hard into it and get punished like that.
Yeah, they try to like literally go in as raiders for those fights, but then it's so extended from TNC's lineup here that sometimes by the time everything has been used up, they're like, all right, we don't have anything left. We got to kind of disengage from this, and they can't.
It's like Rorschach from Watchmen. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. That's what happened to Heads there, who, by the way, post-turtle take. Joseph, post-turtle take. Even with the shields and the extra damage from Irad, they were the ones sent packing. I'll give that win over to TNC, that first sequence. We're about 40 seconds away from turtle number 2, and RSG aren't exactly letting go of the possibility of an early game lead. See, some of them are still crossing the river here. Light putting a border between Kusei and these 3 members of TNC. I'm pretty sure he knows. We got about half a minute until the turtle spawns up, and I think if nothing happens in this rotation down bottom, well,
it's going to be a little bit longer. Yeah.
We'll see RSG maybe go for another play. This is a pre-turtle rotation.
And I think that's what they, with the lineup that they have, but that's why earlier when we saw that turtle take, it can either be Light or it can be Nabor. Like, utilizing the flickers that they have and the heroes that they have, they can start the fights, they can peel for them if they need to, but part of this whole equation, like we've been talking about, is making sure that they're still healthy enough after the initial nether realms are down, Heads is jumping in the backside and all that. As long as they're not too far, in the low health areas, in terms of fighting power, they should be okay. But I think even then, when you look at the lineup that RSG Philippines has, it might take them to get to a point where, then Kosei can shine, he's farmed up. You need them to get the farm as well because they got a lot of CC. But if it comes to the fights and winning those extended ones, then, they need the damage as well.
Yeah, long and short of it is, at this point, turtle number 2, maybe even turtle number 3, RSG have to have a decisive early win. A single collapse that maybe takes out 1 or 2, even with a Netherrealm pop. Even with the Netherrealm, if they take a 1 or 2 out of the picture, then all the better they can play like the Raiders that they are.
It makes me wonder with both these lineups, it's like, what happens when both teams start picking up Radiant Armors, maybe some Athena Shields or something? There's so much magic damage for both sides.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot. Our panelists talked about it, especially for TNC. They're playing with the fact that majority of their damage is going to be on that profile of magic damage, whereas on the flip side, RSG at least has some physical damage,
They got some physical.
They got Roger.
Yeah, they got the Roger. They have, well,
it's mostly going to come from Roger.
Yeah, that's why they have to win early. That's why they have to make the most of this first 8-9 minutes before the Radiant Armors come into play. On the other hand, there is Kaizen, who's slowly building up on that Nolan, who, by the way, can just pop even Kusei. Even when it comes down to it, if Kusei doesn't pick up a Thunderbelt sooner than later, he can get bursted down.
He can get bursted down. And that looks like it might be the game plan here, at least, focusing on this bottom side, gold lane. And even talking about gold lane alone, by the way, there's a Radiant Armor already being picked up by Head. So you know his plan already. He wants to go full front face and just tank up as much as he can, especially that magic damage. Whoa, Nabor goes in with a flicker again, pops the Primal Wrath. Lancey's going to be fine. Circling Eagle going to be able to find multiple members too, enough to back him off. And a Numenon Blast won't land either. Lancey might go ahead and be okay with it, but right now it's TNC forcing RSG off the objective.
Ooh, the preemptive fight begins. Another one!
There's the toss-up again. Heads. The back line just wants to force him off the objective, and they'll do it. TNC will get the turtle.
And cleanly, too. RSG wasn't ready for TNC to engage right here pre-River Brush. They weren't expecting TNC to give that much and to spend as much as they did on protecting Lancy to feign an engagement to make RSG think twice about that second turtle. So now with that said, TNC's lead grows close to 2,000 now at about 5.5 minutes. Again, there's that Radiant Armor on Heads, who, by the way, I 110% support this. Like, this is what he needed to do, and that's what's going to make half of the map almost inaccessible to RSG.
Yeah, and that's, even again, like, if he uses the flicker or not, part of his job is literally just to be a nuisance. And look at this rotation on the bottom side. They're going to collapse down, forcing RSG off the Tier 1 turret. They won't even fight. They just want the objective. TNC playing very smart right now.
100%. That is what TNC wanted. If anything, if RSG responded, it would have been odd. Because TNC will have to ask Kaizen, where are you? Are you ready for this fight? And RSG, I don't think they can. Wait, it's a one-on-one. Excuse me?
Oh, they know the Primal Wrath is down. I don't know if Heads is... Yeah, I don't think they go under the turret. Naboro has light here, so looks like it's just going to be a dead for now.
Something tells me that was a feign for a feign.
Yeah.
I think RSG was also looking for something there. Solo outplay possibly, but with the second turtle spawning in that same spot. Joseph, all 3 turtles in this game in the same spot.
All in the same spot.
It's tough because there's a lot of things happening down bottom.
Tough for Jibs
versus Kaizen.
Kaizen, but he's got some backup from Kosei. He's going to force him back. The Stampede on light. Circling Eagle once again, going to be able to find 2. Now Heads joining this top side, but again, the game plan here is objective. Nabora going to get forced out of the bush, delay him a little bit longer. The rest of the team from RSG is going to join in, sandwich the play through. And now Lancy in trouble as he falls to Kosei. Kosei flickers in, pounces down. Kaizen might be a little bit too late to the fight. Goes for Kosei, will be able to get him out as Heads picks up the kill. Aqua will flicker in, but couldn't clean up the kill either. And now Nibor on the run. Retribution going to be used from Kaizen as he comes up to clean up the kill. And now Irad next. The slam dunk from Heads will find a double. And they find multiple kills for TNC.
In the first 7.5 minutes, it's basically Heads and the gang. TNC riding off of Heads' coattails. 4-0-2. They're going to leave Kaizen to take the turtle. That's how far ahead TNC is right now. Amazing work. Could have sworn RSG was going to get something out of that. But all throughout, dude, how is Heads able to fight on 2 different fronts?
You know how they say, yeah, it's always on his shoulders. Now it's on his head, you know? Heads.
It's on Heads.
It's on Heads. And you know what? This is great because I was casting his games yesterday. And he played the Charizla, and maybe he wasn't so happy about the performance yesterday. Well, I'll tell you what, he's having a phenomenal Game 1 right now against RSG Philippines. And he is the problem. Right now, he is him that RSG has to deal with if they want to go ahead and swing the game in their favor.
It's that flicker that right now, you can see it's on cooldown. It's off of cooldown. He didn't have to use it.
Yeah.
That's just how dominant he is here in the mid-game. Nobody from RSG can actually burst him down. And he's just keep jumping and jumping and jumping with the Infernal Pursuit. And now they're going to threaten another turret, eventually take it, and he's going to force all 5 members of RSG to answer. That's how much it takes, Joseph.
He's basically a boss.
5 dudes.
5 guys. That's like your whole party, man.
Great burger. 5 members just to watch out. Because look, anytime Heads jumps on the... Even Nibor, even Light, they're afraid of Heads.
And what do you do? I mean, part of it is you got to get enough damage to deal with. Divine Glaive picked up by Aqua. That's not really going to solve it just yet. Oh. Heads going to be able to find 2, and this might be the play right here. They're going to force him out of the jungle. Heads flickers defensively. They're going to blast, though. We'll be able to pick up a couple stuns. They have the Nether Realm, and now TNC wants to fight back. They force RSG, but this whole time, Kaizen picked up a turret.
2 things, despite RSG's amazing setup, Light with the Numenon Blast Flicker hitting 4 members. You can see here 5,000 gold ahead.
Yep.
TNC's gold lead is enough to deter RSG from pushing forward. That was 5v4. As mentioned, Kaizen was pushing down bottom. Even RSG didn't have enough firepower to take down 4.
They didn't have enough, and right now, they're confident enough as Nabor flickers in again, tosses them up. They're waiting for it, but Lancey's going to be taken out before they can do anything. Right now, the trade, but there's heads on the backside again. The flicker from Aqua goes into the Dominator's Ascent, and he will be alive. But 3 down for RSG, and TNC is all alive.
Heads isolated 3. You saw that? He was, you know what, even at a tenth of his health, I'd reckon he didn't even consider himself dying. It wasn't going to happen, not on his watch. Check this out. One more time, an amazing combo by Nibor setting it up, but Light versus 3 and Heads versus 3, the numbers just don't add up.
Yeah, and like this is also great. We're gonna take a little break here real quick, a little breather. But again, what Heads was able to do there is even not only zone out 3 members, but also take out one of the more hard-hitting abilities, the Dominator's Ascent. Because Aqua had to run away,
tanked it.
He's not even close enough to be providing any value, any damage to the team fight.
And it's not the kind of damage you need. Again, he is rocking the Radiant armor, and every jump, every dash, every Infernal Pursuit gives him a little more health, a little more shields.
Yeah.
So
he's got Brave Smite as well, I believe.
Say what you will about there being 3, but even Irad, like, get the full-on enhanced combo. Chains, swords, sickles, nothing.
Nothing. Can't touch him. And after all that happened, that whole exchange, TNC is in a position where they can be knocking on the base turrets of RSG. Like, they have enough lead, they have enough confidence right now in the momentum in this game, and even though it's the First Lord, I almost expect them to at least get one of the turrets down here.
What's more difficult, save for this 7,000 gold lead on TNC, is the fact that RSG's draft doesn't even really defend that well.
Like clear-wise, their high ground defense.
Team fight-wise, sure, you can threaten with a Numenon Blast underneath an inhibitor or even underneath the base. But from there, how do you take advantage? Like, all of their hitters, right? All of their cores. I'm talking about the Roger. I'm talking about the Zask. I'm talking about even the Edith.
Okay, yeah.
All of them, like, need to take the time.
Yeah. They have to take the time, and then not only that, but all their, basically, in order to clear this push, and that's why I'm saying, like, this First Lord push is actually going to be super valuable for TNC, it gives them the weak point, too, because even a Julian, for example, like, you're going to try to clear out the waves the best you can, but then do you have enough are the cooldowns back up for the team fight?
That's right.
Because you know Heads is going to be jumping back into this.
And Heads basically has no cooldown. Heads has no chill. He will keep going. He is endurance personified.
Yeah.
And at 10.5 minutes, I reckon there's a possibility, Joseph, that it ends here.
This push.
A single, yes. That's how far ahead TNC is, and that's how, in the past 5 minutes, we haven't really said much of the names of the other members of TNC. It's because they're all just following Head's lead.
Yeah, they just follow the leader at this point.
Exactly, sure. RSG have been able to find Lancey back-to-back now. That's the 2 kills on Lancey right now.
Yeah.
But that aside, their other kills are Escalera and Kozen.
I was going to say, he's like the best guy for them to lose if you're TNC, because the passive for Faramis.
Did he just come back in?
He's just going to be back.
Right, and maybe Kozen, that time they caught him, maybe he got overloaded damage, maybe they get to press the flicker. But right now, at 6.5.
Whoa.
Up, whoa.
Whoa, Irad just taken out of the picture. And Kaizen's also fine from it.
Kaizen knows what it's like to be a Julian and to be caught out. Happened yesterday against Fast APBren. He knows how to punish. And now underneath, tier 1 down bottom, Lord still standing. This fight's just about to break out. They do take it down. Oh!
Aqua's going to jump in too. They want to force the fight. Mid-turret still being worked on Nibor. Out of the picture. Kaizen, though, won't be able to escape Kusei. So another trade across the board. The 1-for-1 right now. But 2 turrets in the base are down.
Oh no.
Archie holds on to 1. They're going to try to hold on to the game. Lancey goes in, pulls them with a saddle stampede. Winter Crown already there too. Light jumps in, takes a ton of damage himself. There's the circling eagle. They jump on Kozen, but he'll be able to pick up Light. And now a jump in from Kosei. So they stop the TNC raid in the base, and RSG lives to fight for another day.
Back-to-back shutdowns. And you see how the base took a little bit of a love tap, like how some minions walked into range.
Yeah.
Luckily, RSG had their targeting on point. They were able to take down not just Escalera, but also Kaizen and Heads. I would imagine there's a lot of gold involved in that, and now they're going to make up for it on the map. This is their second turret overall, Joseph, pushed in mid. And RSG are going to do more than just that. Grand Theft Purple committed right now, and it'd be in their best interest to take down that top lane too. So far, they're not out of the woods just yet. RSG are still in dire straits.
Yeah.
I don't know how they should take this fight, though. Ooh.
Oh, this is a tough one. I think RSG wants to fight this again. Nimbor has the flicker. He's done it so many times, but they might just go ahead and be like, you know, let's just wait the 20 seconds for this Lord to come up.
All right. I don't know if they're counting ults or if their cooldown mental timers are on point, but this is the best time because the purifiers are off.
Yeah.
So this might actually be a lethal engage if RSG just kind of snap and take it. But I think what they're waiting for is Light. Light still doesn't have a flicker.
Yeah. So there's a whole lot to kind of consider here, but ultimately it leads up. Purify's being back available. Lord is now up too. RSG gonna pop the conceal, try to get some space to work with around this Lord pit.
All right, Pixel Brush checking in. Aqua not sure if he should. River Brush in control of the Raiders. Irad taking control of the top long brush while the fence bushes and the Y for TNC. Upper quarter Lord shuffle here. Escaleta peeks in.
Oh, they're gonna go, actually, forcing the fight again. Nimbora goes in too. They force him back a little bit further. Heads still in the front of it all. They get a couple ultimates down, but they'll disengage from the fight, regroup, get together. Aqua gets really low, very close from getting taken down. Still holds on to the Dominator's descent, and right now Lord's at half health.
Whoa.
They're gonna go and work for it, forcing back RSG from the fight. Heads again, jumping towards the backside. Escalera though, Irad somehow gets the Lord. Nether Realm's used as well. Escalera on the chase, but Kozen's in the base, and RSG might have got the objective, but TNC will take game number 1.
The Phoenix Army rises to the occasion. Takes the first game in the series. Was it not just yesterday that they lost in the same fashion?
Oh man.
They left their base open, and here they learned their lesson. They take it.
They take it. They learn their lesson. That, you know, they don't want to see that minion anymore. You know, just sitting there hitting the base, and Kozen ends up doing it.
We'll throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to break down this game 1. Brigida, Renmar, all you.
That was not the first time we saw a sudden split end the game abruptly this week.
Yeah.
This one felt like it was really refreshing and rewarding for TNC Pro Team.
Poetic. Yesterday, they were on the receiving end of that with solely just minions. Now they were like, okay, Aqua can't go back home because, man, Kaizen brought him low. Escalera, I thought he was diving in a bit too deep, but once I saw the minions in the bottom lane and I saw where Kozen was positioned, yeah, you go ahead and take that split push, but it wouldn't have gotten to this point if it wasn't for the calculated aggression of Heads. 2 major sequences for him to bag this MVP performance. First turtle, after RSG took it, he kept fighting versus Nibor, Light, and Irad, leading to the first 2-0 for TNC Pro Team. Then 7 minutes in, a fight broke out that RSGPH was leading, but Heads kept fighting alongside Kaizen. Lancy came back in time to help him and Kaizen to bag the 4 kill. And that's coming from the fact it's this one that it would be a long time until Lancy comes back. But because he got to respawn quickly, because of his passive, you see him coming back, Heads kept fighting. I was literally yelling here beside you, just go forward, you're a Phobius. And that's exactly what he did. Kaizen was also very clean in this game as well. If I'm not mistaken, only 1 death suffered, maybe even 0. We'll see in the post-game stats.
I mean, Heads also showed us a couple of interesting ways to play the Phobius, if I may say. There was this one time near the orange buff of RSG Philippines where he just kept going in as usual, but then he used his flicker to reposition himself behind the members here of RSG Philippines, which allowed him to buy a little more time for himself and create more plays and just sustain the team fight a little bit more for his team. So there were this small decisions that all mattered for TNC Pro Team that were led by Heads, and it was him who really paved the way for TNC to not just be so hesitant despite RSG supposedly having the better early game.
RSG Philippines kept forcing a lot of things up against TNC Pro Team, especially Nibor. The casters kept pointing it out, and it was a great highlight, the flicker Earth Shatter or the flicker onward, and they would play around that with a late Numenon Blast by Light, and of course a late entry by Aqua. In terms of the layering and their team fighting, RSG Philippines, if things went really right for them, then they would have dominated, they would have snowballed. But TNC Pro Team did the unexpected things, which was fight when you didn't expect them to. If you go back to the statistics that we showed before we headed into this game, the graphs showed that the lineup of RSG Philippines does win.
Yep.
Early to mid-game potential, mid to late game potential, they win that. But there's one key statistic that TNC wins, which is damage potential. Because once we saw the game go to the point where it was a little bit closer to the items, RSG could fight a little bit more, TNC still eked it out with damage, and they also had the heal potential much higher because of the Matilda and Faramis.
Yeah, if you were RSG, I think that would kind of disrupt the idea you wanted to stick by in terms of rotation, like taking down the turrets immediately. They're leading in, they have a high ranking in terms of turret damage, but then it seemed like whenever TNC decided to go for a fight, it was, as you've mentioned, very unexpected that RSG, they just had to give or react in some way to whatever TNC was trying to make or whatever they were trying to achieve throughout that entire game. So unknowingly, they were already dictating the pace of the game. And so they were just consistently trying to keep doing what they repeatedly did in the first few minutes, and that eventually gave them the win, because it was just really the idea of Hez just keep going in. Also, our casters mentioned earlier that if ever there was a casualty that would happen in or for TNC's lineup, it was Lancy that was kind of okay for them because they were always together, so he would just keep getting his stacks. So whenever he's taken out, he would, as you mentioned also, just immediately get back, and that would just push his teammates to just keep going because they can re-engage as much as they want to. Another thing is, I'm really surprised as to how Escalera just kept on using the Circling Eagle whenever it was available. Like, he was just, okay, I'm going to use the Circling Eagle, I'm going to just get some information, try to push them away. And every time it was available, it was already adjusted, right? Like, it gets a longer cooldown if it doesn't hit an enemy hero. But a lot of times it didn't. But then he just kept using it anyway. Yeah,
that's why I like the Matilda up against any lineup that has a static mid laner, a mid laner that you're forced to play around and keep the formation really tight. What we get with Zask is someone that, yes, you could say doesn't really care about the formation as much because the Dominator's Descent can reposition itself at least once, and then we see the trend for Zasks is to be aggressive if you're not going to be the one getting dived on. If you're the one getting dived on and you're forced to use Dominator's Descent in a defensive manner, that's when things start to go sour for Zask mains or Zask players here in MPL Philippines, especially if the response of the opposing team that forced you to use the Dominator's Descent early is really good. We've highlighted almost everyone here, but again, I really want to give my props to Kaizen. His timing, timing of entry, timing of damage, all throughout this game ensured that even if it looked like TNC already used up majority of the resources already, there was still one fracture coming in from a Nolan that will deal the damage to turn fights around.
Yeah, up until the very last sequence that we've seen in that game, it was Kaizen starting it off. When he got Aqua low on HP, that was really a point in time where I feel like everyone in that team fight was distracted. We're already thinking of what to do next since, again, their Zask was low. You couldn't just go near to plant your spawn anymore, and you couldn't like really think about your position or because you're also being chased by the members here of TNC. And we didn't get to notice how Kozen was slowly crawling towards the base here for RSG Philippines. So I really have to give it to TNC for this spectacular performance that they've been showing us, even not just today, even yesterday. They're really having a different identity coming into the second half of the season. But I feel like our host has someone to interview with the audience. So for now, let's throw it over to Maraki.
Welcome to the Smart Community Team featuring Community Manager of RSG Philippines, Jo Marie.
Yes, hello.
Alam mo, ilang season na kita nakikita? Ilang season ka na ba sa RSG?
Actually, three seasons na kasi season 12 ako nag-start as a community manager in RSG Philippines.
And what makes you stay with RSG because you're so active? I see you all the time.
Yes, record. Hindi naman record, pero yeah, I mean, lagi talaga kami nandito every time na may match. Yan, ganun. Kaya, lagi tayo nagkikita talaga.
Okay, in 3 seasons, sino yung favorite mo?
In 3 seasons, siguro, parang first season ko, syempre, bago. Parang hindi ko pa masyado nakaklose yung players, pero sa ngayon, siguro masasabi ko si Ako, si Dad. Dad tawag namin sa kanya.
You know, a lot of people also, parang he's like an unsung hero, no? Sobrang galing and underrated. Parang dapat ata mas malaki pa yung focus sa kanya. Right? Okay, sa mga pupunta dito sa venue, ano ba dapat ang kanilang abangan?
Siguro pagpunta kayo dito sa venue, dapat yung abangan na may chance kayong makapag-picture sa mga players nyo after the match. And then, yun, may mga booth kami dito from other teams and also RSG team. And then, may chance din kayong manalo ng 3,000 diamonds kapag yun. Tapos may meet nyo pa sa station team na mananalo. Di ba?
Tapos mayroon mga merch dito.
Yes.
Paano naman yung mga nanonood sa live?
Yung sa mga nanonood ng live, pwede kayo mag-follow sa group namin, RSG Philippines Raiders. And then, pwede rin kayo mag-join sa Discord namin, yung RSG Nation. Doon namin ginagawa yung mga game nights namin. Hindi lang kasi players dapat yung nagpapalakas, pati yung mga fans. So, nagtutournament lobby kami, ganun. So, something like that.
Of course, invite mo naman sila na manood ng live.
So, yun, mag-watch kayo ng live dito sa sa MPL Philippines. Marami kayong matututunan and makikita nyo kung gaano ba kagagaling yung teams natin dito sa Philippines.
Babalik na tayo sa ating panel. So, tulungan mo ako, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Panels, pasa.
Thank you so much to Mara and Jo Marie, member of RSG Philippines for 3 years now, according to the interview. And you could actually catch him if you ever are here in the Philippines, if you visit the Green Sun Hotel Makati at the merch booth. So if you want to get to know more or join RSG, they mentioned how they play community games and are very much active in terms of the Raiders group that they currently hold. And another thing that we have to take note of also, by the way, is that you should not forget to catch the biggest Clash of Legends every Monday with We Are Legends. So also get a chance to win 10,000 in-game diamonds just by liking and supporting the show. More details on WeTrend's official Facebook page. This is a tournament where you will be able to watch the MDL teams of some of our teams.
Tomorrow's the last day.
Yeah, tomorrow's the last day. It's the semifinals and the grand finals tomorrow.
Oh, are you casting them?
Tomorrow I have 2 best-of-5s in line.
So. Oh, so that's 10 games you're casting. Cool. Okay.
How could you say
so,
that?
yeah, tomorrow's the last day, September 16th. Make sure you watch 10,000 Diamonds. You get a chance to win it if you just watch WeTrend's We Are Legends.
Yep. Tomorrow we're down to the top 4 teams here. Some part of the MDL, some rising amateur teams as well. So we're really seeing the competitive landscape here of the amateur scene in the Philippines. And another thing that we have to watch out for today before we get back into the action and as our teams are preparing for the next game is to watch out for the freshest looks that we might be seeing here in the MPL arena. Because according to our run of show, we are looking for the Index Salon Beauties. So,
or we will.
Yeah, we will.
Now we are.
Now we are.
It's Trish.
Yeah, if you see some fresh looks out there, just flex your.
That was an unexpectedly smooth transition. Aww.
Wait, why did she? Oh, this looks familiar.
Yeah, she is very familiar.
She looks familiar, don't you think? Oh!
Hey, congratulations to her.
Oh, congratulations.
That's Neil. Oh, that's nice.
Well, congratulations to our Index Salon winner. You look very blooming today and fresh. So
yeah.
Congratulations. I wonder which team she's supporting, or if it's a team even that she's supporting.
Well, it looks like she's sitting on the TNC side, so maybe TNC. Yeah.
And now
one of those people who can support their favorite teams up until midnight. Game two. Why are you laughing?
Oh, yeah. If you know, you know. That's all I can say.
Huh?
If you know, you know. Yes.
Okay,
So
okay.
now, RSG! They decide to go for the blue side. So will this be as rewarding for them in the same way it worked for TNC Pro Team? Because wow, that Phobius priority that they showed us in the first draft, it worked wonders. It was the hero who garnered the MVP for that previous game.
Yeah, and to give a little bit more, how do I say this, gravity to what TNC Pro Team got to do there, they essentially gave a draft to RSG Philippines that was all power picks in the positions across the board in the metagame right now. You have the Zask, again, somewhat fallen off, but it's still Zask. Niboris Edith, the Lolita, the Roger, the Julian. Again, that's what the lineup ratings that we saw heading into this game, heading into game number 1 was that the RSG lineup was better. So TNC Pro Team being able to get that win in game number 1 with the lineup that they fielded, unorthodox, but it makes sense. That's the theme we were talking about. If you're going to draft unorthodox, just make it make sense for your draft and the draft of your opponent. So now as we look at RSG Philippines, who has a side selection priority win rate of 33%, well, I'd want to see them still go for the power picks.
Yep. I mean, if I were to recall earlier, when they were exchanging picks in the first draft. So TNC went for the Phobius, and then RSG responded with the Zask and the Edith, or was it Edith?
Zask and Edith, yes.
Zask and Edith. We mentioned the Roger Edith, but they still got that anyway.
Yeah.
So it's really like for TNC, not really the power picks anymore. I think we're seeing more of RSG's keys to victory in TNC right now, which like they're just sticking by whichever strategy they discovered works for them that they actually showed yesterday against Falcons APBren. So they're just being consistent with that idea. Whereas for RSG, yes, I think this draft they showed us was somewhat a little bit more leaning towards the fundamental RSG we've known ever since, but it's just that they were really caught off guard a lot of times in that game. So maybe do they fight TNC with a little bit of unpredictability as well, since that's the kind of approach they want to show us this time?
Personally, I would tell RSG just look for, in terms of the hero picks, look for stability. Because I think TNC Pro Team cannot, number one, they should not give the focus here for RSG Philippines who are on the blue side. So TNC needs to ban it as one of their first 3 bans. If not, if RSG don't take that Phobius right away, I will be surprised. If it's open for them on the blue side, I will be surprised. And then, if it's not going to be the Phobius, I will... Actually, no. Pick up the Phobius. Pick up the Phobius. just go ahead. If you pick up the Phobius, if you're RSG, if it's open for you, you turn off TNC from picking up the Roger. If Roger's open for RSG, then they get Phobius and Roger. We get Nibor on the Phobius, and you get Kusei again. Give the Roger to the gold laner instead, because Kusei was a monster in that game. Heading into the last Lord fight before the split push win of TNC Pro Team, Kusei was 6 kills, 2 deaths, 1 assist. That's 100% kill participation heading to that final Lord fight. So again, stability. Focus on what your strengths are and continue the momentum in certain hero picks. Get that Phobius, get that Roger if it's open for RSG.
Yep. Earlier, Kusei, he was one of the players which I feel was the most stable in terms of like starting from the laning phase up until the moments that we were slowly seeing RSG grab some opportunities, capitalizing on the slight overextensions here of TNC, or I feel like they were just really eager to close out the game immediately. So when we saw that they had access to RSG's base one time, there was the flicker, ghost stampede coming in from Lancy, or maybe that was just a risk they were willing to take since he had the passive anyway. So probably there were a lot of things that were taken into consideration here for both of our teams. But yeah, I agree. RSG, they really have to make sure that they go for the stability this time. I feel like sticking with what they know works for them will still be something that will reward them in the long run, even up against TNC, because still, I feel like it doesn't change the fact that you can challenge this as sort of a new identity being shown to us by TNC, by one that you're very much familiar with already, one that you can just further enhance and strengthen coming into the second half. Maybe RSG, they are struggling to get that switch turned on that will show us the latter portion of the regular season mode we've known of them for the longest time. But time's running out, if I may say, so they really have to do it ASAP.
Yeah, and another condition that I want to give RSG Philippines is this. ultimately, the lineup of RSG Philippines was better in terms of the concept of team fighting. Just make sure, number one, that they have good wave clear. Leo made a great point earlier that the lineup of RSG Philippines, when you look at it, is not the safest in terms of wave clearing. Although I did get why you wanted to get Aqua his Zask. He was 1 kill, 0 deaths, and 5 assists heading into the last Lord fight, so he was okay. But I want to see Light, again, still get that pick-off kind of that roamer. Because if you take it out of the team fights, and if you take it into the sequences before team fights, that's where the pick-off will be good. I like this respect ban on this Matilda, because there is no draft sequencing available for RSG Philippines where it would be Light getting the Matilda. If ever TNC could have actually prioritized that as the first 2 picks, or get it as the 3rd pick on the red side. So it's a good ban here for RSG. And of course, Chip, I don't care about him anymore. I've given up. I've given up in the hope of seeing Chip here in the Philippines.
Have you tracked how many games in a row has it happened now?
It was 65 heading into this week. I think now it's at around 7.2 billion.
Yesterday there was a moment where it was almost open, but they banned it during the last ban for the red side. So still the streak is on for Chip. We're yet to see him, if ever we are going to see him here in the regular season. And RSG, they take out the Julian themselves as well. So the Phobius is still open, if ever, unless TNC decides to take it out here for this particular portion of the draft. But that leaves a lot of other options as well open. The Harriet, the Roger, but at least since a lot of the gold laners are still open, so Kozen won't really run out of options, I think.
Here's the thing. What RSG can do is, if TNC ban out the Phobius, it's not crazy to first pick Terizla. You can go ahead and pick up the Terizla, the XP lane. They are the ones to ban it out themselves. Excuse me?
Wait. Really?
Okay, so they wanted to... Okay, so this is a team acknowledging that, yeah, TNC probably could have done that, so let's change their expectations in the draft. A little bit of... part of myself is thinking, can Coach Link see? How well can he see right now? Because I've worn those shades. The tint is very strong.
Okay.
Yeah, so I hope that the visuals are good right now. The lights are bright on the stage.
Yep, they are. Oh! So TNC Pro Team decides to take out the Ling, so that leaves again the Roger, the Harriet open. Even the Hylos actually is still open to this point if RSG wants to stick with that. But I feel like for Nibor and Light, they really want the action kind of heroes in their arsenal.
Just get the Terizla. it's not crazy. I know power picks are still open. I know Edith is open and they might even consider that. I know Roger is open and they might consider that.
Gaze upon the edge.
It's none of the above. So they go for the Nolan. Kaizen did really well on the Nolan earlier. For a jungler who's been vocal about wanting to really adjust in the assassin meta, it's a hero which I think he's shown really great versatility with. So probably to a certain extent, kind of a deny, but there are so many options now that will get into TNC's hands.
Yeah, and of course, responded right away. You pick up the Ruby because the Nolan's going to be there. If RSG do not pick up a Low Yi in their first 3 picks on the blue side, I will still be questioning it. Please pick up the Low Yi.
Okay.
You want to make things good.
All right. So what will be the other power pick that TNC secures right now?
Yeah.
All right.
Low Yi.
Roger, Ruby. So do RSG Philippines go for the Louis as mentioned here, or will they be still sticking with the...
Oh my goodness, Jushin. Aqua's Jushin is open.
Oh.
We can go Jushin Jawhead.
Jushin Jawhead.
But then the Edith is still open.
The Edith Jushin? That kind of works also?
Yeah, Edith Jushin.
Probably a little bit of a safer option, but at least if you get the Jawhead, you kind of limit the potential junglers that TNC Pro Team might be deciding to pick up, especially as we've been seeing Kaizen really consistent on the assassin recently. So they go for the Edith Jushin.
Nice.
Will Kaizen be revealing his... Oh no, we're not so sure if Kaizen will be holding the Roger, but... Okay, now we know.
Yeah. And Coach Wolf is happy
Was
about
that,
it.
was that Coach Wolf clapping his hands?
Yes, he was clapping. Why are you surprised that he claps?
Oh, because I love clapping on hose, right? I always
Wait.
do this.
That's adorable. I've never heard that.
It
I
seems
love
like
clapping also.
Yeah, Coach Wolf. It's
You're
just,
a national treasure. Bring it up.
it's just so nice to see him smiling a lot more often now, and
It is.
we could attribute it to how his coaching style is also being very mindful of the mindset of his players. So
That's
it
true.
should start with him. So we're seeing that in action. Okay, no more high loss for RSG Philippines.
Yeah, they needed to ban it out because they can't slot in a carry anymore. So
This would be terrifying if the Terista also makes it so way too.
definitely.
Oh, but then that might just be Escalera Ruby. But
It
then,
most likely will be.
but then Escalera's shown a great performance on the Ruby as well.
Yeah, he'll be aggro AF with it. I think he needs to get a Vexana on him, and I think RSG might consider banning it.
Oh, so they're opening the possibility that this is Heads Ruby instead of an Escalera Ruby.
Welcome
But
to my castle, my friend.
The Terizlas
Yeah, that's what
still
I'm
open.
thinking of also.
Just get heads on Terizla and you're all good.
There is the Ruby, you get so much crowd control.
Yeah.
And then the Hayabusa is also in the hands of TNC.
Yeah,
so
then you'll be expecting that RSG will pick up a carry. So if they go to Rizla Ruby, then carry, and then a Jawhead for RSG.
What are the other remaining roamers that Light has previously shown us? The Kaja, the Cho.
Oh, Cho.
I think Cho works here for... but then there's a...
Against the Rublin, though.
Yeah, the Ruby, the presence of the Ruby makes things a lot more difficult for Light to choose heroes who just want... Even for the Jawhead, I feel like the Ruby is a headache. But they banned the Eve? Okay, they banned the Eve. I heard the Eve. No, TNC, yeah, they kept it.
Yeah. Carry Jawhead. Or carry Cho.
Okay.
Leave the EXP Edith unless you're planning to put X-Borg on Nibor.
If I were to choose, I'd rather go for the Chu instead of the Jawhead, given the nature of the Ruby. Like, there are a lot more plays you could create with the Chu instead
that's
of
true.
the Jawhead.
Yeah, and Ruby did rise up as the counter to Jawhead Roam way back in Season 8. So yeah, just go Cho and carry, then last pick Vexana for TNC Pro Team.
Why is it so surprising that things are happening exactly the way we thought it would be happening? So is it going to be the... Oh,
it's the Kaja. Okay, you did bring it up. It was still the pick-off. So we were still in the idea of pick-off, so you go Vexana.
Is it going to be the Vexana
You
here?
go Vexana or you go Lilia.
What else are available here for Lancy? No more fire. Oh, there's a...
Because, okay, for me, Aurora is good control, but too much, not enough damage.
Yeah.
Valentina's okay. You can steal the Divine Judgment.
Oh!
But they do go.
For Aurora.
The Aurora.
Okay. Probably really wanting a little bit more of the additional pokes. Aurora relatively has a lot more spammable skills, and at the same time can keep herself safe. So that might make things a little bit more tricky here for RSG Philippines if they want to go for the same approach of trying to take out the mid laners every now and then, since they are relying on their assassin junglers. Now we're seeing how both of these lineups are potentially going to fare as we head into the game. A little advantage towards RSG overall, but a part of me is saying that TNC is so comfortable with the lineup that they have.
My gut feeling tells me, though, watch out for Kosei. He might pop off.
Yep, so without any... We won't delay this any further. Let's give it to our casters.
And we will receive, thank you so much, Brigida and Renmar from the Infinix Game Tambayan. Welcome to Game 2, it's match point for the Phoenix Army. One more game to score him their first victory in Season 14.
To fire it up.
It's time to fire it up.
It's time to fire it up, TNC.
It's time to win.
It's time to win. You're very close. Your match point. And with the lineup that they have, you know, we saw the breakdown too from the index there, and I have to agree. I like the lineup that they brought to game number 2, but I could say the same for RSG. Like, I like where they went with this.
Yep, even with the last 2 picks alone for RSG, it seemed like they were still influencing TNC because I completely understand why it was the Aurora instead of the Vixana or the Valentina. You kind of, instead of being more, wait, Kusei Kozen, excuse me, behave.
Limit checking.
All right.
That's what they're doing.
Reminds me of Cubs and Castle when they get on it. But talking about that last pick on the Aurora, it seems a little reactive for TNT, given that it acts as a doorstop to the potential pickoff. Again, the choke slam off of Aqua, the divine judgment off of Light. Pride of Ice, you know what I mean? You just stand there.
It's perfect because not only with the passive, but you just know as soon as Light goes in for that pull, that you could just drop down the Frigid Glacier and you're fine. Like, your team is going to be okay for a brief period of time, and then you hope that that's enough time to buy time for them to come in and help, right? And I think my eyes for this one are just like for Game 1, heads on the Trizla. We saw it yesterday. I feel like he had a phenomenal game. Game 1, now he gets to go and make things happen here. There's the Shadow Kill, going to be used under the turret. Looks like he's going to be fine, though, so not enough damage just yet from Kaizen's Hayabusa.
That's a 3-on-2 engagement down bottom, about 10 seconds away till the turtle spawns. Now 2 minutes marker coming through top quarter. That's where the big fight's gonna break out. And because of that denied rotation down bottom, RSG are able to burst down the turtle. Look at this, the Raiders are first on the board, that major objective.
Yeah, I think because of, you try to make a play, your TNC, you're like, if we can get a first blood, great. Then we don't have to necessarily get the first turtle. Because especially with a Hayabusa, if you can get that scaling going quicker than later, then obviously that's going to be really good for you. But right now, it's just RSG going through those motions, focusing on these objectives.
Oh, that's Light.
Wow, Light
with the answer!
There's the penalty zone we were looking out from heads as Light gets punished for zone aggressive, trying to set up potential. And now Escalera goes down as well.
Lancey!
The Beacon's going to bring back Lancey, even with the passive. He will get taken out, so RSG fights back.
It was but a costly engagement. Sure, you took down Light first, but you traded out Lancey and Escalera.
All part of the plan.
RSG snapping back into killer instincts. And that was off of a, relatively mum first 2 minutes. Like, I think this is the right approach. Like, don't try to force anything. Instead, allow your opponent to get into attacking range. And that whole first minute engagement between Kusei and Kozen, I think that's the best way to initiate, the best way to start this kind of approach as the Raiders say, all right, well, we're going to condition all of y'all. We're going to go into a fight here, but then feint it. It's like, no, you step in first.
Yeah, go for the feint, Let them throw the punch first at this point. And again, when you look at the line, oh, hold on, Escalera.
Oh,
he's going to spot them out. They gets in with the I'm offended, and now they're going to get the freeze down too. Light, unfortunately, will get taken down. Irad, though, just checking that damage there. That's a lot of extra gold going over to Kosei.
Now thinking about it, Light dying, no streak, traded out for a good, second or two of plating.
Yeah.
I don't know if the math checks out, but given that it did send Kozen back home, maybe it's like a trade worthy of about half. It's a half.
Yeah. Maybe at that point, too, but it would be even better if RSG also gets the second turtle with the way the past couple minutes have gone here. But TNC this time, they want to fight for it. Escalera's going to jump in again with the I'm offended. They're going to get the lockdown too. Nemor tries to get out, but he's frozen and finally taken down. And now Aqua pulls him in with a flare. But TNC still fighting for him, and they'll get the turtle off the pickoff from Escalera.
Joseph, that was all 5 members of TNC there.
Yeah.
They committed to it. They looked at their goal, said we're going to go for it, and they achieved. But what are they trading for here? Gold off of the top lane, tier 1. Dear Lord, I think he was going to take it. He was going to take it.
I think he is going to take it. Heads is going to be way too late there.
He's eating good.
So they just trade it. There's the turret going down. Great push from RSG, and now here's the response. Kaizen looking for his own entry, but Lancey's already taken out, and now Escalera's going to be in trouble as well. As Light picks up the kill.
All right, back to back again. It's the same tempo, but maybe delayed by about 30 seconds or so. Cross map too. And all of that now, Kaizen versus Irad.
Shadow kill going to be used, Irad. Oh,
he will.
He does escape. 1 HP. Kaizen just not able to clean up the kill in the jungler 1v1.
The mechanic walks away. The mechanic walks away about 1 HP. goes home, and all that traded for that top lane, that bottom lane, and a winning trade.
He's been doing work.
They're doing work, and again, it's not the cleanest work, but it's getting the point across. They're up by about 1,000 in the head, and where's this lead sitting? Where is the majority?
Majority
it's
of it,
mostly on Aqua.
Yeah,
It's mostly on Aqua. He's been killer on these forward Lantern players, man. These Crimson Beacons.
Yeah, he's been able to do a lot, bring a lot of utility, and that's exactly why the Jushin is there. Again, it was funny because we me and Ingon talked about it a little bit yesterday. That, and even the panelists.
Jose and Jose.
Yeah, Jose and Jose. And it's fallen off a little bit, right? But it still picks up, and it still it's more of a niche pick for teams and certain players.
She has to be specifically fit into a lineup.
Yes. Whereas before, she was just like blindly picked up no matter what.
She was a menace. Oh, I'm offended on the Iran!
Wow, he gets away.
What?
Iran.
Iran's playing this Nolan like it's pre-nerf. Yeah. he hit the fracture like it still gave you CC immunity.
At this point, not only does it give him that, he stays alive, secures the objective. They might be in trouble here. TNC, Escalera are going to be just dragged to his death. Light getting a couple pickoffs now at this point, and now TNC, 4 members here in the mid lane, trying to find something to do, and they're going to jump in. Shadow kill once again used, trying to check the damage, but unfortunately for Kaizen, not enough.
You know what? It's been a tough 7 minutes for the Season 9 Rookie of the Season winner, Escalera. He's just been catching all sorts of hands from RSG.
Yeah.
0 and 3 doesn't tell you the whole story. Like, he's died more times in effect than just 3 times. And he's been hitting his I'm offended too.
Here he is again. He's leading it, but even with a conceal use, I guess they just go ahead and check it. They hold on to the tier 2 turret though, but yeah, it's got to be, at this point, it's got to be Escalera because mostly heads will either peel with the penalty zone or he's going to try to counter-initiate. Once again, I'm offended, going to find the lockdown, and they will pick up Nibor. Shout out to kill too. Aqua's tanky enough, he's going to be fine even from that. So still, TNC will be able to find 1.
All right, that was off of the back of a 5-man collapse from TNC. Nibor has been moving forward. He didn't flicker in that specific moment, but moving forward, leaning hard into TNC. I wonder at what point it's going to start hurting the Raiders.
Yeah.
Because you can't just give free kills like that for free. Not when you're this far ahead, about 4,000 gold.
And the 4,000 gold lead that RSG has right now, it's not to the point where TNC cannot, counter and clap back from this and get back into the game, especially if they end up getting this Lord. The next objective here, if they're able to get a Lord, if they're able to get a pick-off, that's going to be great for them. But look at this. Once again, Escalera jumps in the mid side. They're going to find the freeze down with a frigid glacier, and now Head's the first one to fall. Kaizen's going to jump in, but they're all too healthy. And it's Heads and Kozin that are out of the picture.
The past couple of engagements, TNC were the ones sticking together as a 5-man unit. Now RSG does the same, takes 2 on the way out, converts straight into a Lord. Not a second wasted, 9 minutes in. A majority of RSG's rotations always lead to something big. Not just something big, some things big. It's always plural, bro. You got a turret on the way.
Usually you see teams like trading, cross-map objectives or, what have you, but right now RSG is just like, no, it's all mine. Like, this whole board is mine, and that's what they're taking. Furthers their lead a little bit further, and now they wait for the Lord to push in with it. For TNC, that window I was talking about where they could flip things back in their favor is starting to close. Could they pull it off here? Once again, it's Nibor that they go for. They take him out. But still, they got to back off. Disengage from here. Irad also making his way. They drag him back with a flare. Plus the Divine Judgment as Heads is taken care of again. He is having a difficult time on the Turizla.
XP for XP. The delayed trade. It's messy across the board. The past 10 minutes have just been coloring out of the lines. It's a scrappy approach to the well-known Filipino macro playstyle, but it's working, Joseph. Look, by just giving out these trades, these random deaths, RSG's able to snowball into a 7,000 gold lead.
Daniel, I would say that at this point, RSG, this is where they shine when it's scrappy, when it's a little messy, it's a little chaotic. Like, that's, again, they're Raiders, and the way that they're fighting and the way they're approaching game number 2 is more in line with, I feel like, their playstyle, their essence.
it's disciplined savagery. Like, they're letting things through, but making sure that something comes out the other side that's favorable to them. I mean, the Codex Astartes does not support this action.
Yeah.
If you're a Filipino, you would rather, all right, play it safe, engage when we're sure, play the map, you know, show yourself in the long lane, and then go for the long run. Like, if a Moskov was a part of this formula, then they would play the map definitely, but I understand why not now. Why? They're always in your face!
Escalera going to get dragged again. He had the immortality, so now they wait for the follow-up penalty zone on the backside from Heads, but Escalera out of the picture. Now Heads in trouble as well. It's way too much damage from RSG. Kazin tries to go back, but he's out of the picture as well. 3 down for TNC, and it bite me another one as Kozin. He's going to be fine, gets dragged once, but makes it a base.
That burning stutter step. Oh, man. Now they're knocking down on the mid lane. Inhibitor pops the holy shield. Lancy and Kozin. And look at this. Kuseng is...
Just throw in him. Just throw in the spin wheels.
Not reloading at all. He's like the Doomslayer.
All right, now, too. That's about all that RSG is going to manage to get, plus the purple buff for Kosei.
Off of a light wheel?
Off of one little light wheel. Picks it up.
All right.
Now he gets to do that much faster.
Okay,
you know?
all right.
Good luck with that sound effect.
We'll try.
Times 2.
Concealed play by TNC here. Takes the corner brush. Not so sure if RSG knows. Light.
Oh,
all right. Wow.
Good check.
That's why you keep that minion, my friend. That's why you don't take it down. You flick it, and then it goes and checks the bush for you.
Little electro lasso, basically.
That's RSG creep. It's a creep on their side.
Good
Kazin
check.
picks up the Blade of Despair here, so he should be able to burst down like stragglers at half health, a third of their health. But so far, RSG have been so good at just clumping up, denying the crazy.
Oh, again.
Shadow kills! Whoa!
Escalera, he doesn't even last a second. He's taken out. Head's going to jump in, but they find Irad. So Kazin will able to get that, and now Head's on the run. Gets dragged back alongside with Kazin. Nimor gets a double. He's tired of getting frozen. He's looking for Lancey too. Nimor comes in. The passive is there. Toss him up over, and it's a triple kill for Nimor. And RSG will stare down the base with only Kozin left to defend it, and they will go ahead and take game number 2 in Raider fashion as they wipe out the team and take us to game 3.
Poetic justice. It was Kozin standing, taking down the base all by his lonesome in game 1. Game 2, RSG flips the script.
Flipped it on their heads.
On heads.
On heads, literally.
Man, I bet he's having war flashbacks from yesterday when he played his mind out with the Terizla and it just came up short. Let's see what our panel thinks on the Infinix Game Tambayan.
It's always you, isn't it, when you're around.
Chantel isn't here today.
But you're here, daughter of all series.
All I can say is that I really feel we're finally in the second half of our regular season. So many teams stepping up, and there were on-the-spot adjustments clearly made by RSG Philippines in that game. That felt more RSG-like than the previous game.
Again, just really get light on the pick-off, and you're going to be good. And the Jushin on the Aqua, that's why we brought it up when I realized late that it was actually open for him. A couple of the great performances from RSG Philippines. Though this is not unbeaten, this has lost already for RSG Philippines. They look comfortable playing around a Jushin in the mid and then a pick-off roamer for light. So 2-0-14, it was just God mode here for Aqua. And because of the damage profiles on the side of TNC Pro Team, again, I'm more in the camp of that last pick, Aurora could have been something different.
Yep.
Because what we saw here is when TNC would win the engages, it would be because they had their Aurora ultimate with them.
Yeah.
They could get the first blood or they would get a pick off. After that though, what was next? With Aurora already, there's a Shadow full combo and it's not the full team that they get to catch and burst down. What comes next? Majority of the time, the sequences the TNC would get that was favorable for the Aurora, they wouldn't be able to get down enough, and then RSG would be the one to end up winning the team fight. Again, when they play around the conceals, pickoffs, and bursts, I doubted this Nolan first pick, but then how they rounded it off with a last pick off roamer for light, ended up becoming really good for them.
Yep, RSG's playstyle here felt like the opposite of TNC and how restricted they were supposed to move given the lineup that they had, since it was always Aqua being so active in the team fights, even at times moving forward first instead of anyone else. And like everyone was just really working together to actually pull off the team fight, since they were also reliable in even sustaining the extended potential team fights that we could be seeing from RSG's side. I feel like the only thing they were constantly waiting for was the Divine Judgment, but even then, there were moments that it didn't even seem like they were waiting a long time for it anymore, especially when Light got hold of the fleeting time. So there were a lot of ways that things that you had to weigh if you were TNC whenever you wanted to go in. Even Escalera wasn't safe anymore from the Divine Judgments when it came to the point or the moments in that game where RSG Philippines, they already knew that they had the upper hand.
Yeah, and the itemization there, you mentioned the fleeting time, second item build for the Kaja after the Dominance Eyes. Then when you actually also saw Thunderbelt after the Hunter Strike for the Nolan of Irad. That's why at times it felt like he was able to survive things that we thought that he wouldn't survive. And his initial burst, once he gets to dish out that fracture and then dish out a basic attack, a little bit extra inch of true damage was just enough to bring down a member of TNC down to the critical.
Yeah, and I also like how you really were particular about the overall damage profile that TNC had here, because I think they were still sticking by the idea of going for the early game and trying to get as much pickoffs as they can with the several I'm offended combos coming in here for Escalera. But it also seemed like their damage wasn't enough. Especially when they wanted to go for those pickoffs. It was, I think, yes, partly the Hunter Strike pickoff that we've seen for the Irad here, but it wasn't just Irad that was targeted here by TNC. The only times we've seen them successful was, I think, the first turtle when they captured Nibor. But again, as you mentioned, there was the Frigid Glacier also available during that time. So it was really tricky for TNC to sustain all that was happening, since they were banking on a very particular condition which they had to fulfill whenever they were to choose and to engage a team fight. But RSG, they weren't picking the timings anymore. They were just consistently going for it, since they knew that they could actually win the team fights more often than not.
We will give it to TNC Pro Team. Their damage profile is quite lacking. Their crowd control profile is through the roof. But when you have a lot of crowd control and you're lacking the damage to take down, which is in the main centerpieces of the rotation, is the frontlining Edith and the Jushin as well. Then in the longer extended team fights, once you've blown out all of your main abilities, then RSG is going to win it over and over again. I think that's also why we saw TNC Pro Team. It sort of looked like they were just banging their head to the wall and hoping that something would happen, but they needed to make something happen, because if the lead for RSG Philippines ballooned too much and they played passive, it would have been worse. So they played more aggressively and they kept the aggression up. But RSG Philippines knew that, okay, we can take this trade, go into the next one. Okay, Aurora used the ultimate for this one, then we can go forward, or we can take it in the next sequence. We have less than like a 40-second window before the Aurora ultimate comes up, and then before the 40 seconds would hit, then that's when Light and anyone else would just go in Divine Judgment or go for the pickoff. So RSG, kudos to them. They read that really well. I don't know, maybe it's because I used to main Lilia, and the first time I ever hit MG, it was because I spammed the hell out of Lilia. I feel like I should have been a Lilia in the end there.
Yep. It was also interesting to see.
But then again, who am I?
Yeah.
Who am I?
No. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. I mean,
I really don't know.
At first, right, you would think you would want to pair the True with the first kind of mage, but things worked wonders here for the Zushin in RSG's hands. It really felt like they were working together with every Divine Judgment. It was not just one person waiting for that opponent here that Light wanted to capture or go after. And it's just really, for me, signature RSG slowly coming back and slowly stabilizing their overall approach in this series, which matters a lot, since we're also constantly bring up the idea of how either of the two teams need to ride the momentum that they have, which for now might have went into the hands of RSG.
Yeah, because I know, one of the reasons I'm also like preaching the hell out of this Lilia pickle is that okay, just imagine it, all right? Just imagine it.
Yes, yes.
So, okay, you have the pickoff from the Kaja, right? Kaja's gonna pull, then you'll have the Lantern Flare of the Jushin zoning out with the other members of TNC Pro Team. So as they're going forward to like help out whoever's getting picked off, then the members of TNC are taking damage while potentially just getting and then like moved back by the Jushin. So because you have that working out, TNC is gonna struggle. Now imagine if that was a Lilia instead of an Aurora, right? Okay, so Aurora already used the combos. What's gonna happen? Oh no, we can't go forward. But what if after the pickoff RSG wants to keep fighting? One of the reasons why they kept fighting is after the abilities of the Aurora is gone, they know, okay, we're safe. We don't have to worry about anything. But if that was a Lilia, as they're moving forward after the initial pickoff, they're getting slowed, they're getting the little explosions from the Lilia. So, I don't know, maybe I'm just wearing a tinfoil hat right now. Maybe I'm just crazy. I mean, come on, yes, the crowd control, great.
Yeah.
Damage profile.
Yeah, even I feel the Vexana might have worked well.
I was thinking about that too, but then I felt like it's still like there's still the same idea of
of waiting for the combo
of the Aurora. That I mean you will still get damage from the Guardian, like swiping at the members of RSG, and that is still something you gotta respect.
Yeah, I think.
But Lilia, at least as she's damaging with the glooms, they also get slowed.
Yeah, and it's very similar to the Aurora.
I've converted you, haven't I?
Yeah, because
you're now thinking, oh yeah, that should have been Lilia.
because the Deathly Grasp, the Frosty Breeze, they're kind of similar in terms of the idea. So you get to stop them momentarily, but not entirely.
Exactly.
So they still get to push for whatever team fight they've started. So
In short,
that should have been a Lilia.
yeah.
Oh, yes,
Welcome to the club.
well, apart from that last pick, the draft went really well, even for us.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I mean, not gonna lie. Despite me, I'm not dissing on the Aurora, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Again, the crowd control, it worked out. We also have to credit the fact that RSG Philippines played well into it. That there were times where I thought that they would back, similar to what TNC did. We thought that they should go back, but then no, they kept fighting.
Yeah.
There were times where RSG, we thought they'd go back, but they still decided to go for a trade or even win the fight in the long run. So kudos to them as well. They deserve the credit. Other than they do deserve the credit.
Yep. And still, we're seeing a game number 3. So,
yeah.
Given how Coach Wolf has been very vocal about how he wants to manage the mindset of his team or his players, and how they really are going into the second half with a let's just go for it mindset to ensure that they just have no regrets behind. We're definitely about to see some adjustments coming in from TNC, who now are about to pick the blue side once again. And earlier we've seen how well it worked. So I'm just thinking that they might not get the same priority picks similar to what we've seen in game number 1. Definitely, maybe there will be no fogies available. I'm wondering about the Terizla, if they still want to consider that as a priority, since heads, it felt like he struggled earlier. I'm not entirely sure if it's just because of the nature of the lineup of RSG, but there were a lot of missed penalty zones which took place in that previous game.
Yeah, there was one iffy penalty zone there near the end before that last Lord that I thought he would commit the flicker, but he didn't. Maybe it's because they knew it would have been too expensive to commit the flicker.
Yeah,
maybe. But okay, with TNC Pro Team this time going back to the blue side, I think we can revisit the bans that TNC had earlier. That RSG banned on the red side, so they banned the Jushin, and then the Harith. So those were their priority bans on the red side earlier. And again, the priority picks this time for TNC Pro Team are the Phovius, Nolan, and the Matilda. I think if I'm RSG, they can let go maybe of the Harith ban, but they have to strongly consider banning out the Matilda.
Yeah.
For Escalera. And for TNC Pro Team, I think they're gonna go down that same route of banning out the Fanny, Ling, and Hayabusa.
Yeah. I'm thinking about how would it, how fitting would it be if they prioritize the Nolan as well, since I really feel like Kaizen's
Ah.
so comfortable with the Nolan pick.
Yes.
And they can kind of adjust and operate around that pick
Ooh.
just in case, similar to how we've seen RSG do the same. But now we're finally getting the answers we want. So yeah,
Drafting.
still going to stick with the Fanny, Hayabusa, and probably the Ling bans here. So, I mean, next to these three assassins, wouldn't it be the Nolan that you'd want to go after, right?
I getcha. So yeah, they can ban out the Phoveus here. It would be risky if TNC first picks Ling. So they ban it out instead. The Nolan will be open for them.
Yeah.
So that's either Nolan, Roger. Because if they went Ling, it could have been a Joy at the side of RSG. So I get it.
Oh yeah.
And then they banned the Matilda as we expected. So get the Nolan if ever they want to prioritize that. However, RSG will end up with an Edith and the Zask again.
Okay, so I'm thinking between. I was supposed to think between the Nolan and the
Jushin.
Edith, but
the
TNC
Edith.
decides to go for the Zushin.
Again, she's constantly banned. Excuse us if we forget sometimes that she exists. Because I'm so used to seeing her. Even if I've already seen the bans, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, Jushin's gone. Oh wait, she's available.
Yeah, so that leaves the Nolan, the Roger, the Harith, and the Edith still open for RSG Philippines unless they want to switch things up a bit once more. And the Zask is also still available if Ako wants to go for that, but I wouldn't recommend that entirely.
I would like Edith, yeah. Because TNC could have had a really strong combo with the Ruby and Jushin.
Oh!
Yeah, it's the same thought as the potential Ruby Lilia. I've moved on from the Lilia.
Okay,
I
so
promise
that's the
I've
last
moved on
thing
from
you're
the
saying
Lilia.
about it. Okay.
Yeah, that's the last thing I'm saying about the Lilia.
But it is similar to the Lilia.
Okay, Ruby Jushin's good, but then the presence of the Edith makes you think if you really want to go for it. They can consider Tigreal Jushin.
Oh, wait, was that blocked?
Oh, interesting. Okay, so they want to open up the map a little bit more, but part of me thinks that this might be a faster roaming roamer. Okay, that's why they went with the Julian instead. So yeah, if you're gonna get the Claude, you have to have a jungler that scales really quickly. Pair it up with either a Nolan or a Julian. So they go for the Julian.
Yep. This isn't so similar to the first draft where there was a Faramis. I mean, the Matilda's already taken out of the picture, so could this potentially be a full-out aggressive lineup for TNC that doesn't entirely... Well, yes, they can still create space if they were to go for the aggressive mid-roam compositions here. The Ruby is still open, actually, but we might just see that ban down later on or even considered here by RSG. But for their last pick, wait, that was the Zask.
Yeah, the Zask.
So they still want to go for that. Okay, do you believe that there is a possibility of no, I was thinking of a Zushin roam, but I think that was only something we see in
Jushin Roam is a little bit spicy for my taste.
Yeah.
I was forced to play Jushin Roam after in RG once.
What happened?
I mean, it's me.
Oh,
Of course I lost.
oh.
Of course I lost. Yeah. So, as expected, RSG will ban out the Tigreal. That was one of the roamers we floated for Escalera earlier. They ban out the Kaja. If they're banning out the... Oh, I think they're really just respecting the pick-off capability of Flight.
Yeah.
I think TNC would want to strongly consider banning out the Cho also.
The Cho, I agree. If ever the Ruby's left open, that might just be an answer to a potential Jawhead pickup that could come from Light later on. But
Yeah, if they want to focus on pick-off. But there's still so many open. After Jawhead, there's Grok. After
that's right.
Jawhead, Grok, Ruby, Kufra, still have a big four. We can't completely turn off potential Lolita, but Lolita against Jushin is... I don't know, maybe...
No, what was that?
It's some It's Ang. Oh wait, my train of thought is gone. Bring it up.
All right.
You can go.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that photo.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the last ban here if it's going to be a pick-off kind of roamer, but they decide to take out the Harith, which was actually surprisingly still available for Kusei after all. So they really want the best possible scenario for Kozen at this point. I mean, the Roger's still available as well for RSG if they want to consider that. That's a very aggressive lineup that they could secure if ever. Or reveal Light's pick-off hero.
Ooh.
Or...
What if they steal to Rizla?
Yeah, I'm thinking if this might just be a Light... he really used the Edith ones.
Yeah, and it's almost always a Nibor Edith. With Nibor, Edith, and Zask, this could be pick-off.
Oh, yes. Okay, so they didn't ban the Cho.
That's why we said ban the Cho.
Now it's available.
This has to be a Grok for Eska. No other way to put it. You need something that matches the vision getting. Yep. So that's the Grok. Then the mid has to be a Vexana or a...
I'm looking at you.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. The mid laner's already there. Yeah, you're right. EXP for heads is tricky. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Terizla.
Yeah, Terizla's
Grok
still
Terizla.
available.
But then carry's open for Kusei. That's rough, buddy.
I can't decide on what I want for TNC Pro
That
Team
Arlot?
here. I think that was an Arlot pick-up.
Yeah, it's confirmed Grok. Oh,
It's
okay.
a Grok
alright.
Arlot. Okay. Wait, so... I mean, a lot of crowd control again in the hands of TNC Pro Team. But just the same, like the overall extended team fights. I might have to give it to RSG.
Yep. Even just those 4 picks. I hope it's a carry. Or what if they surprise us and just go Clint?
Oh, I'm fine with that.
It's probably a carry.
You need someone to dish out the damage. The late game, you need to tear down the presence of the Grok. So yeah, I would agree with the carry, not unless Nibor, or no, not Nibor. Nibor's the one showing on the screens here on site, but unless Kusei has something else in mind. Okay. They can definitely play around the map a lot more.
Yeah, and since they have the Zask with them anyway, the Dominator's descent in a 4-man team fight acts like a 5-man team fight. And so it's good. You can allow the Moskov to just split push. So, you know what? I'm going to go into this one. I appreciate the draft of RGPH a little bit more here. And remember, I did predict TNT Pro Team for this one. But I'm going to be looking out for that Jushin and how well it does against this lineup because the stats don't look good for for TNC Pro Team. Lineup rating is way too high compared to TNC.
We have to pull off a lot of conditions to make things work for this lineup, but we'll see. This is game number 3 between TNC and RSG Philippines. Let's head on over to our casters.
Here we go, just one more game left in this matchup.
Welcome
RSG,
to Mobile
TNC,
Legends.
will the Phoenix Army finally get their first match win in Season 14?
We're going to find out, but you know, if you saw the index rating there, we don't want to go completely off that because it didn't look good in terms of the score for the lineup that they brought for this game number 3. But we can't say this. If we break it down, we look at it, it's good. TNC, this time around, they went with the Jushin. I know you don't necessarily, you know, like the Jushin too much,
Not
but
anymore.
we saw how useful it was in game 2 for RSG. And this time, really what I'm wondering is, man, they have so much crowd control. Even the Arlot, a pick that we don't often see anymore. You have so many options for TNC. I just hope it's not too much. Like, you've got a Wild Charge, you got a Final Slash, you know, you got the whole Jushin kit, and you have a Julian. That's a whole lot.
I'm thinking RSG are willing to play around the fact that maybe it is not too much. It's not a lot. Because look, only Kusei's rocking the Purify.
That's confidence.
Aqua could have also rocked the Purify too, but instead, he says, I'm going to press buttons better. I'll just pick up the flicker.
I like to call that the athletic flicker.
Exactly.
Because that's what you're doing. I mean, you're trying to be a little bit, you know, quicker in response time, obviously, than what TNC is going to throw at you because they even have 2 Purifies themselves.
Yeah.
Look at this already.
Oh.
Kazin Hand sword's going to go
Punch
forward,
outs.
and now they jump back in. So possibly looking for something, but heads won't be able to do that either. So right now it's a push and pull in the early game.
Amazing. RSG respecting the potential for TNC to just completely collapse onto them even before the first turtle spawns. And TNC are making good time here. It's going to spawn in the lower quarter.
Look at
and
Light.
Light holding onto that pixel brush. And this is what's difficult. This is why Lancey picked it up. Look, see, Light's not going to get in a good position.
He's going to have a little bit of difficult time getting there. Aqua there, going to join the fight. Dominator's Ascent.
Oh.
Kaizen will get the turtle. We'll see if they actually still just kind of disengage from it. It looks like they'll make that call. Light doesn't have the level 4 yet, so not going to be able to kick anybody.
Joseph, you see that? Irad pressed the Retribution even before the turtle went down, and even before he secured the purple. So in that 5-second window, RSG was very fragile. Like, that was a dangerous pit to be in, but they got away with it. Nonetheless, they had to see, consider letting go of the turtle, indeed, which they did. TNT, let's go. This is a kick. Oh, our Light's still down. Light's not even level 4 yet.
Yeah, not level 4, so, I mean, he's going to have it very, very soon here. So once he does, that's when you're going to expect a lot of that. Whoa,
what?
Okay, whoa. Interesting flicker wild charge combo from Escalera.
You didn't think I was going to press it? You didn't think I was, Light? Come on. Oh, now he does, finally. And they're just playing with range here. This is not a good spot to find the kick from, given how many members of TNC are around, but it looks like Irad's ready to follow through.
Yeah, they know they're around, so they could put pressure here still on Kozin at least if they want to. Maybe get the Purify out, but they just call it off. Might be a little too risky, and at this point, it's more up to Light's decision. It's Light's game on where he wants to find those setups, those pickoffs. And great thing if they can get, even if it's just a burning the Purify, whether that's in the mid lane or whether that's on the gold laner, then that's great for them.
Yeah, if anything, it's RSU who's wondering what to do with their CC.
Yeah.
They want to be able to use it efficiently and go through the, barriers of TNC's failsafe. They want to be able to find that margin of error and see how much they can get away with. TNC now up by about 200, 300 gold. Turtle spawning in that same spot earlier. Down bottom. And it looks like XP-wise is where Kusei is down. So, luckily, he has the SOD. Luckily, he can still be part of this fight happening now.
It's always the plus side, but right now, Aqua has to flicker out. Dominator's Ascent as well to fire back. There's the kick that we were looking for from Light, and it's on Heads. Heads could be in trouble here as he's taken down. They drag the enhanced version now. Aqua gets on out of there. TNC loses a member, and probably just going to lose this objective as well.
That's a double dead Heads. He committed the flicker, still died, and they go ahead and concede that second turtle over. RSG up now by about 500, 600 gold. Quick rotation up top, looking for a punish. RSG not letting through anything.
Yeah, they don't want to let anything go, and right now they're just playing with momentum RSG's gotten themselves to. Even looking at this, Irad making moves across the map, picked up the Hunter Strike early on. That was his first item locked in. Corrosive Scythe here too for Kusei. And some of these first items too are going to be important for TNC. You now have the Clock of Destiny online. This is where you want to go, that build path for the Jushin. And it's going to take time for Kozin to build up this Claude here. We always know that you pretty much need that trinity of items locked in. And look at this once again. Head's going to be in trouble. Knocks in, gets kicked. They want to fight it out. Final Slash going to be used as well. He goes in with a vengeance. There's the knock up with a wild charge, and they find Nibor. Dominator's Descend again. He's going to try to drag him to the turret, but Aqua will just hop on over the wall.
He got sandwiched there between the actual wall and the Guardian's Barrier. Light in trouble here. He's going to get away with a Shunpo and will survive throughout all that, though. A push in mid, traded out for top lane.
RSG just does this all the time.
And bottom two, wow!
And bottom two, they're going to force these skirmishes in these fights, and they'll make a play just like they did. We saw them do this constantly in Game 2, and that's really those small steps that built into that victory. It's those minor decisions where they're finding these objectives on the map, and then it leads to, them having the advantage when it comes to those lore takes later on.
Kozin coming in with a blazing duet. Let's it go.
Damage check. That's what I always check.
So far, he's at 2 items, right?
Yeah.
So short of that Trinity. Gonna let it go. He is just slightly behind Kosei, about 500 damage. All right, talking about that approach by RSG that's proven them effective, a good victory in game 2. What's going on? What is this?
This is third turtle in this same pit, this side of the map.
It's a 5-man! Oh, well, same thing happened in game...
Same game 2, other side.
Remember, yeah, it was always there. But now, looking at where the trades are going, it looks like they're going for turtle for turret. But whoa. What is this sandwich play? Oh.
They're gonna they spot that. This has been happening the whole series. The feint from both teams, like they're just feinting each other. Like, oh, we're gonna initiate. No, we're not. We'll pull off.
If anything, TNC played that very well on the defense.
Yeah,
they were able to blitz out the turtle, go ahead and respond to the top lane quick enough to deny RSG a successful trade. Amazing work by the Phoenix Army. But now RSG are looking for a way to grow this lead, this dirty approach, this dirty boxing that they've been using to great effect since game 2 has slowly been answered by TNC, and there seems to be nothing for free right now. Looking at the gold lead here, where is the majority of the 1,000 gold on? Some of it you see on...
it's like mid lane, I would say there's, some in the mid, some in the XP is the biggest differences.
Yeah, so it's scrambled through the cores, but it's mainly on Nibor right now.
Yeah, and this is the hard part about it. Hold on. Conceal! There's the answer. The wild charge comes through as well. Popping the beacon down. Kosei is going to be the first to fall. And now Heads looking for more. Irad trying to join the fight. That's the kick on Heads as he's taken out. So far, the trade, but Escalera is going to be in trouble as well. 2 down for TNC, the 2-for-1 trade.
Joseph, if it wasn't for the 2-for-1, I would have said all in 100%. TNC won that. They started the fight by picking off Kusei, RSG's most reliable source of damage. Aqua, he has to go through 2 steps to be able to really just on the Dominator's descent. Elon has to choose his entry. But if you take down Kusei to start, that's a non-starter for RSG. So I could have sworn TNC was going to come out with a victory in that engagement. But wow, RSG with the fast reflexes.
It was a good attempt. It was. I feel like even so, it was the right attempt, because if it would have worked out, great. It didn't, but they're still in good contention for this Lord. They just got to approach the fight better this time around. And they're going to go for it again. Nibor jumps in. Lights looking for the pickoff as well. Jumps in with the Jinpo. Kosei doesn't land the Spear of Destruction. So Nibor taken out of the picture. And right now they flicker out defensively. Going to focus on Heads. He has to flicker out as well. Light still in the front of it all, and it's still going to be worked on. The Lord here for RSG. TNC tries to get positioning again, and it's a reset.
This is dangerous, given that both junglers committed their retribution in that what could have been a total wipeout of a team fight. Neither of them are willing to commit to that Lord take, even if Lord was sitting at, what, a third or fourth of its health?
Yeah.
They both had to reset.
They say at that point, you know, it's still scrappy, man. Like, just like we saw in the previous one, right now TNC, they're not too far behind. You have it coming pretty close here. DHS now picked up for Kosei, so he's got the Trinity before you see this from Kozin. So they start the Lord up half health here already.
There it is!
Spear Destruction's going to find the mark. They land in. Who's gets the Lord? It's Irad that secures the objective, and they collapse down on TNC, and they're in shambles as Kosei unleashes on Lancey and picks up the next kill. It's only Kozin left alive.
That's as clean as it gets. I could have sworn TNC was going to win that engagement, given how much deeper they were into the pit and how a lot of members of RSG were missing their battle spells, but just at the cusp it came out. Oh, best believe, Joseph, they're breaking in.
They're going to break in. Holy Shield in the mid lane popped. Lord still up, and RSG will call it off and back off, happy with just that turret. Man, Nibor on this Edith, time and time again, is able to pull amazing things off, whether it's him initiating or even Light. And sometimes it's just them responding to TNC.
Edith only.
Edith only.
Give Nibor Edith, and you don't even have to think. You just let him play. Let him do his thing. He's going to die a good chunk in the first 10 minutes of the game, but he's going to pull off things like that. Again, the fact that this hero does not need a flicker to be able to inflict crippling damage to the opponent's lineup, to their front line, allows for RG to get away with so much. Looking at the gold lead now, yeah, sure, the Trinity is built on to Kozin, but there's about 1,000 between him and Kusei. I think key to that whole engagement was also Kusei finally hitting the SOD.
Yeah. Finally hitting it. You saw that too. Aqua just picks up a Sky Piercer here for the Zask.
He means business.
He means business. And I would say, man, this is probably one of the cleaner games we've seen from Cho in general for Light, or just in general for the hero. Hasn't died yet, sitting on 8 assists here and just doing work off of what we've seen from Nibor.
Could have sworn Light died at least once. Wow.
He's moving and grooving, man, at this point.
Dylan Katipon doing work. All right. 6,000 head RSG, 12 minutes in. About a minute until an enhanced Lord spawns upper quarter. Joseph, let me tell you this. If TNC want to come back, you got to take it inside the base. They got to punish off of heads with an ultimate final slash, a major wild charge. But here's the thing, all right? Now that we're talking about, now it's coming out of my mouth, maybe there's a way that they actually do this inside a tight little corridor like this.
Little choke point.
A little choke point after a conceal, and then they start with a pickoff on. Again, this is a shot out of the dark, but if they can find Kusei again, like they did like about 5-6 minutes ago, maybe shut down Irad. Just a free pickoff. We'll start there. Give me a free pickoff, and then we can consider a comeback.
Get a pickoff, because remember in a situation too before this was flip-flopped. The script was flipped earlier back in game 1 even. So TNC, you know, down the 6,000 gold, they can make things happen here.
Okay, another silver lining for the Phoenix Army. Kozen just picked up his Wind of Nature. This is going to keep him safe from Irad, from Kusei, hell, even Light if the rest of RSG are preoccupied.
Yeah.
So if he can last just maybe 2 seconds longer, reposition, get a few basic attacks in, get that free pickup we're looking for, then maybe we're in business for TNC. Lord Shuffle already began. Nibor taking the pixel brush.
Oh.
TNC pushed back far in. Nibor spins the flicker.
Okay, he doesn't have the flicker. TNC knows this. I don't know if that'll be enough to give them the total upper hand, though.
Huge resource. Now Light playing with range. Irad taking the river brush in control. Lance pushing them back in.
Oh! Light jumps in with the way of the dragon. They find Kaizen. The perfect mark. Kozen as well. Everybody out of the picture that needed to be there. And Kosei unleashes again. And TNC will get dismantled. Led by Light on the fight.
In the blink of an eye, Light leads RSG into a wipeout, into a series win.
And RSG will clean up the base, clean up the series, and show some finesse at the end with it as they take it 2-1.
Always Rise turns into Rise and Slay. RSG in for the reverse sweep, denying TNC their first series win.
So close for TNC.
So close.
We got a same glimpse of it yesterday, man. But it just, unfortunately for them, they aren't able to pull through a series just yet. So still tuning the knobs. But I'm just worried that time might be of the essence here for TNC now that we're closing out week 5.
GG well played to the Phoenix Army. Moments of glory. Sheer genius all throughout each game played here in this series. But at the end of the day, the Raiders were just a little hungrier, just a little thirstier, just a little wittier when it mattered, which gave them the win. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to call this matchup for you, but we're about to throw it over to the stage. RSG Philippines, led by Light, is going to be speaking with Mara Aquino on stage for their post-match interview.
All right, everybody, say it with me. GG. GG RSG, congratulations. Light, alam mo napansin ko sa koponan nyo, always sa second half ng season, mas lumalakas kayo. What is it about RSG na pagdating ng second half, mas nabubuhay kayo? What's happening?
Maybe siguro kasi yun, since pabago-bago yung players namin kada season, ganun. So, wala kaming stable na nag-stay na players, ganun. Siguro, yun siguro yung challenges namin every season na mag-start ng MPL.
Did you guys increase the amount of practice that you guys had? Kasi ang lakas nyo today and there's something different about your performance today. So, how long do you guys practice? Was it increased from the first half to the second half?
Opo. Actually, nung may time na We started 10 a.m. and then nag-end kami ng 2 a.m. just reviewing lang and then brainstorming po about sa gagawin.
And that definitely worked kasi kitang-kita naman the improvement that you guys have had for the first game of the second half of the season. Which makes me curious actually. Coach Panda, how would you rate your team's performance today?
Trying to be 8, but overall 6 pa. I mean, right now, we need to improve talaga sa communication talaga. Because right now, the players, lalo kapag tense na, parang inisip nila yung mga sariling gusto nila kaysa communicate. So, that's the biggest challenge that we're going to be fixing from now on.
And we'll see the improvement on your next series. And now it's time to announce our MVP. Can we hear some names? Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP is Aqua! Aqua! Aqua, ang daming Raiders ngayon. What do you want to tell them? At actually, yung community leader, ikaw yung favorite. Nasabi nga, na ang dami nagsasabi nito, ikaw yung unsung hero that needs more highlight. Anong masasabi mo sa lahat ng mga humahanga sa'yo at sa RSG Philippines?
Thank you lang po sa palaging sumusuporta sa RSG. Patuloy namin gagalingan para sa pagsuporta nyo.
And you know, we also have a great supporter today. We have Lucky Fan that will win 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations. Come on up. Hello. Eto na ang ating Lucky Fan. What's your name?
Clarence po.
Claren. Sino sa RSG yung favorite mo, Claren?
Si Aqua po.
Oh, Aqua! Aqua sabi ko sa'yo. Bakit si Aqua?
Ang lakas po niya mag-mage. Idol na idol po siya mag-sushin.
May gusto ka ba sabihin sa kanya?
Napakagaling niya. Sana mag-champion sila.
Napakagaling at sana mag-champion. Do you have something to say to our Lucky Fan, Aqua?
Thank you sa'yo.
Thank you sa'yo.
Thank you sa suporta, boss.
Thank you sa'yo. Thank you sa suporta. You now get to take a bow with your favorite team. RSG Philippines, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to RSG Philippines. Ayon nga kay Coach Panda, he wants to give it an 8. But it'll be a 6 kasi may konting kulang nga daw sa kanilang communication. Regardless, they took today's win and we're gonna see our experts what they have to say about that match. Panel, pasok.
And now we see RSG, more RSG than ever.
Oh yeah.
Definitely getting their groove slowly in the second half of the season and securing the win up against TNC, who we all thought would actually probably get the series, but they really also did put up a great fight.
TNC Pro Team had a choice. Is it the Kajo or the Cho? Pickoff is what we were talking about for Light. We said the Cho would be coming in at 4th. It came at 4th, and it was unstoppable. 0, 0, and 11. All assists. That is as roamer as you can get with that performance, and he even got that crucial knock-up. 2 of them, actually. Before the last Lord fight, in the first Lord fight, he was able to knock up Kazan just in time so that he wouldn't be able to Retribution. In the winning sequence, he was the one who started it all off to make sure Kazan would be the first kill that RSGPH would get. Get information as the Cho by constantly going into the opposing jungle and move around through the bushes quickly so that you could get the kick angle to get that great pick off. Paired up with Aqua, who was the series MVP, it was old school Light and Aqua in the mid.
Yep, this really felt like signature Light in action, always setting up the pacing, looking for the right targets, and he was very reliable in doing that, always taking the most crucial pickoffs whenever necessary, because it was all right for RSG to battle it out with the remaining members so long as they knew the member who held the most bearing in that particular situation was immediately taken out, or at least was forced to use his or her battle spells or a lot of his survivability kits. And another thing I'd like to probably note in this post-game statistics screen we're seeing is how Light or Aqua also opted to go for the Sky Piercer. So it was an interesting pickup, knowing that it was always seemingly Aqua with the last entry or the clutch timing and placements of the spawns, which were mostly the ones who finished off a lot of the members, a lot of the TNC members who were running away. So they were just really completely prepared to just keep going and end the team fights. And they weren't like the type of team to just go for the engage or start things up, but to briefly disengage and just re-engage a bit. They were really just the type to go for it and just keep staying and keep going for the fights until they get the clear win.
Yeah, they knew in terms of their damage profiles that they will have one over TNC Pro team. A lot of the early to mid-game bridge that you have is really just the Julian. And if heads can really pop off and showcase a great performance. Unfortunately for TNC Pro team, I feel like we got to see a little bit of the early season sicknesses that they had, which is just hesitation. In the last two Lord fights, I felt like they could have pulled the trigger faster in terms of already beginning the team fight. But I feel like there was a little bit of an overthink there because they're up against a Moskov now. There's an X factor that you have to watch out for and think about conserving skills for because you're fighting against 4. And they have to spend so much just to, number one, take down the Dominator's Descent, take down the Edith, survive through the initial kick and pick off of the Cho. That is just, it's going to be easy for Kosei here. It's also unfortunate when we saw the items earlier that TNC had to really wait until they could build their magic resistance or magic defense items. First item was Thunderbelt for heads. He had to build the Black Ice Shield before he goes into the full-on Dominance Ice. He only had the robe for magic defense and the boots, same as the Grok as well. So it was easy pickings for the Zask, for the Edith as well. And even though there's a little bit of physical defense on the side of TNC, it wasn't enough for the, well, the burstiness of RSG. Again, they just didn't have enough bridge into the mid to the late game. They really controlled the early to mid.
Yeah, there were some particular highlights from heads, particularly when he was almost about to survive a lot of the potential ganks. But we can't take away the fact that it was really RSG Philippines who was able to control the tempo and the pacing and sustain the advantage that they had a lot more better as compared to TNC. So it probably goes hand in hand with the idea that extended team fights would definitely favor RSG in this kind of setup. And now we have with us at the Infinix Game Tambayan, Coach Panda, who just gave that 6 out of 10 rating. Was that right? Did you hear that right? All right, so that was a 6 out of 10 rating he gave RSG after that. But I'd like to ask you this question first. So, were you able to see TNC's performance yesterday up against Falcons APBren? What could you say about that game?
I was actually very shocked by the amazing performance of TNC yesterday because they really gave a hard time against Bren, which is like literally almost the top, and like literally top 1 team in the world, right? So when I really saw the game, I saw that grabe. They're so strong in the early game, and the only way that can win them is that wait for them to make a mistake in the mid-late game. But our win condition was let's win the win game or early game also. So it was really about who wins the early game match. So I was quite nervous today.
So that's how you saw it. So for me, like, were any of the players nervous? And during times like these where the team is struggling with how long you guys have been together, can you give me maybe like 2 players who are most vocal in terms of yo guys, calm down, as like the kuyas of the group?
I guess it's going to be Aqua and Light, my 2 veteran players. So right now we have Nibor and Irad, who are my new adjustment players right now, and especially Nibor, he's a baby, right? So when he is a baby, and he also feels like he's a baby, but at the same time, if you're playing in MPL, 5 men needs to be adults, all in the same level of maturity and then communication, energy, voice, so that everyone is aligned. So that is the part that we're trying to adjust in a way that the whole team has a synchronization of harmony and communication.
So prior to this match, you admitted that you were a little nervous.
I was nervous, especially against my Wolf, my idol.
Someone clip that and send it to Wolf.
But then it seemed like in terms of the draft, you were also really prepared to face Coach Wolf head on, and you actually got a lot of, assuming for us, your priority picks and your signature picks. So we really felt that RSG was slowly reeling back into your signature playstyle. Would you say that this might be the kind of RSG we might be seeing for the second half or the remaining second half of the
I hope so. I'm really ready to give all amazing heroes and draft that I want to show to everyone, like the Franco of Light, and then Irad like Fanny or Joy, whatever hero, everything is ready. Just that we need to fix the improvements, things that we need to do first, like, especially in communication.
Okay. So has that always been like the problem? Even like, did you even like heading into the season, you were already foreseeing that there might be a problem in the communication?
Yeah, I did feel. But the thing about being a coach, when you handle a new team, what's so hard is that there are so many chapters that you need to finish. For example, you have a very big encyclopedia, how to play a good ML and win champion. And there's like step 1, 2, 3, chapter 1, 2, 3. So what you need to, so when I'm doing everything, of course, the communication is the part that sometimes I miss. So the communication problem came out at a later moment. But that's why it was also a good learning lesson for us that we lost last week. And then that's when we started how to really master the communication, but step by step. Again, regular season is a preparation for the playoffs. So as much as possible, I will do my best so that we can be perfect before the playoffs.
Yes. And alongside Coach Panda, I feel like Aqua and Light are now becoming very reliable in guiding their new team as the probably leaders of the communication that happens in game. But thank you so much, Coach Panda, for all of that wonderful
insight. Thank you for having me today.
Yes, good luck to all your succeeding matches after that great showing we've seen from RSG. It's Brigida and Renoir together here at the Infinix Game Tambayan. But for now, we'll throw this into a short break.
Hey guys.
Fun facts, mid-season special. So for this episode, I'm just gonna be using random copyright-free stock footage of cute animals and B-roll of myself editing this video in cinematic angles over voiceover. Let's start things off with the bulletproof leaderboard. At the mid-season point, King Kong leads with 9 bulletproof games. Kelro and Super Marco are tied with 8, and Benny Cutie and Doming are tied with 7. By the way, important thing to note, Super Marco actually leads the league in least deaths per game. Now let's look at the Maniacs. Demon Kite has 2 recorded Maniacs so far in Season 14, while Kelro and Super Marco has 1. And hey Demon Kite fans, he's also the multi-kill leader for Season 14 so far with 2 Maniacs, 5 triple kills, and 10 double kills. There have been 65 games so far with an average game time of 16 minutes and 21 seconds. The longest and shortest games of the season were both won by Falcons APBren. So there's actually also this really cool fact where 66% of the teams that got the first blood in a game and 63% of the teams that got the first turtle eventually won the game. That's pretty cool. Hey RG boys and girls, let's look at the most picked hero per role. In the jungle we have Nolan. In the gold lane, Moskov. For the roam, Jawhead. EXP lane is dominated by Edith, and in the mid lane we have Aurora and Valentina. go read the numbers. I'm not saying all that again. Let's look at the highest win rate heroes among heroes that were picked 15 times or more. Tigreal, Edith, and Roger. Read the numbers again. You can do it. I believe in you. So here's another cool thing that I want to share. It's the win rate of the most used hero pairings in Season 14. So that's all of that there on your screen. Look at Roger and Zask. 11 times picked, 82%. Look at those two little overachievers. And then there are the others. Yeah, I'll just move on to the next one now so that I can finish this video. The number one most first pick hero in the league is Roger with 13 picks. But the 4 most picked heroes and the first 2 picks on the red side, that's these 2 right there. Yeah, that's it on that slot. It's Edith, Harith, Zask, and Roger. So let's look back at stats that focus on the players. We have King Kong getting the most turtle kills so far with 40, and Kyle TZ has the most Lord kills so far with 20. And so far in Season 14, Kyle TZ and Benny QT are tied with the most game MVPs with 5. Hey, thanks for watching. See you on the next one.
Coming up in MPL Philippines Season 14 Week 4, the star match of the week. Witness a potential banger as FCAP and FNOP face off in a fully fierce fist fight for first place. Will the Super Fam keep their momentum alive, or will our world champion Titans break the streak? I mean, that's, if they beat their prior matches between TNC and Chief respectively. Will Kelra, the gold standard, be able to withstand a literally bulletproof Marco with a Lolita Hanabi combo? What are we calling that, by the way? Lolabi? Lanabi? Hanalita? Look at the moves, look at the shields. Damn that CCMU. Feast your eyes on the star match of week number 4. FNOP versus FCAP. Live in Green Sun, Makati City. It's not that sunny. I know it's been raining like hell. Which effer are you? Who the F will win? We'll see you then. Stay safe, stay dry.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arm. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great, great.
Lakas ng Pinas, malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
I believe it's about to be a good night. We're witnessing Aurora MLBB face off against Falcons APBren in Week 5's closer. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 14. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu, and you just witnessed the mic check between our last bout. TNC Pro Team versus RSGPH.
It was a good series, great series, but RSG gets the reverse sweep. I think a lot of people wanted to set their eyes on TNC if they were able to get their first win of the season. Unfortunately, they're still looking, because even after yesterday, they went 3 games, but they can't get the series win.
For our non-Filipino speakers that are watching, our fans from all over the world, it's apparent in the mic check that RSG are working on their target acquisition. They were calling out names over and over again, KZen, you know, like finding these specific members of TNC. And I think that's what led to them getting a win, bumping up in points, but not necessarily going through the standings.
Yeah.
It's still Fnatic Onic on top, locking in their playoff spot. Falcons APBren following up in action tonight against Aurora MLBB, who is down in the standings courtesy of Smart Omega. And then, you know, down bottom, it's Blacks International and TNC Pro Team, which leaves our defending champions smack dab in the middle.
Smack dab in the middle, and really when you look at the middle, then upward there, with the remaining weeks of the regular season, like anything can still happen for these teams. Obviously, between Falcons, APBren tonight, and Aurora, it would obviously be very good in favor of locking in the playoff spot here if FCAP wins this. But I think even if Aurora is able to go ahead and get the series win themselves, it puts them in a good position to lock in their slot maybe next week even, I would say. Or at least week 7 up to that point.
Either way, positioning-wise, I don't think either team is in a rush to lock in the playoffs. It's more of a perfection of their process, and that's what we're going to be witnessing here tonight. Real quick, I got a question for all of y'all watching. You feeling bored with the usual ranked matches you're playing? Spice things up with Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 6.
It is time to step up your game and face off against the best. You can sign up now for all the qualifiers. They're happening on, just head on over to esl.gg/SPS MLBB to get in on the action for Season 6.
Tonight, in action is the recently crowned champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series, Falcons APBren. They won that season championship in Quill City Mall in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Hey, who knows? It might be you who's up next. We'll throw it over to Renmar and Brigida to break down this bout over at the Infinix Game Tambayan.
This is the Infinix Game Tambayan, kung saan kami pa rin ang inyong mga kasama, Hans Galleria, Midnight, Athena, Renmar, and Brigida, live at the English panel, and of course, our special guest, the one and only gold laner. Ikaw naman nag-iisa, hindi pa ako sure eh. Pero the gold laner of the MDL team of Aurora, the Aurora Hunters. Everyone, please give a warm round of applause to Malik El Nino, aka Malik for short. Malik, man, it's so... Are you feeling the same? Kamusta ang takbo? Kamusta ang buhay-buhay? Hindi ko na alam kung saan lalagay. Pero how is it being part of, you know, professional scene again?
For me, sobrang sarap na makabalik sa Pinas. Kasi gusto ko na rin po lumaro ulit sa Pinas. Makapag-MPL ulit. Ayun po yung talaga yung goal ko ngayon.
Alright, we see it.
Ang una kong tanong, may ganun no? Bakit Malik El Nino?
Bakit naging El Nino na bigla?
Ano po kasi, yung Malik parang feeling ko malas siya noon eh. Parang malas.
Ah.
Tapos ano po, yung Nino, kasi yung sa Indo, kilala niyo po si Nino. Parang dinagdagan ko lang po ng El Nino para malik El Nino na.
Oo. Kasi si Nino yata... Renmar, Brig, it's right? Galing alter ego si Nino, tapos gold laner siya nun, tapos doon yata na pick up, right? But I assume you have questions in mind.
Oh, kami naman dito. Malik, naririnig mo ba kami? Hello?
Oh, rinig ka ni Malik, rinig ka ni Malik.
Kanina, in-ask na ni Sona, like, how's the experience being back in competitive? Pero ito, let's be a little bit more specific. Kumusta naman ang experience mo sa MDL mismo, kasama ang Aurora Hunters?
Alright, now for the English broadcast, how does it feel? How is the MDL experience like being with the Aurora Hunters? Go ahead.
Para sa akin po, sobrang saya po sa Aurora MDL. Kasi po yung mga teammates ko, sobrang comfortable namin sa isa't isa. Sobrang strong yung bonding namin, yung chemistry namin. Dagdag na rin po sa MPL, sobrang ano po, nakakahanga tingnan sila.
Alright, I like it. I like the bonding. Brig, I assume that Malik has answered your question. Renmar, you over there? You might have a question in mind, yeah?
I'm good. Yeah, I just want to ask Malik here. So, we know you're the gold lane, and with the matchup that we have between Doming and Super Marco, so how hard is it to complete a game as a gold laner without dying once? Because we know for the gold lane, one of your main jobs is just don't get killed by the opponents. So how hard is that?
For me po, yung tanong po na gaano kahirap yung makapatay ka sa isang laro. Yung gold laner po kasi ano po, kailangan po mabilis ka magaling ka po bumasa ng mapa. Tapos kailangan yung instinct mo sa pag-farm sobrang lakas po. Kasi po mid-game to late game, ikaw po yung magbubuhat ng laro.
Alright, fixing the thought on Doming and Super Marco here, nakalagay, Malik, yung ilan sa mga ganap na meron tayo, wins with 0 deaths. Tight, very tight yung competition dyan kasi 9 games na panalo na walang patay itong si Super Marco. Meanwhile, 8 yung kay Doming. What is it about these two players na parang they're a notch above the rest in terms of kung paano nila nilalaro yung game?
For me po si Domeng tsaka si Marco po, same lang po ng laro. It's about team composition po, kung paano nila lalaruin yung hero nila, tapos yung about saan sila mag-i-scale. Tama po.
Tama naman din. And nakarelay din to sa rumor, katulad kanina sa dance battle, ang tinulak mo papunta sa akin si Yuki. Kaya pala, nasa composition din ng team kung paano ka gagalaw and to be bulletproof na nga lang din. And na-relate ka dito, di ba, sa gold laner.
Yeah, I mean, it does make a lot of sense, especially with how the team composition is like. Kasi yun yung posible nating makita with Falcons APBren versus Aurora, especially with their match recap na nakita natin from before. At meron nga social media na ganap Brig, Renmar, I don't know if you're hearing this, pero if you guys don't mind, do you mind translating this or do you want to read it verbatim kung tutusin?
Yeah, sure, I think we're willing to translate it. I'll take the part of Ren and Jay.
Okay.
Ogwin, you're not gonna get one over me.
Okay, I'm shaking.
He said
Okay, mate. There's another one. He said, let's see if you'll get one.
Yeah. I think, okay, this is difficult to directly translate. So
Kaya niyan, guys.
this is a
Kaya
loose
niyan.
translation.
Yeah.
This last one's a loose translation. I'm scared, but you're also cute.
Alright, I guess that's a very good translation. You've heard it. Pero para sa ating Filipino broadcast, mukhang obvious na kung ano ang nakikita natin dito. I feel like this is a newfound, somewhat of a rivalry. Pero for you, Malik, ano ba sa tingin mo ang strength ng Falcons APBren at ng Aurora?
Umpisan ko po sa Aurora. Feeling ko yung strength ng Aurora kay Rene J po. Sobrang pogi po kasi at saka multi-talent.
Okay, linawin ko lang, inuna niya yung sobrang pogi.
Pogi.
Okay.
Alright. Pero is there anything with the game? You know what? Let's skip it. Falcons APBren.
Sa Falcon po, si Flap po, tsaka si Pandora.
Ano meron sa kanilang dalawa?
Bakit naman?
Pareho po silang explainer, pero solid yung chemistry nila. Tapos, ang galing din po nila sumayaw sa TikTok po.
Katulad kanina, di ba?
Kailangan may audience impact lagi. I mean, Renmar, Brigida, I'm sure that, there's a lot of questions that you have in mind, but I'm gonna leave you with, a couple more to ask Malik if you have any. Do you have any?
For me, I guess this is a little, I feel like an obvious question, but then honestly, in all honesty, Malik, how prepared do you think are both of these teams as they go head-to-head against one another? Who do you think is getting the series?
Ay.
Medyo
Hirap nun,
diniretso ka ni Brigida doon.
Pre-game analysis yan.
Okay. Eto na. Sige, Malik.
Ano po? 2-1 po, Aurora.
So Malik is going for 2-1 Aurora. He thinks that it's gonna go all 3 games, and I feel like, hindi malabo na mangyari yun. Renmar, and especially with how the teams are performing, right? Aurora and Falcons APBren, somewhat in the top half of our standings. What do you think is kasi na-mention ni Malik yung strengths ng social media presence ng dalawang teams. Pero for you, Renmar, what do you think is like the strength if 1 point can be added of both of the teams, Aurora and Falcons APBren?
In terms of the strength, for both of them?
Yeah, maybe, because Malik's right there, and he did mention that, Renjay, Flapteasy, and Pandora are right there too.
For specific names, I don't know. I think really we just have to look at the gold laners. We mentioned that we were discussing the gold laners earlier. Super Marco and Domeng, they're just so dependable for both of these two teams. I think we're going to be looking at which one of them is going to make the first move. I mean, we know both of them are bulletproof. They have high amount of games where they didn't die, but we're also going to have to look at which one of them decides to pull the trigger, make the play first instead of just playing passive and just farming. Who's going to make the first play? Can I ask Malik real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Malik, do you have, your prediction is Aurora, right? But who do you think will be the MVP or yung standout player of the match para sa'yo?
Rene J po.
Gusto niya talaga si Rene J.
Alright, I guess we'll leave it at that. Kasi kung si Rene J ang boto ni Malik, sigurado ako na may boto din ang ating mga Auroras na nanonood sa kanilang watch party sa KMC Armstrong Cafe here in Makati City for Aurora's match against Falcons APBren. So guys, hello sa inyo and major shoutouts to you, right?
Yep.
Beautiful.
I agree. And syempre, wag natin palalagpasin yung isa sa mga teams na naglalaban ngayon, meron din tayong kaabang-abang na skins para sa kanila. So commemorating APBren's victorious M5 journey, the first ever FM Finals MVP skin, Fist of Glory Paquito, will be online soon. So unlock the APBren Champion souvenir card to obtain Brody APBren and the APBren Battle Emote, Elimination, Spawn, Recall, Effect, lahat-lahat, and more. Now available in-game, come and experience them in Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
There we finally have it. Brigida, Renmar, it's so nice to have you guys here, but I think we need to go like Vin Diesel and Paul Walker and go our separate ways. So like, I'll go the other side. Bye, Renmar. Bye, Bri.
Okay.
Bye-bye. See you in a bit, man. I don't know when we're gonna do it. I don't know how long we're gonna do it.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, so we're back. I think we're back.
We're back, yeah. We're back.
Are we? Okay, so...
Yeah. I think we can do like a quick wrap-up of a few things that Malik said.
Yep.
He thinks Renjay is going to be the stand-up player of the match. Prediction is Aurora 2-1. He did mention how he agreed that it is incredibly difficult to just not get taken down as a gold laner. You're managing farming, you're managing getting kills, you're managing being the main damage, and the fact that Domeng and Super Marco can survive so many times and get so many game wins without getting taken out impressed him a lot.
Yep. Also take into consideration how vital it is for the roamers to work hand in hand with these gold laners, but it's also time for our viewers to show their support. So MPL fans, who do you think will win this match? Is it Aurora MLBB or is it Falcons APBren? It's time to vote now via the online poll that you can see right there. And of course, we're also supposed to answer this question, Renmar. So for you, who is going to be winning this series?
Well, since everyone knows that I am a Falcons APBren fanboy, I may or may not have a tattoo of their team logo somewhere in my body. I definitely do not. So yeah, Falcons APBren is my prediction. Plus I gotta get one back after after being the only caster who predicted that Fnatic Onyx Philippines would win against Falcons APBren. So I feel like I gotta get a little bit of my Falcons APBren street cred back.
Yeah, and they're walking right behind us.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what about you, Brigida? Who is your prediction for this match?
Oh, I must say, I'm also voting Falcons APBren for this match.
You just copied my answer.
Well, yes, but at the same time, that's my answer though. So.
All right, I believe you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Renmar, for that question and answer portion that we've seen. And we've also seen the players just walk right behind us. They're slowly getting ready, but these are the recalls, by the way. There are a lot of MPLPH team recalls coming your way soon, so also watch out for that. Aside from the M5 World Championship skins, Finals MVP skins, there are a lot of skins that you should watch out for, but for now, let's watch out for this upcoming match. So it's Falcons APBren versus Aurora MLBB. Let's get to know the teams and the players.
Final showdown of the day features our highlight match. Falcons APBren versus RORA, our marshals, Wilbert, Joshua, Pat, and JJ. The lights may flicker, but they will never fade. The bright lights will shine brighter than ever when they need it the most. Here's Aurora! They are the defending M-Series champion for a reason, and they're just counting the wins until they get to the playoffs. Welcome the reigning champions of the world, Falcons APBren! Show some love for our coaches. For Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. And on stage for Falcons APBren, Coach Trevor.
It's time for the face-off. Domeng, Renegade, step forward. Super Marco, Ogwin, step forward. Step closer together. Renegade. Domeng, paano ka babawi kay Super Marco and the Bees? Ano ang palag mo?
Good luck. Bigyan natin ng magandang laban yung fans.
Super Marco, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang katapat mo? Ano ang palag mo?
Ginawa na ng skin yung besiro ko.
Renegade, ano ang palag mo?
Tignan na lang natin mamaya sa laro.
Ogwin, palag!
Tandaan mo, since Season 12 playoffs, di ka pa nakakaisa.
Palag kung palag! Fist bump! It's the Battle of the Bulletproof Part 2, featuring the Hitman and Master Ogwin. Who will land the first strike? Panel, pasok!
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I think we've been hearing same responses, but when Ogwen spoke,
Yeah, well, we'll translate it for y'all once Falcons APBren comes on screen, but this is the lineup for Aurora. Demon Kite popped off last time, even though they took the L against Omega. I mean, the Belric did show up. So yeah, Renegade, Yue, they have their work cut out for them up against Ogwen and Few, up against the Falcons APBren that did admit that they have been a little bit too error-filled compared to the liking of Coach Ducky. So here's they are. Super Marco said, don't forget, they made my favorite hero as a skin. And Ogwen said, don't forget, since Season 12 playoffs, you haven't beaten me just yet. Well, Aurora took the more, dare we say, conservative approach.
Yeah.
They were a little bit calmer, while Falcons APBren decided to take the spicy route. What that may mean in terms of the mentality of each team and how they're going to approach this game, I don't know. I'm just a guy on the couch talking about MLBB.
Well, that makes me all the more interested to see how this very conservative response given to us by Aurora will translate when it comes to the game. Since they said, let's leave it for later. Let's see what we're just about to show Falcons APBren later on. And we're looking right now at the head-to-head, which I feel is leaning towards the side of Falcons APBren for the most part, especially in terms of the early game at the Turtle percentage or control ratio. But this is another important thing that we have to take note. The keys to victory for Aurora. Get back at Ogwen by making sure Doming is bulletproof. And it's a very similar keys to victory for Falcons APBren. Dominate Renegade by making sure that Super Marco is bulletproof.
So for both, since you're the roamers, since you're the highlights, be more creative with your rotations, initiations, and counter initiations. Just be creative overall in terms of how you move around the map. You gotta make sure that your move isn't projected by your opponent. Come from surprising angles. Force some crucial plays. But I'm gonna add a little bit more caveat to Falcons APBren that Coach Ducky himself did admit, and the other players of Falcons APBren did admit, they gotta be a little bit more cautious. They cannot overextend. I still believe Aurora are one of the best counter-initiation teams in the league.
I like how you pointed that out. Recently, it's been very noticeable that Renegade's been shining on heroes with beautiful potential in terms of counter setting up the opponents. Whenever you get a failed initiation, they can always capitalize on that. That's something we've been observing consistently from Renegade in the previous matches that he's been playing here in the regular season. And so I feel that it also leads to one of the biggest differences we're seeing in terms of statistics between these two roamers. We're seeing a lot more sustain or average heal come into play when it's Ogwen. Even when he picks up the Minotaur, the Lolita, it's still the principle that runs in terms of the gameplay here for Falcons APBren. But then for Aurora MLBB, yes, there were times we've seen Renegade on the Diggy, on the Angela, but overall it doesn't translate to the kind of approach that they want to play. It does kind of seem like it's still how we observed them to be even back when they were still in Blacklist, but there are literally changes. There are more aggressive plays coming in here from Aurora, and Falcons APBren, they really have to adjust that mid to late game decision making in terms of not being too, I think it was introduced previously here in the panel, maasim against their opponents.
Can't overextend. So with Aurora deciding to pick blue side for game number 1, if we look at the tendencies for Aurora, majority of the time, it does fall into Demon Kite and Doming's hands, their first pick. So one of their major first pickables, if I'm not mistaken, would be the Roger, the Harris, along the lines of that. However, between Demon Kite and Caldees, you really have to watch out for which assassins will be available on the table and the matchup for that in terms of which roamer is paired with it. You can list out all the assassins and they'll be readily available for Falcons APBren and Aurora. Not Saber. I mean the meta assassins, you know, because someone might be saying, oh, is Saber coming out? No.
Why did Saber suddenly pop out?
I got whooped by a Saber and I'm salty.
Yep, and now we won't be mentioning the chip anymore. He's staying there for who knows how long. But then, interestingly, up to this point, the Ling, the Roger, and the Yep, those are still open. I'd say Aurora MLBB, they're also known to be a team who often picks up the Zas whenever it's available, but I'm not entirely sure if they'd want to prioritize that at this point.
Jushin is open alongside the Zask. So a lot of power picks up because Falcons APBren went for a curveball. They decided to focus on a UA hero to ban with the Vixana, and they're not giving Edward his Edith. Phovius is still open though, so Aurora's overloaded with choices. They will go Roger. Falcons APBren, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go Phovius here, considering that they themselves banned out the Edith.
Oh, how difficult would it be to pick up the Zushin Phobias here for Falcons APBren? Few has shown us spectacular gameplay using the Zushin, but then it seems like they get the Masilda instead here for Master Ogwen. I mean, these two picks, looking at them, they can just keep invading and starting the team fights whenever they want to, based on just the first two picks shown to us here by Falcons APBren. But this time, Aurora, will Yue possibly consider picking the Zushin, or will they still stick with the Zask or another mid laner to go up against whichever few might be opting to go for later on?
Yeah. Maybe the Valentina might be a choice. However, we don't see enough pieces for the Valentina to really be considered. Are they really just going to be chasing power picks here? Because Harith is still... Oh, excuse me, they banned out the Harith. The Jushin, yes. Yeah, there's a swerve. Arlott, I really am strongly against picking Arlott into Phovius. Not to say that this is already the writing set in stone, but literally every use of the Vengeance that the Arlott will have resets so much of the passive, the demonic force of the Phovius, meaning that he gets his enhanced knockback basic attack quicker and his cooldowns come back quicker every time a hero dashes around him. And up against Arlott and Roger, this Phovius will look happy. If ever Aurora really decided to play into this, that means their last two picks might be something that will answer this Phovius really well.
I'm also looking at how potentially they may respond or penetrate the backlines here for Falcons APBren, but I'm not entirely sure if you could categorize the Moskov as a marksman who could just be positioned on the backlines, because at times it even goes for the engage itself, and that is going to be the marksman for Super Marco this time. So this might be a Roger Moskov matchup, not unless Aurora MLBB still decides to flex the Roger and opt for a different marksman here later on for Doming.
Falcons APBren might want to consider taking out... oh wait, they can... Will they consider picking up the Ling themselves?
Oh, it's still open,
yeah. Ling is still open, Julian is still open, both picks for each other. Because I'm just thinking, if I'm Aurora, I would want to pick up a hero that can handle the side lane push of the Moskov really well. And I think Aurora would really want to consider banning out the Zask. Shout out to the Queen and Oma Venus. And of course, and Wise. And of course, Toriyama.
He's so proud of the Belleric.
He got his Belleric yesterday. I know how he feels. That's my Belleric too. That's our Belleric.
Yeah, they experienced it firsthand yesterday.
By the way, Aurora bans Zask. That's it.
All right, so we won't be seeing that anymore here for Falcons APBren. I wonder what kind of a response. Oh, that's Aurora Hunters also, by the way. They're watching their MPL team right now. Very supportive of them. So if this is indeed the is it indeed the Zask banned out here, or
we'll see.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Or will it be something else?
Because the Zask rounds out the draft in terms of fighting as 4 for Falcons APBren. Super Marco, again, classic Moskov play, is just going to be splitting the map. Unless they don't do that and they pick up the Ling themselves, then have the Ling split the map and have the Moskov join in instead. So your 4-1 split becomes Ling as the 1 and then Moskov as part of the 4 instead of the usual Moskov as the 1 and then Ling in the 4.
Yeah, I think that's tricky to fight against if you were Aurora MLBB right now, who I think are very much focused on the team fights. They have an XP laner who shines when it comes to that, and they also have a mid laner who works best when it's paired up with other heroes who decide to engage and go all in terms of the team fight. So will Falcons APBren decide to pick up the Ling since we've been mentioning all that? Or will they opt for something else since we're lacking their mid laner as well? I'm not entirely sure if they want to open the...
I think Hayabusa instead. All right. Aurora can go pick off. They can go high invade pick off. High invade first, which is the Grok or the Cho. High invade pick off, which is the Cho.
Yep.
Or they could even consider the Jawhead in
Yeah,
here.
the Jawhead.
Maybe not the Cho anymore because there's a lot of dashes and the Phoveus will be very happy. So maybe the Grok if it's for Renegade. You just need something that can help read the rotation of the Hayabusa and invade in the jungle. Because up against a Matilda and you don't see the mid lane. Wait a minute, what if this is a mid lane Matilda? And we don't see the roam yet of Ogwen.
Wait, there's a Grok also, if ever. But oh wait, they still go for the Cho. So they still decide to go for the Cho, and they secure a late game hero. Now, whether or not this is going to be a Matilda mid lane is up to the last pick of Falcons. APBren, will few be showing that possibility to us? Because if I were to think about the other potential roamers here that Ogwen might be showing, there's still the Lolita even?
Banned.
Oh,
by
Lolita
FCAP.
is banned. Okay. So now, the Grok or... There was a Gatot Kacha game previously, but I don't think...
Got out roam for them.
Yeah.
I think they're considering whether they're going to go Kufra, maybe Grok, I like. If it's mid lane Matilda, maybe it's a Terizla roam or even a Terizla mid. I don't know anymore.
Oh, so it's a roam Matilda after all.
Oh, okay. They
Wait,
decide Yeah.
this looks like TNC or something.
Yeah, so TNCS draft, they go for the double sustain, fast rotations, but I think the Faramis and the Matilda are both going to be packing Purifies though. Unless the Matilda goes Revitalize, that does happen from time to time. Well, that makes the Cho pick a little bit happier, even though he's giving a lot of cooldown reductions and passive resets to the Phoveus. They do need the pick-off roamer here looks even better as a choice for RORA, but in terms of the overall lineup rating, it seems like Falcons APBren is eking them out. The late game potential looks good for FCAP.
Yep, I think they can take things step by step here, be extra careful. Still, they have the upper hand in terms of engaging and starting and picking off the heroes. But we'll leave it for later. Let's head it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Renmar and Brigida. Welcome to Game 1 between Aurora MLBB and Falcons APBren. Leo and Naisu bringing you the action.
Here we go.
Just as impressive as the final product was, there's so much underneath the hood between what Aurora ended up with and what Falcons APBren are going with. Because yes, sure, it's very TNC-esque, it's very team fight centric, but looking at the kits that they're carrying, they're capable of so much. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa!
Whoa, phew. Oh, okay, he's going to be fine. Oh, no. Ogwen going to get pulled back there. He might actually go for this.
Whoa!
Luckily, Renegade was there too. But, yeah, good thing Few had to Purify as well. Oh, Renegade goes in, gets the kill, but I don't know. Was it worth it? It looked cool, but also the kill went over to Kyle Teasy.
See, what was I just saying? The breadth of possible outcomes of what these two drafts are capable of, even in the first minute alone. And that's in a very isolated situation of a 2v2, a 2v3. What more a big 5v5 when all of these heroes get their full kits and these two teams, pit their wits against each other in this contest.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about it because when you look at the lineups that they have, you look at what just happened, you know that even Renegade with a hero that traditionally you wait till level 4 to do something like that, to at least get a pick off, but he's the hitman for a reason. So when I look at that, it makes sense too why Falcons APBren took 3 Purifies. Like they've got 3 Purifies. On the other side, you've got all flickers.
Yeah, they know what's up. They know that they need to invest in the re-engage.
Yeah.
And not just in repositioning, but specifically getting out of what Aurora brings to the table. And you know what, Joseph, I understand why Renegade came in there.
Why?
Ogwen was part of the situation. He really just wanted to get one over his heated rival. What's up to the royal duo here? And of course, Toriyama, V, and Wise in the house. About a minute.
Great to see him out here.
Until the bout begins. And there's not much fanfare about it. Like, they only posted they were coming when they were here already.
When they were here?
Yeah, like V just posted like a casual bitch, like, let's go. And then, like, wow.
Yeah, I was surprised when I saw them pop up on the screen.
They're courtside.
Whoa!
Hey! Hey! Is that... That's El Dragon.
That's El Dragon.
That's El Dragon when they watched Bruno Major.
What is Bruno Major?
Bruno Major's an artist. He performed like 2 nights, 3 nights the
Filipino?
past week.
Filipino artist?
No, he's British, I believe.
Ah.
Yeah. My girlfriend watched him, and then like 3 days later, apparently he put up another show. That's where our friends Robert and Louise watched too.
Robert and Louise.
Yeah. That's what was on screen just now.
Yeah, great to see the crowd. Always like what they have on their phones too. I'm always looking for, the pets.
Pick up that piece of trash, please. Thank you.
No littering.
Right. Let's keep our arena clean.
Here we go.
Sen says it's go time. Here we are.
The eye contact gets me every time.
He just means it. Like, we fixed the thing, we're going in.
And we're going back into the game. So, again, catching back up after that little break to fix things out here. It's 1-1 at the 1 and almost half-minute mark, but FCAP holds on to a small lead. This is all leading in to eventually the first turtle of the game. And I'm going to go back to my point, too. Kyle Teasy getting an early kill. Oh, they're going to go for the mid lane again. Gives them some confidence.
You see that? That was almost synchronized dashing. You saw how all three of them just, whoa.
Yeah.
Then Aurora was like, no, we're not going to flinch. 60% of the community believes we will win. And that's a lot of Auroras watching all over the world right now here tonight. 2 minutes in. First turtle spawning, lower quarter of the map. Marco and Doming. Doming and Marco just dueling. I do believe that Doming should have a slight advantage given that he built the tough boots early.
He has the tough boots early.
Warrior boots, rather, the one for the physical.
Yeah, the physical defense. But that's the thing here. No matter, the clashing that's happening in all these lanes at this point in the game. Oh, phew. Getting very close. Renegade joins the fight again. Kyle Teasy has his eyes set on him. Not sure if he's going to pull the trigger, though. Still holding on to the shadow kill, but actually Flap here now as well. And this is all before the first hurdle.
Flappy boy!
Flap decides to go in. Infernal Pursuit jumps back in, pops the Vengeance too. They've got the Nether Realm to rely on, but now, do they take the turtle here?
All right, that's 4v3. The Hitman catching up. Turtle gets reset. FCAP, let's go.
Okay, I think at this point too, Renegade is getting that level 4 that you can see Demon Kite goes and grabs his buff. We'll see if they can delay this. If Edward can delay it enough, he doesn't have a final slash to bring this objective in.
But Renegade does have the kick, also has a flicker. Ogwin checking range. Flap Teasy right in the middle, gets kicked.
There's the kick, Way of the Dragon right on Flap Teasy. They'll pick up the kill, but the objective will go to FCAP. So a trade, a kill for the turtle.
Flap for a turtle. I'll call it now. I think it's worth it. Again, you get map-wide XP, map-wide gold, and you're trading off your XP laner. Flap with the Dynamite Final Slash!
Edward jumps in under the turret 2, even a Retribution already used, and now they jump back in. Kyle Teasy looking for the kill on Demon Kite, and he'll get it as he goes, and Quad Shadow's back out, and now it's Flap and Few in the mid lane, pushing a back UA and Edward.
Joseph, you saw that, right? Kyle Teasy with the exit shurikens taking down DK.
Looking so good.
That was the icing on the cake and must hurt you now. That's your boy he killed.
That's the I should say the Hayabusa version of walking away and have your back to the explosion.
Cool guys don't look back. Cool guys don't look back. Looking at the items here so far, Marco down maybe about 100, 200 gold. Does pick up the Corrosion Scythe, so that'll definitely help him catch up. But that's, 400, 500 now between Kyle and DK.
Yep, building up here. Ooh. This thing, Renegade is so active on this Cho pick. He'll be constantly doing this, and FCAP, they'll be able to handle it the best they can, but also with the utility that they have, and you saw it, Flap Teasy picking up that Thunderbelt.
That's right, count 1, 2, 3, 4 as he starts hitting people, building up those stacks. At any moment, Renegade can just hit.
Yeah.
He's just dashing, and throughout that whole engage, Joseph, with that trade for Flap and the turtle, he didn't use the flicker. He just straight up kicked.
He didn't have to. That's what I'm saying. Very disciplined on utilizing that flicker.
What? Oh, good.
Might be a skirmish coming out here. Circling Eagle to be used. Be able to find 2. Kyle Teasy's going to jump in with a shadow kill. He finds Renegade quite low, but won't be able to clean up the kill.
SOD!
Will jump in with the SOD, the Spear of Destruction, right on target.
Wow. The killer instinct on bulletproof Marco. So far still bulletproof. Domin coming in with the blazing duet. Damage check.
Damage check pretty much at this time. I think he's only got the DHS if I recall for Doming right now, but what a pickup for Super Marco, and that's also going to be an objective pickup for FCAP here. Another key item being picked up for Ogwin. Now Flask of the Waste is locked in for this Matilda.
That's 2 for 2 now. The defending world champions scoring 2 turtles over Aurora MLBB. Abun Jingjing here, cornered by Flap and Kyle. And he does get the final slashes to help clear the waves. Up top, Marco, though, going to get caught out by 3. Make that 4. Dude, Renegade's just everywhere.
Yeah, he is. He has to be. Right now, they're going to trade objective across the map, going for the orange buff, and now Edward will be in trouble. Infernal Pursuit after Infernal Pursuit. Flaptisi won't be able to get the last one, though.
Charles.
And now he's going to get focused down. 3 members, Spear of Destruction, not going to find the connection. It did actually land on Edward, but you don't take that one if you're Super Marco.
No. Maybe if this was like 10, 15 minutes in, you would.
Yeah.
But at 6, forget about it. Renegade in trouble. Hits him.
Whoa, Renegade taking a lot of hits. He's everywhere, but he can't escape that one.
That was a wisp. I got him. That was a wisp. All right. Let's call it timeout as we get our players settled in. There's a few things we need to iron out. Wow, what an action-packed early game. I do believe we are entering the post-laning phase. Joseph, you watch Edward's streams?
You know, I wish I did. I wish I watched any streams.
Haven't got caught time? All right.
I just don't have the time.
Let me real quick share with you some wisdom.
Share it to me.
Edward recently just on stream mentioned how he doesn't like building Thunderbelt.
On any hero?
In MPL specifically.
Okay, why?
Teams at the highest level competition just don't like fighting willy-nilly. He finds it hard to get the free hit, the enhanced attack, 1, 2, 3, 4, pow, 1, 2, 3, 4, pow.
Okay, so wait, he doesn't like building him because
he doesn't get to build the stacks up.
He doesn't build the stacks.
He, in comparison, was playing on RG at the time, where he had like 25, 26 stacks.
Okay.
So imagine that 26 hybrid defense out of nowhere on your TB.
Yeah.
Compare that to, like, he brought up a stat from like a recent match in MPL. He just had 5.
Okay, so it's a little too RNG for him and a little bit too much work to get the stacks?
Yes, it's more the latter. It's more the latter. But compare that now to how early Flap built his.
Yeah.
And how in-your-face a Phoveus is. Shout out to Princess Sarmiento and Jenny Joy. You have a very loving partner in the crowd.
Crowd.
As I was saying.
You think it's and for Flap to build it early, I think part of that again is it's great because of it's a Phoveus.
That too, yes.
You know,
yes,
and that's the thing. I would actually wonder if Edward is also that way with the Phoveus. Was he playing the Phoveus in the?
I think he just meant in general.
Whoa!
Wait, is that Robert? Robert is also sharing it too. So the feeling is mutual.
The feeling is mutual.
The feeling is mutual. Louise, now is the time. Double down.
Double down.
You know what? These moments in between matches, just
you gotta enjoy them.
I mean, that's my lady on screen right there. But you know, like
shout out to
Mimi, yeah.
Lady Leo.
Yeah.
Lady.
All right. Seth says it's go time.
Let's go back in.
Second time in the same game. So much happiness. Layers upon layers. All right.
It's like a layered cake.
All right. A minute left until the last turtle spawns. Real quick, a reminder, folks. All went over the Falcons APBren since. But all right. Real quick map check. Aurora have scored the first turret.
Yeah.
So that explains why Marco isn't as farmed up as Doming. There's 1,000 between them, Joseph. What?
It's quite a bit. And part of that, too, is even before we got that little breather there, remember the push that happened up in their lane and brought them off. You know, brought them off of the turret, and Doming was able to shine up there. So, meanwhile, FCAP was making moves, you know, on the enemy side, on the other cross side. So now you're at this point, third turtle of the game is going to be up. FCAP got the 2 already. And now they got themselves, you know, a nice, comfortable lead as well.
It's scary. I mean, in addition to Renegade's just rattlesnake-like movements, you know.
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Blazing
damage! Look at the damage. That's a damage check from Domeng.
That's what 1,000 gold gets you.
That's what 1,000 gold will get you against the Mozcom. But, you know, at that point, Domeng continues to do that. He might eventually get that kill, especially if Oakwin's not there. But right now, despite it all, Leo, they're going to get the third turtle of the game.
Yep, that's 100% over the Falcons' APBren. All right, save for, you know, the Cho. Even the Claude can just do that too, like just BMI in your face, blazing. I didn't even notice he had all those stacks on the Art of Thievery.
Yeah, well, Domeng, this is a signature hero for him for one.
Oh, for sure.
And he's able to utilize it so well against a player like Super Marco. Now, that's the thing is, as long as Oakwin is around the corner, Super Marco can take those hits. And then later on, obviously, that's when the Wind of Nature's come into play too. You got a little bit of push down there in the bottom lane. Minions will go ahead and clear that up. And now the rotation to the mid side. I don't think they're going to be able to find anything, but they are going to have to deal with this. Good use of the Circling Eagle to not get dragged back from the Lantern.
Call it a DCE.
DCE.
It's Defensive Circling Eagle. So far, so good. Again, we mentioned in the opening moments of this game, the utility, the amount of different ways you can use Falcons APBren's kit.
Yep.
Whoa, 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 speaking of, fight's breaking out.
The kit again, Final Slash going to be used on Flap TZ. The rest of the team might just disengage. They throw a lot at both of the roamers here. Renegade, half health, he's going to be fine. And all this FCAP will continue to build on their lead.
And not to say that Aurora's doesn't have any utility at all. If anything, they also have a good amount of CC, good amount of mobility.
Pick-off potential.
Damage early on. You saw what Domeng did up top. But the fact that for FCAP, a lot of it is multi-purpose, multi-target, you know? Netherrealm keeps all of them topped up.
Yeah.
The shields on Matilda keeps a majority of them topped up. The Guiding Wind able to yeet their low members out of danger. And of course, a cross-map potential of an SOD, which we already saw early on in effect. It's also good. Edward missing. Abun Jingjing. No one
There's
home for
Renegade.
that final slash. What's Hitman doing? What's he trying to get?
He used the conceal, but he's taking a ton of damage from Super Marco. So right now, it's just FCAP kind of playing with these leads that they have and just forcing RORA to kind of second guess. Domeng, though, is going to pick up the Wind of Nature, so that's great for him. Now he can damage check plus stay alive.
That's actually a great go signal for them to go in. Crimson Beacon coming up. Yu's in trouble.
He's in trouble. Yue still going to be alive, though. Flap TZ did his job, even popping the Vengeance. All this to zone off RORA from getting the Lord. Super Marco also threw the spear, got the kill. Kyle TZ gets the Lord. It's a double for Super Marco already. Possibly looking for another few. Gives the call, tries to get the Stampede, and he'll get it on Demon Kite as he brings him through the wall. And 3 fall for RORA, and the objective goes to FCAP.
If it was just a full-on 5v5, maybe Aurora stood a chance. But with the way Falcons APBren staggered their engagement, divided and conquered the Northern Lights into submission, they couldn't get anything back. Let's check out the Infinix instant replay here. The first pickoff, was that an SOD?
It was an SOD.
All right, there you go. So it just clean right through, caught Yue, and then it led to as nice of a kick, as deep as Renegade was. It was difficult for Aurora to find the follow-up, and then it just like, you know, Jenga blocks, just one at a time, man.
And just great calling to even follow up to get that last kill that they got earlier on. So right now, Aurora's going to be able to defend at least this Lord here, and I don't know. I know we've already got a Filipino sniper, but Super Marco, he's bulletproof, but he's like the Filipino javelin thrower, whatever the spear of destruction is, man. Like, he is always on point.
It's him and Joan right now.
That's true, Big J.
Very prolific when it comes to playing the Moscow.
What do they call those Olympians? Are they javeliners?
Javelineers? Doesn't. We'll figure it out.
The javelin.
We'll workshop the name. But real quick right now, item check, about 1,500, bordering 2,000 gold between the two gold laners. Of course, a huge chunk of gold also between DK and Kyle TZ. 202 doesn't spell the whole picture, Joseph. Like,
yeah.
I feel like there's way more kills on Kyle than what the numbers show.
And part of that is just the fact that, like, Kyle alone puts enough pressure, just utilizing the Hayabusa's Shadow Kill ultimate, that then you allow Super Marco to come up and clean up. You know, Flap TZ is enough too. He jumps in the front line. You have Ogwin doing his thing, and Few actually kind of hurts too on the Faramis.
Which is crazy, given that there's 2 cleaners in a lineup wherein usually it's just the assassin who does that.
Yeah.
And how they're able to like spread out the damage between Flap, Ogwin, and Few. I already mentioned how the shields and, you know, the battlefield mobility, the yeeting on the Matilda, but there's a deceptive amount of damage on those wisps.
Yeah, it's honestly, whenever you see that combination, and we've seen it a couple times now, Matilda with the Faramis, not only is it a lot of utility, but it's actually a lot of poke as well. Renegade goes in with the Way of the Dragon. Right on target, but Kyle Teasy will go ahead and pop the shadow kill, withstanding the setup. Still going to be able to get out of dodge. Spirit Destruction once again. They're going to follow it through. Super Marco joining the fight and unleash it there on the bottom side. Even Edward can't withstand the onslaught. 2 down for Aurora.
3 pickoffs, close call. Kyle saw his career flash before his very eyes. He was down to 1/3 of his health, and just luckily, well, I'm pretty sure it was all the plan. Again, mechanically gifted, this young man, Michael Saison, is. He let through a shadow, and then took the furthest one, and then re-engaged on. Wait, there's a fight again!
There's a fight again. Meanwhile, Kyle Teasy's just going to go get the Lord. But they don't need it. 4 members of FCAP will clear out the 2 base turrets. And we'll see what they do from here as Kyle Teasy secures the Lord for FCAP, furthering the lead. 12, almost 13,000 ahead. Taking the brunt of damage. Final slash on Flap Teasy as he just wings on out of there with Ogwin.
They are relentless. Oh, sweet boy, the Hitman. He tried again. When a team is that deep into your base and you have your core or 2 alive, that's what you would do as a Cho. You're trying to get a kick in, throw them way back behind the base, and then maybe get a shutdown kill. But FCAP are just so in sync, and all of their utilities were in the base that even that wouldn't work. And now they're staring down the barrel of an inevitable GG push. Joseph, that's 3 waves and an enhanced Lord.
Everything lined up perfectly here by FCAP. As they march in with a Lord. Kyle Teasy goes to the front side. He's going to have to go on out of there, though, as he takes a lot of damage, but he got everything out. Super Marco picks up the kill, but the base is going to be worked on, and there's nothing RORA can do about it as Game 1 goes to Falcons APBren.
With no time to waste, too. Under 15 minutes, FCAP put a cap in Aurora, taking the first game in this series. Now on match point.
Every single time, man. Super Marco's face just gets me. As some of the kids say nonchalant, I think. He's just,
it's like,
he's locked in.
I don't even know what to call MVP. Maybe our panel has something to say about that. Infinite Game Tambayan, Renmar, Brigida, it's all you.
Starting the second half of the regular season, I only see Matilda as that super aggressive roamer from this point onwards.
Yeah.
There was always a fight happening throughout that entire game, and it was Falcons APBren who really dictated the pacing for that one.
Yeah, the philosophy around the draft of Falcons APBren, first let's look at it, as you mentioned, with the pacing and dictating the tempo. Yeah, having the Faramis and the Matilda together, you can get fast rotations there. And because of Few's incredibly clutch usages of the Nether Realm, well, a lot of the what looked like initially maasim or overextension plays from Flap TZ mainly as the Phobius ended up looking like all part of the plan. I mean, come on, when you have a Phobius and you're paired up with a Matilda and a Faramis, you are encouraged to just stay forward and fight. At the same time, in terms of the aggressiveness, Few got a great couple of Shadow Stampede pulls as well to stop the escape of Aurora.
Some last-minute Stampede pulls even when we thought that Aurora MLBB would be successful enough to go for the disengage. And this entire idea reminds me of how the Terizla Matilda used to work back in the day, where you would just throw the penalty zone towards your opponents, bait out something from them, but then with the Guiding Wind, get away immediately and then just prepare yourself for the next re-engage. But for this time, I'm not entirely sure if they just were consistently trying to bait out skills and prepare for the re-engage, because for Flap TZ, it didn't feel like it. It just felt like, okay, you take charge and then we'll be there to follow and supply the necessary damage. In the rare occasions that Kyle TZ did try to start everything up, and there were beautiful responses, I feel, from Aurora MLBB, such as clutch final slashes or even stuns that could possibly lead to Kyle TT being burst down, he could also find his way out. And then that's just all the more go signal for Falcons APBren to proceed with the team fight.
This was a slower paced game in the sense that you could really tell. First, on the side of Falcons APBren, again, they have acknowledged their overextensions. So they were a little bit more careful in terms of when they would be taking the fights, making sure minion waves are pushed out, and then you decide to commit a play. Or if you have one minion wave getting shoved in, you're in the opposite side of the map looking for the trade. Looking at the items right now, is that right? That's a Blade of Despair rush for the Hayabusa, it looks like.
Yep.
Decided to rush BOD, and it seems like as the game went on, he decided to pick up the Skybracer because they were in a better position and they already knew that they were getting the kills rolling there. And Flax with the Oasis for the Matilda. It wasn't actually double shoes. They both packed Inspire for the Faramis and the Matilda.
Yep.
So they both get the 5% cooldown reduction out of the gate.
Yep. And I feel like for this particular scenario, could this be the approach you should be doing up against the lineup with a Zushin, where you just kind of overwhelm the members with forward pushing team fights that at the same time would be quite tricky for Yue here to get the stacks on the Lantern Flare against the Phobius, who could every now and then immune himself from the threat of getting tossed around with the Lantern Flare. And I feel like there were a lot of initiations coming in from Renegade, which were somewhat really targeted towards the specific members here of Falcons APBren, but against the kind of composition that they had, which had unlimited resources to just save one another, it did feel like a struggle for Aurora MLBB to just look for those precise pickups as they would want to go into this game. So all in all, there were a lot of factors negated here for Aurora MLBB. Even their overall team fight presence somewhat didn't feel, or for Falcons APBren, it felt like they denied them of that, since even the Blazing Duets, there were some back in the laning phase, but when it came to it having to happen during the team fights, it didn't feel like it was noticeable anymore. Falcons APBren, they just kept pushing forward, and Aurora MLBB, I felt like they had their backs against the wall during the entire game.
And look, 3 sources of magic damage on the side of Falcons APBren, Matilda, Phobius, Faramis, literally just one. If you'd consider the magic damage coming out of the Windtalker of a Roger, magic damage, sure. Actually, not even sure if it was Windtalker because he's in the jungle.
No, I didn't. I think he didn't.
It's the gold laner Roger, so you pick the Windtalker from time to time. So you're not gonna outdamage the lineup of Falcons APBren and not have enough to take down the Phobius. Again, Cho, Arlott, Roger, even the Claude, when he BMIs into or around the Phobius, that all gives him the extra 20% cooldown reduction of the passive, so that he gets his enhanced basic attack quicker, gets a little bit of that shield more, and then it reduces the cooldown of his other skills. This is a 2-protect-1 lineup. We saw that when you have the Moskov, remember the idea is you're in the opposite side of the map, split push in. So you have 4 members fighting together. You have the Matilda, the Phobius, the Faramis, and then the Hayabusa. So, tough.
It was. I feel like there were limited options here for Aurora MLBB in terms of how they wanted to fight back. I mean, if you're put against that kind of situation, you would want to really fight for those pickoffs, since that's where you're probably leaning towards. You have a Cho as your roamer. But then, given the nature of Falcons APBren, just really deciding to group up every now and then, it didn't really happen as Aurora MLBB wanted to. But we have a quick meta check here, right in time, since we are watching Falcons APBren, who is the team who introduced this combo to us during the first time. So what can you say about the Lolita Hanabi and how often we're seeing it nowadays?
Well, it's struggling in MTC and MCCs, or on the Europe or Central Asia side. However, in Cambodia, Singapore, and Malaysia, it's doing well. Especially Cambodia, 4-1.
Yeah.
Shout out to Donut and Super Red. Hey, fellow Filipinos. Look, Hesa also used it. Marky used it. Hey, a lot of Filipinos too in there. It struggled in ID. Remember the past of the synergy between them? We've talked about this before. It's the Numenon Energy Core shield of the Lolita, and the fact that when there is a shield on the Hanabi, she is immune to crowd control effects.
Yep.
And that's why the Lolita is built with like full support, full magic. The more magic power you have, the more shield you will give. Flask of the Oasis, Blood Wings. There's Oracle on there, but actually the way Ogwen built it when we saw this happen was a Holy Crystal. Because the power spike of that is actually a defense spike for a Hanabi to make her even more unkillable.
They're just really banking on the sustain, even picking up the Revitalize battle spell, so to add up to the amount of shields and healing that they're able to supply to their teammates and even themselves, paired up with the Oracle if ever they opt to go for that. But again, recently we've seen the Holy Crystal, they really went full magic damage here for Ogwen. And another interesting thing we've learned in the previous time that we've seen this Hanabi Lolita combo happen in the MPL Philippines is how there was a decision to go for the Blood Wings, which a lot of people back then were really surprised upon seeing. They were questioning it. Even some of the supposedly really knowledgeable people might have found themselves surprised upon seeing it. But there is a very logical explanation as to why the Blood Wings was decided to be picked up, right?
Yeah, again, number one, it's because first the Bloodwing shield is already there. You have to take damage and get yourself to a certain point to trigger the shield of the Rose Gold Meteor. Plus, when the shield of the Bloodwings pops, you get a little bit of an extra movement speed so that you can reposition a little bit better, which is crucial and so important for a lot of professional players. Mobility. That's why they don't pick Hanabi, because it feels like it lacks mobility. But when you itemize it and then pair it up with heroes, it empowers the CC immunity because it gives it shields, and then you can get the movement speed that you can get, then Hanabi's really good.
Yep. We've seen this passive even with a very low cooldown, I think. Like every now and then you get that shield that once it gets popped, you have that additional movement speed. So I'm not entirely sure if we've also seen the Quantum Charge or any other additional movement emblem builds together to couple up with that. But that compensates for the lack of mobility. And whenever they're pitted against a situation where you need to provide the sustain, again, there's the Revitalize, there's the shields. You just use a single skill on the Lolita and then that generates shields for your, as long as it's also under, or the cooldown's not there. So there's a lot of things that come into play for the Lolita Hanabi combo, and I'm pretty sure a lot of our viewers right now have already tried it themselves. I admittedly have tried it also previously. We all know how whenever there's an interesting hero that suddenly pops up, you suddenly feel eager to use it. Even Chaknus Katot Kacha back then, when he introduced it, even the Belleric, I'm sure that last night, yesterday, earlier, you've encountered like some people using the Belleric suddenly. I don't know how well it goes when you're playing in solo or if there's no Louis, but
doesn't go well at all.
Take it from him. I think he was playing earlier and he was very disappointed at his teammates.
Lost twice.
See? But for now, if you want to win up to 90,000 diamonds, you can visit the MPL Arena if ever you are here in the Philippines. Just make sure to post and put the necessary hashtags together with it, and of course make sure that it's public so we can see and decide on whether you can be potentially one of the winners of our Diamonds giveaway. And also, for those who are together with us here in the MPL Arena right now, we also have the smart gameplay pose later on. So earlier we've had the Index Salon beauties. We were looking for the freshest face and some persons who could be bringing home some prizes. Right now we have the gameplay pose, hashtag the power of smart. They just have to copy the player pose that they're seeing in front of our screens.
Those in the back were fast.
Oh, they were fast.
They were quick to bite.
No, why did he get shy? Oh no!
Why are you guys shy? Come on, come on.
Don't be. Oh wait, he said something else. Oh wow. Now we have to decide which among these three.
He's getting the stoic face too. Those are strong competitors.
Oh no, he put it down. Oh, we're back to this guy.
We're good.
With a tricolor sweater. Okay. Okay, 1v. Oh!
Hey, Wise has it really locked down, even the face. So it's Wise versus that guy, I feel like.
Oh! Even the angle of the face is accurate. But we have to give it to Mr. Serious Guy also. The tilt could be
Mr.
a little
Serious
bit
guy.
more tilted towards the right side, or in our perspective, the left side.
Brigida, just be happy he won.
He got the expression.
So
Yeah.
technical.
I mean,
be happy the guy won.
I thought the last time we did this, we were very technical. So
You're crossing a line.
okay, but then if
Just
we
be
were to
happy.
do it, I'd do it this way.
I'll just do
See? You should tilt your head a bit towards the
There's
side.
no head tilt.
What? There is. It's a slight head tilt. Okay, let's just double check whatever poses we'll be seeing later on. But for the side selection update, this time Falcons APBren picks the blue side. Were they blue side already earlier? It was Aurora on the blue side, right? All right. So even then, they got the win. But now this was their choice. They want the blue side. So I wonder what priority picks they have in mind.
Yeah, this is important for Falcons APBren, how they set the tempo in this draft. Because if they get this, they're playoff secured.
Yeah, I'm looking at the possibility of a Phobius going into their hands once again.
Hey, you.
Wait, what that?
Sir,
What's
come
that?
back here, sir.
Was that nice?
Come back here, sir.
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 Sir,
That's nice, too.
they can't see your face, sir. You need to crouch.
You going back up? Oh, all right, okay.
Oh.
He's going to be going up on desk.
He's too tall. When he stood behind you, we only saw his like upper lip.
I don't know, is that
downwards.
Nice's fault or the camera's fault?
Yeah. I can't say anything. If I stand, they'll see it. My entire. Or can't we say anything?
Don't be shy
Okay.
about your height.
Yeah. I'm a proud 5-footer.
You didn't need to really exactly say how tall you
Five,
were.
5'4" or 5'3", I think. Okay.
You can't be if you're 5'4", never mind. I don't want to divulge my height.
Let's not talk about height
You
anymore.
know how many times I've heard all throughout, hey, Renmar, you're way shorter than I expected you to be. I mean, it's true.
I think
but
you
it
guys
hurts.
should see it for yourselves. So I hope you come visit us here in the MPL arena.
To see how short I am? I don't think no one wants to see that. I want to see the next one. FCAP, one game away from playoffs.
Yeah, but that's one thing you'll get to see as well if you decide to visit us here. But now, all right, since this is what we all want to see as well, we're finally getting into the second drafting phase between Falcons APBren and Aurora MLBB. So now, what are the bans so far? The Ling is open once again, if ever, but so is the Phobius and the other power picks that we've been observing recently.
Okay. So with Falcons APBren take away the Moskov, they're free reign to first pick the Rogers.
I see lots of prey.
So Falcons APBren will have that taken away from them. Oh, they also banned the Fanny did RORA.
Oh, they don't get the
Whoa,
or
it's
anything
really
else.
Matilda.
We're going back to this era?
Yeah, but this time with like assassins.
Oh yeah.
I think RORA really needs to take the Phobius now.
I agree. Pick up the Phobius. What other priority picks could be up for grabs here for Aurora MLB? Would they want to go for the jungler here immediately for Demon Kite or limited?
I'm okay with like a Julian and a Zask right away. Or I'm sure there are heroes that I'm forgetting.
Yeah, aside from the Phobius. So that's a Phobius, the Julian, and the Zack.
Of course it's a Phobius.
So, still the Claude. Doming really wants to play around the Claude for today. So, that leaves, at least the Moskov isn't available anymore for Falcons APBren. So, Super Marco will have to show us something different. The Roger isn't available as well. But the Julian again, the Hayabusa even, or the Ling, they're also available. So are the mid laners that are of high priority. I'm not entirely sure if they'd want to consider the Valentina just yet, the Pyramis, or the Julian. Okay. Oh!
And they go to Rizla.
They leave it for later.
Yeah, mid laner can come later. I was thinking, yeah, jungle or EXP. So gold laner for Super Marco. Let's see.
They're leaving it for last.
So in terms of what has been played already by Marco, there's a lot for this season.
I agree.
Oh wait, you know who else gives shields? Matilda, right?
Oh, wait.
Would they consider Matilda Hanabi? But that's going to be a Phobius rocking a Vengeance. That might be tough. Carrie, Nathan, still available for a lot. Carrie, Nathan.
Yeah.
He played Brody once this season, but
He did it twice, but it didn't get a win.
twice.
So
Nathan.
I'm not entirely sure if they'd want to consider that. All right, so our potential jungle matchup is already revealed. It's a Hayabusa versus a Julian. So, wait, what's this? What is this?
I see a fan in a green shirt cheering up Air.
Wait, what?
What? Don't make a mess. You better not make a mess. How did he get those in here?
I have the same question. So, we
I don't
just
know that
saw
guy.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't know him.
Okay.
I'm kidding. Yeah, that's Ingan.
So that's Ingan lifting weights in the MPL arena. So you can do a lot of things here if you wanted to. Okay. So going back.
Oh, good ban.
Yeah.
It's thin now what Super Mario can play unless...
Brody, Bruno,
Because if they're gonna risk, they don't have the components to go Ruby Gold Lane.
Uh-huh.
And at the same time, they're gonna be lacking damage to deal with the Phobius. Are they gonna be stuck with forced to pick up a Lunox or something? In the gold lane? If they're gonna, okay, hypothetical, if it is a Ruby in the gold lane for Super Marco later, and not my guts wish for it to be a Hanabi, if it is a Ruby, that means this Julia needs to go mid.
Okay.
Because you need a good source of basic attack. So you need to pick up a Ling if available and put it in the jungle. So it's gonna be mid Julian for Few, jungle Ling for Kyle, and then you put a gold Ruby. Again, that's the suggestion for a scenario if this is the gold lane Ruby.
But we're not entirely sure if they want to go for that just yet. So instead, Aurora MLBB, they take out the Pyramus first, and if they're focusing on the mid laners here, which might be an advantage for Falcons APBren if that wasn't, or if the Julian mid was the plan all this time. Then they just limited the hero pool here for Yue to choose from. But when we look at Yue's previous hero picks this season, he's used a total of only 5, right? A total of only 5 unique heroes so far. And now the Zask is available. If we were to look into that, the Valentina as well. So is the Zushin.
Again, you don't see enough pieces for a Valentina to get picked up here unless they're gonna give him the penalty zone or use the Circling Eagle to better position members of Falcons APBren. Falcons APBren's drafting pattern has really left me confused. So, as you pointed out, in terms of his present hero pool, it is the Zask. Could this be very unique and different picks?
I know.
What? Damage, I feel like they need. So we floated the idea of Lunox Gold, Ruby Gold, Hanabi Gold. And then put the Julian in mid and get a jungle Ling for Kyle.
But let's just say this was actually going to be a Julian in the jungle. So what's remaining here for Falcons APBren is a mid laner as well as a usual gold laner.
If it's mid, I think they can afford to go Jushin. If they want to.
What's another late game? The Nathan?
If they want damage, more control, maybe Aurora?
Oh. Wait. I heard a Beatrix! And an Alpha!
Yeah, so that's why we couldn't think of anyone because they went unique. All right. This is it is a mid Julian though.
Okay, so at least we got that one, but the Beatrix was a little bit too surprising.
Yeah.
It's a Beatrix Mathilda. Oftentimes we see a Beatrix paired up with a really focused lockdown kind of roamer or a pick-off type of roamer, but they switch things up. So at least they have, I think, sufficient damage if we were to talk about just that. They also have the true damage alongside the alpha, but for Aurora MLBB, they're still lacking their roamer here. What could be the hitman hero or the healman, depending on what he feels like using. Oh, so it's both.
Yeah, right on time.
So he gets the Minotaur.
He was a hit heal man.
Hit heal man.
Okay, so You go for the Beatrix because you get the strong lockdown basic attack. This is actually, if you look at it, a modernized version of our old utility jungle meta. Alpha is utility jungle modern version.
Yeah.
Because he's like Fredrin, tanky, not as tanky, but the damage is there in terms of the true damage.
Yeah.
The Alpha is supplemented well, the Beatrix is supplemented well. The lineup rating shows, but I am actually quite surprised that the early to mid game and then the late game for Aurora is there.
Yeah. So we have
But
to
the crowd
see.
control is there for Falcons APBren.
Yeah, even though they have a Claude, right, in their lineup, so they'll both have to really scale in this game. Let's see how well this Mathilda composition will go. Let's head over to our casters.
And we, in turn, will head into the game. Thank you so much, Renmar and Brigida. From over there at the Infinix Game Tambayan, it's me, Leo, and Naisu bringing you Game 2, which would potentially be match point between Falcons APBren and Aurora.
You know, looking at the lineups, interesting calls to come through here for both teams, I would say. A little more standard for Aurora, but on the other side, the flip side, FCAP bringing something, a new flavor, I would say, in a way.
It's never as simple as a sweep for our defending world champions. Falcons APBren yesterday, need I remind you, Joseph, you called that match.
Yes.
They played the Eve.
They played the Eve.
Again! When was the last time you remember Eve winning at the highest tier of competition?
And you know what's funny? How many times we've seen the Eve banned out? Like, just this week.
In the last phase. So there's got to be something there, right?
There's something there.
But they lost.
But they lost, exactly.
And here today, they try to bring back from the dead the Alpha Dog 360.
Yeah, oh, I love that you still remember it.
The jungle. Last time we saw this was in the EXP lane.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I personally called out as heresy.
You didn't like it.
The Codex of Astartes does not support this action, but yet still Kirk won with it. And the reason why was it's a great answer to the Phoveus, right? In lane. But here, Kyle Teasy brings it back into the jungle. Wait. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. And unfortunately, too much to handle. And now in the mid lane, Few's going to be able to get away. Count TZ now part of the fight. I don't know if he gives this call. Spirit of Alpha going to go and find Renegade, but it's just too much. And Flap doesn't have the penalty zone, that level 4 just yet. So they're getting forced out of this mid lane.
DK gets that big K. First blood drawn. I mean, good news and bad news. Well, number one, you snowball. As Aurora, you definitely need the momentum boost. The little shot in the arm for your morale, given what happened in game 1. But bad news is it's just on Ogwin. And you saw that in engagement, in 10-15 seconds of a team fight, or rather a little skirmish, the Alpha didn't blink. Like, that's what you get picking a utility jungler, quote-unquote, in the current metagame. Like, you can take fights and stay in fights.
You can stay there, and right now he's going to stay on the turtle. Oh, Demon Kite's going to go in and just swoops in, red trees the turtle away. The knock-up 2 from Renegade, sending them into the air. Few will get a kill on Renegade. Still have to battle it out, though, but they're going to get collapsed down on as Kyle TZ is drawn out as well. RORA comes clapping back, takes the objective, and takes the buff.
This is tough for FCAP as Aurora just trample through them. Everything I just said still stands, yes, but what you do miss out on playing, again, a quote-unquote utility jungler, which is slowly but surely, I don't know if you feel the same way, starts to sound like a bad word.
Yeah,
You miss out on the damage, you miss out on the burst!
It's changed a bit, you know, and I guess part of me, as someone who, Alpha's my second most played hero.
Besides Gord,
I want to see what Kyle TZ builds. Look at the damage coming out from Domang. Gonna force out the flicker. But just like we saw this in game 1, man. Like, Domang did this constantly against Super Marco. He actually did a fantastic job in the lane, but then fell behind what Super Marco did throughout the team fights. And so right now, Domang could be an answer later on, even to further the dominance that RORA has found in 3.5 minutes in.
Yeah, basically what you could call an insurance policy.
Yeah.
You know, that little, wait. Oh, shadow kill on Few!
Few takes a couple shots, one hit! And Demon Kite will come up to clean up. 3-0-1 now on this Hayabusa. Talk about a snowball.
Usually Julians are elusive, but when you have a Hayabusa that just tracks you, that claps onto you with no other targets around, and he presses the shadow kill, there's nowhere else to go.
You see what I'm seeing here, Leo?
What do you
Edward,
see?
first item. Locked in the Thunderbelt. He went with it!
Oh!
Okay, Oakwood has the
Circling
shield. Circling going to be used. Should be able to escape, and he does. But look at that. If they're just around a little bit longer, a second or two longer, it's almost a sure kill for Aurora.
Yep. They're playing with inevitability. I still don't see the clear winning image for Falcons APBren, given that all turtles over to Aurora, majority of the kills, and even map control. Look, FCAP are struggling to keep their own orange side of the jungle. Another shadow kill!
Demon Kite gonna get caught this time with the Spear of Alpha. Quad Shadow's on out of there. And this is the dominance we've been talking about from RORA. They're so far into the jungle of FCAP right now. There doesn't seem to be an answer, at least currently at this point in the game, for FCAP other than to catch up.
Oh, 1v1 kill! Abun Jing Jing!
Go.
All right. This gives all of us, even y'all folks watching at home, a few moments to try and digest exactly how this match will go, because I hate to say it so early and I hate to preempt what's happening here, but Joseph, it smelled like a Game 3.
It smelled like a Game 3. Hey, you know what? In a highlight match, I wouldn't have any other way, man. You know, take us to a Game 3. We already did it earlier.
Why not?
Why not?
And this is save for is that Kyrie?
That's Kyrie!
Oh, wait. Oh, dude, that's Benthies.
Oh, sorry. I got mixed up, man.
Anyways,
it's so hard to tell.
Despite, you know, the packed house and, you know, the millions watching at home who want to see Aurora, MLBB, and Falcons APBren go at it for what seems like forever. Like, just want to keep him playing, keep going. It really just is logically sound to say that Aurora might win this, more likely, right?
Yeah.
Can I have a skin,
Video
please?
game dominator.
I don't think you can give those.
Yeah, is that giftable?
That's not giftable. Wolf and I in 2019 spent
a lot.
An ungodly amount of money, to just buy it.
Okay, well, let's think about this right now, because everybody's seeing all the M5 skins being flashed around.
That's coming
next week. The promos. How much do you think, though? I don't know. Has it been stated how much those are going to be?
I would assume it's going to be to the same package as the Estes skin, Lancelot skin, the Evos Harith skin.
I don't even remember how much those were.
The Cho skin.
They're like epic, right? Or are they a step above the
They're
epic?
A step above. They're an exclusive. Hey, congratulations on
They got married.
Tied down.
Ikakasal.
Ikakasal means married. They're getting married. Oh, nice. We got lovebirds in the arena tonight.
He's got emails coming in, too.
You should have put it on D&D, man.
Put it on D&D.
All right.
Yeah.
Snap back into the matchup, right? 5 minutes in.
5 minutes exact, by the way.
And you're already looking at 2,000, about 3,000 between.
Yeah, and I think at this point, too, I would say anytime we see FCAP down like this in the early game, it's where they kind of take a step back, I feel like, and then just rely on their macro powers, like their macro prowess to get back into the game. The problem I see with that this time around, and you've been talking about this, is like where exactly does that alpha fit into this equation to make things work? Because once you use that Spear of Alpha and then once you get his combination off and everything else, you're kind of a sitting duck. Now, I know for I think it was his first item, he picked up War Axe. I think that's all Kyle Teasy has right now.
Yeah.
It's literally just a War Axe.
And again, as a alpha, what you want to do is make these fights last a little longer. You know, and I think that's one of the main strengths he has. Sure, War Axe, you got to get stacks on it, amps up your penetration, amps up your damage output in general, helps with the whole beta
true
passive,
damage stuff, yeah.
But I'd reckon from here on he will maybe, hopefully, start building a little bit more hybrid, you know, like BFB, Thunderbelt maybe, anything. How's
All
right,
how's work?
These Shrek memes are getting a little
out of hand.
They're so complex, and when you get down to it, it's brain rot. Anyways,
it's brain rot. It just throws you off this whole like analyzing.
Figuring it out, and then eventually it's just nonsense. Anyways, talking about the alpha, I do hope he starts building a little chunkier, because I think that's one of the main things that alpha brings. Because that's what Kirk did.
That's what he did in the XP lane. Yeah,
almost full on defense.
Full on defense, and honestly, like I said, as someone that likes to play the alpha, I think that might work best in the current meta. And how many times too do you see those, like the bad word we mentioned, utility junglers pop up? You know what I mean? Like when they do, and you're up against a hyper-focused, a hyper-snowballing hero like Hayabusa that has early kills like this, you're going to be behind for a little bit, man. Like, you have to play catch-up.
A little bit is an understatement. Saying what's up to Arvin Resho Toriyama, a good friend of ours.
What's he going to show us?
His Belric.
The Belric.
Debuted last night by Chaknu.
Is he a main Belric?
He's a Belric
for our viewers that
all
don't know.
he plays.
So okay.
All
Got
he
it.
plays. He has a Belric shrine.
What?
We used to share an office, and he has a Belric shrine. Happy 17th month of love. All right, it's their 17 months is about a year and change.
That's quick maths, about a year
Year and a half.
almost a half.
Year and a half. All right. Oh, wait. Is that what is that?
That's what we're looking for, the
Are we looking
pets.
for is that my baby? Is that my son? Or
Was that
was
your
that
son?
my daughter? Was that a husky?
I
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I saw the dogs.
That was a husky. That's Tuesday.
I know. Oh, that's Tuesday.
That was
Okay,
Tuesday.
so that's.
Yeah.
I've never seen a picture of it.
Very cuddly. Hey!
Hey!
Hey, is that Renmar?
Was that Renmar, the Reptar?
Is that a picture with Feliz?
That's her.
That's her.
Everyone's flexing
That's
their loved ones.
Salamat Malam, by the way, from across the seas.
Oh, there it
There
is.
it is. That's Castle.
That's Castle.
That
I
was
recognize
baby Castle. All right.
Maybe you guys can think about if you ever watched an MLBB competitive game in your neck of the woods, what would you show on your phone?
Oh, geez. You know me. 99% I would just show the boys.
Show the boys.
Yeah.
I'd probably do the same.
If I was a younger man, I would have shown, older pictures of our friends, It's like a beardless wolf.
I think at this point I'd probably just have to,
Hey, don't put your friends on blast.
They're probably young.
They sent you this picture in full
Confidence.
confidence that you would not share their yawning pics.
They end up sharing it to thousands of people online.
Millions even.
Millions.
You have to reconsider the kind of friends you have, folks. Hey, is that somebody's wedding picture?
Everybody's got a story here. Well,
happy 3 hours. Wow. A fresh
Man.
relationship. Ain't that one of the most precious moments?
Why are you not with her if it's only been 3 hours?
No, they spent the day together, and
No.
then he skedaddled, went over the
They
arena.
made it official. He's like, all right, I got to go watch MPL.
We're a couple now? All right, peace.
See ya.
I gotta go watch FCAP. They're fighting Aurora. It's a highlight match. You wouldn't understand.
That's what they have to do.
Peace out, babe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as much as we would also love to get the action going, I do believe what ails FCAP and Aurora needs a little bit more elbow grease, if you understand what we're saying. But trust us that in just a bit it will resume. This is a match that you cannot miss. And it is the highlight match for Week 5 of MPL Philippines Season 14. On behalf of everyone making this show possible, my name is Leo. This right here is Naisu. We're going on a quick break. When we come back, best believe the action resumes. Experience Lakas ng Pinas.
All access. Force be with you. I will do what I must.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Season 14, smack dab in the middle of Game 2 in this best-of-3 series. Falcons APBren at match point against Aurora MLBB. And I got a good news for y'all Auroras.
Tell them.
FCAP drafted a little wonky.
Little wonky. If you're, or for some reason, what are we, 5 minutes into the game?
Yeah, like smack dab,
like,
right at 5. So we're about to leave the laning phase.
Yeah.
And
we're about to transition.
FCAP is doing close to nothing.
Yeah, so
I'm just saying it as I see it.
they got to do something. If you guys are F-cappers out there,
bees.
If you guys are bees, what's wrong with being an F-capper?
I don't think that's what the fan base is called.
Well, if you guys are the bees out there,
There you go.
Let's just hope that they have something up their sleeve they can build up here. Otherwise, we're seeing a Game 3. The way that it's looking right now, though, and like the way that we're even evaluating the lineup that they brought to this table for Game 2, we're probably going to a Game 3. But it's still early. Oh, we're only one turtle in. We're 2 in.
We're done with 2. Yeah,
it's 5 minutes. Yeah.
No contests.
No contests at all.
And just best practices. I don't think they should contest for the 30 either.
Let it go and just wait for the Lord to come up at that point. Whoa!
Sent with a Dutch angle coming in, confirming the game has resumed. And oh wait, what? All right, just right off of the resumption of the game.
Yeah.
Kyle suffers a kill.
Oh.
And
here we go.
all right, so 1-6 now, 2,500 gold up. That's where we stand. Not even 5 seconds in.
I was gonna say, yeah, we got a glimpse. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Even the crowd, they got their phones ready again to go ahead and showcase everybody here, waiting to see how this unfolds, because that's the thing, man. You're looking. I know we got a glimpse of it, and Game 2 is definitely right now in control for Aurora, like we've been mentioning, you know. And at that point, I feel like there's almost we've almost broken down everything we've said. So let's take a look at this.
Is that I Show Speed and Manny?
That's I Show Speed and Manny.
All right. Wish you could have dropped by. Is he still in the country? I Show Speed, by the way.
I think he left. Manny?
Not the Senator Manny.
Is Senator Manny Pacquiao
No.
still here? That's crazy, though, because, yeah, I know some people have watched a lot of those videos going around and everything else.
For sure.
We would love to have him, of course, out here, but I don't know, man. After seeing the videos, I don't know what would happen if he came.
I'm not so sure if the arena could take it. All of the speed fans mixed with the F-cappers, the bees,
The bees, so you
and
wanna
the
say it too.
Auroras, right? Like put them all together. I don't think.
I don't think it can handle
As
it.
beautiful as the Green Sun Hotel venue is, the MPL Arena, we might be at capacity on capacity on capacity.
Hey, we saw how BGC looked, man.
And that was BGC.
That was BGC. You know, we saw that. But hopefully, and I know we're like off a tangent right now, but I hope I Show Speed comes back out and maybe season 15, season 16.
I mean, if again, for those of you who don't know, I Show Speed is a very popular international.
Is he the most
at this
famous
point,
YouTuber right now?
Variety streamer now.
Streamer, yeah.
But he started with gaming. For sure, he started with gaming. And how cool would it be if he offered, for him to experience an esports event in the Philippines? And the only way to do that is with the biggest league in the country, MPL Philippines. Now sent for sure once more, says it's go time. Again, a quick recap. Almost 3,000 gold now between these two teams. And we're approaching that final turtle, spawning the lower quarter of the map, about 20 seconds before. And this is the best thing that FCAP can do, Joseph. Just clump up.
Just clump up like this. But look at Renegade. Gonna jump in, find the 3 members with a knock up and no Fury Flap. trying to get out defensively with the penalty zone, but Kyle TZ already going to be punished. And now Domeng comes in with a blazing duet and will pick up Super Marco as well. 3 fall for FCAP, and RORA further dominating the game.
That was a 4v3. That Aurora won.
He's gone. He's gone.
Oh,
There's no way.
A wipeout!
I'm not sure what Flap was going to do there. But, yeah, RORA just cleans things up. And now the Turtle here, third one of the game, going to go to them as well.
Aurora cleaning up. They're making up for lost time.
Oh, wow.
Especially what happened after game 1. They're secure.
They want to fight, but at this point, I don't know. Is he going to escape? Woo! He does, just with 1 HP. And now still battling it out here. Kyle TZ gets out wings by wings, but man, it's looking a lot more like a dire situation for FCAP at this point in the game.
All right, there's about, what is this, 2,000 gold between Demon Kite and Kyle. And, yep, that's a Winter Crown. He's building a Winter Crown.
Yeah, this is tough. Shadow kill again. Demon Kite, complete control. Not only is he 2,000. Oh! Demon Kite, not only is he massively snowballed, but he's also, what, 3 levels ahead of Kyle TZ right now.
Wow, the situational awareness. Demon Kite had eyes behind his back, taking that last shadow, giving Ogren a little love tap, and now Aurora continue to devastate FCAP side of the map. I've lost track of how many turns they're taking at what rate too, Joseph. Like, they can walk through every avenue, every lane, and just go.
The crazy part about this, man, too, is I thought game 1, FCAP was so dominant. You know, at one point they had like 12,000, 13,000 gold lead. Right now, RORA is actually doing it faster, I would say, at this point, and just with much more control over the map here.
Oh, yeah. There was some fight. There was a semblance of competition in game 1. Right here, right now.
It's just RORA.
It's all RORA.
It's all them right now, and Lord coming up in 30. You can see Fuse just going to stay up top side. Well, again, Shadow Kill going to be used. That's enough damage to go through. Get out of the base as well. Demon Kite showcasing the Hayabusa tonight in game 2.
Wow. Demon Kite, former MPL and MSC champion, reminding us why he should be in the running for top Hayabusa in Season 14. Andoryu, sure. Kyle, okay. DK, don't forget.
Don't forget. 8-0-1. Just picked up the BOD.
8? Did you say 8? It's 8.
I know. I had to second look myself as well.
That's a kill a minute.
Yeah. And right now it's Lord too. So I don't know, man. I think at this point, FCAP might be just facing the fact that, yeah, we got to kind of just let this, we just got to get to a game 3 at this point, because this, when you look at the composition, and yes, teams have come back from 10,000 gold deficits, maybe, you know, a time or two.
Come back from worse.
Come back from worse, but with a lineup like this from RORA is what makes it so difficult, because Demon Kite alone, you saw him, and that was against Flap, TZ on a Terizla, plus Ogwin with the Matilda. Like, his Shadow Kill is enough damage to put a threat there, and that's not even considering the fact that we still haven't even talked about Domeng.
Yep, look at Domeng, up by about 3,000, and here I was wowing over the 2 between DK and Kyle. 3,000 gold between Bulletproof Marco, who's not so bulletproof now, died once here in this 10-minute bout, and Paldomeng. I think this is where that nickname comes through.
Yep.
Did give him the moniker when he was in action, I believe, for the first time in Season 12.
Season 12, yeah.
Yep. And now they're bordering 10,000 up, popping these holy shields, left, right, and center, and now they're inside.
See what they're able to do. Edward jumps in, Infernal Pursuit. They get the turret on the top side out of here.
Uh-oh.
Few waiting in the whims on the back. Demon Kite gonna spawn him out, and that's gonna be a Shadow Kill used. The flicker, though, will be enough to keep him alive, but a huge penalty zone jump in comes through. They're trying to defend them in. They get the setups, though. Renegade still healing them up with a motivational roar, and they'll collapse down again as they go to look to close game 2 in a dominant fashion, just like FCAP did in game 1. We go to game 3.
Under 11 minutes. Blink and you miss it. Aurora force us to go all the way. I'm still figuring out what's up with that draft.
I'm scratching my head too. I'm sure the panel will have a lot to say about it.
I hope so.
But I'm surprised, man. That's really how I felt FCAP was after, you know, they had to take those breathers. They're like, you know what? We got to we got to get to game 3.
A collective sigh of relief for all the Auroras all around the world. As their war room's door closes, they go to reset and figure out how to attack game 3, because I'm pretty sure FCAP have the same plan. They got to go back and figure out that draft as we throw over to the Infinix game tambay.
Even I couldn't fully digest how quick of a game that game just went by. As mentioned by our casters, it was 11 minutes of just consecutive aggressive plays where Demon Kite just felt like he was unstoppable on that Hayabusa.
Demon Kite was in the zone, actually. The roam trio of Aurora were in the zone. Demon Kite, Renegade, Yue. But of course, the MVP will go to the Hayabusa with the things that he was doing there. When you're playing with this kind of lineup by Falcons APBren, you have the idea of we're playing around the specific formation. It has to be systematic. There's not a lot of room for improvisation, considering the fact that you're playing around, again, a utility jungle in the alpha, a utility that deals damage. I know, guys, chill. So for Aurora this time, when you have a Minotaur and a SAS constantly feeding information to the jungler, then, well, you will get some really great opportunities for the Hayabusa to just pop off. Especially with Renegade timing and conserving his Minoan Fury. And, well, it went incredibly well for Aurora, considering that they were able to get kills plus the first turtle from the Demon Kite first turtle steal.
Yeah, so it feels like this is a highlight. Of course, we have to replay this multiple times just to see how great of a play it was from Demon Kite. And again, it seemed like yet another opposite kind of setup in terms of lineup, wherein Aurora was just continuously engaging since they had a lot more possibilities to do with their lineup, like the Hayabusa, even the Claude. There were so many backline potentials coming in here for Aurora, which again for Falcons APBren, as you've mentioned, they have to do it a little bit more systematically. They need to put the frontliners in the front to start things up and then let the other damage dealers follow afterwards. But then most of the time, that was something that Aurora MLBB just expected to happen. So they were able to play around these ideas that were supposedly done by Falcons APBren. And it felt like they were just caught inside their own jungle. They had little to no opportunities, especially for Super Marco, I feel, to just get the items, get the farm, even clear his own lane, because Demon Kite felt like for the first few moments in the game, he was just constantly looking for Super Marco and denying him of that.
Yeah, again, when your mid-trio loses, your side lanes, either one of them or both of them are gonna lose. And there is a universe wherein a Beatrix will be able to do well, maybe even beat the Claude in lane. However, considering that the middle of the map lost for Falcons APBren, Super Marco had to play conservatively up against an incredibly aggressive Domeng. Domeng knew that, okay, since the middle of my map is winning, and you could also attribute it to a lot of just confidence in Domeng, knowing that he can win this matchup if he just plays aggressive and get into Super Marco's head, don't let him play comfortable. Domeng just dominated Super Marco in the gold lane, since the middle of the map was dominated by RORA as well. Flapteezy struggled. Super Marco struggled. It was just a struggle all throughout. No other way to put it, the mid-3 rotation of RORA alongside the timed rotations of Edward. It was a near-perfect game for them, and the reigning world champions were just like, wait, yo, guys, we got nothing, absolutely nothing.
I agree. It also seemed like this was the Claude game that Domeng wanted to happen in the previous game, and it was handed over to him by that beautiful execution of, again, the mid-trio rotations coming here from Renegade, using both the Hitman-Healman version of himself alongside this Zas, which Falcons APBren had almost no answers to whenever he decided to put out the spawns, or even the Dominator's descent in each and every team fight. So there were just a lot of problems that happened or came into play here for Falcons APBren, and what better way to put an end to the first week of the second half by showing just how much all of our teams are deciding to step up with multiple game 3s to start the week. If I remember correctly, last week we only had one game 3. It happened during Sunday.
You're right,
The first series of Sunday. But today, or at least for this week, I lost count of how many game 3s we've already seen from all of the teams suddenly showing sudden changes in terms of their playstyle.
3, 4, 5, 6. I think more than half of their series this week went to games. Yeah, 4 out of 7.
That was so funny. Super Marco just like was peaking here.
Oh,
you know, that was such an intense fight we've seen. For now, I think we need to breathe a little bit. So we're throwing this into a short break, and once we get back, we'll continue the series between these two teams.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Fun fact, mid-season special. So for this episode, I'm just gonna be using random copyright-free stock footage of cute animals and B-roll of myself editing this video in cinematic angles over voiceover. Let's start things off with the bulletproof leaderboard. At the mid-season point, King Kong leads with 9 bulletproof games. Kelra and Super Marco are tied with 8, and Benny Cutie and Doming are tied with 7. By the way, important thing to note, Super Marco actually leads the league in least deaths per game. Now let's look at the Maniacs. Demon Kite has 2 recorded Maniacs so far in Season 14, while Kelra and Super Marco has 1. And hey Demon Kite fans, he's also the multi-kill leader for Season 14 so far with 2 Maniacs, 5 triple kills, and 10 double kills. There have been 65 games so far with an average game time of 16 minutes and 21 seconds. The longest and shortest games of the season were both won by Falcons APBren. So there's actually also this really cool fact where 66% of the teams that got the first blood in a game and 63% of the teams that got the first turtle eventually won the game. That's pretty cool. Hey RG boys and girls, let's look at the most picked hero per role. In the jungle we have Nolan. In the gold lane, Moskov. For the roam, Jawhead. EXP lane is dominated by Edith. And in the mid lane we have Aurora and Valentina. Go read the numbers, I'm not saying all that again. Let's look at the highest win rate heroes among heroes that were picked 15 times or more. Tigreal, Edith, and Roger. Read the numbers again. You can do it, I believe in you. So here's another cool thing that I want to share. It's the win rate of the most used hero pairings in Season 14. So that's all of that there on your screen. Look at Roger and Zask. 11 times picked, 82%. Look at those two little overachievers. And then there are the others. Yeah, I'll just move on to the next one now so that I can finish this video. The number 1 most first picked hero in the league is Roger with 13 picks. But the 4 most picked heroes and the first 2 picks on the red side, that's these 2 right there. Yeah, that's it on that slot. It's Edith, Harith, Zask, and Roger. So let's look back at stats that focus on the players. We have King Kong getting the most turtle kills so far with 40, and Kyle TZ has the most Lord kills so far with 20. And so far in Season 14, Kyle TZ and Benny QT are tied with the most game MVPs with 5. Hey, thanks for watching. See you on the next one.
Coming up in MPL Philippines Season 14 Week 4, the star match of the week. Witness a potential banger as FCAP and FNOP face off in a fully fierce fist fight for first place. Will the Super Fam keep their momentum alive, or will our world champion Titans break the streak? I mean, that's, if they beat their prior matches between TNC and Nairs Chief respectively. Will Kelra, the gold standard, be able to withstand a literally bulletproof Marco with a Lolita Hanabi combo? What are we calling that, by the way? Lolabi? Lanabi? Hanalita? Look at the moves, look at the shields. Damn that CCME. Feast your eyes on the star match of week number 4. FNOP versus FCAP. Live in Green Sun, Makati City. It's not that sunny. I know it's been raining like hell. Which F-er are you? Who the F will win? We'll see you then. Stay safe, stay dry.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Moments away from finding out what's about to happen between Falcons APBren and Aurora MLBB. Again, we're seeing the second game number 3 of today. So we really maxed out all of our series. But let's go for a quick recap as to what happened earlier. Okay, we're done with the recaps of the previous series. Again, this is the second game 3. But for game number 1 earlier here, it was Falcons APBren taking the win. We mentioned a lot about how there were so much plays created here by the forward focused composition here by the Phovius Mathilda that was brought about here by Falcons APBren. But come game number 2, it was seemingly Aurora who just kept going for all of those engages with the Hayabusa this time in the Demon Kite, and again a better mid-rotation that we've seen from them. So far, what do you think for you was the most interesting sequence, or I'd say highlight you've seen so far for the first 2 games between Falcons APBren and Aurora MLBB?
Well, going back to game number 1, it would just first let's look at what Falcons APBren did. It was how well they were able to balance like the in and out and just conserving their skills at the right times around the Phovius. Again, with the Phovius, Matilda, Hayabusa, Faramis together while the Moskov is split pushing. That's 2 protect 1. It's the Matilda and the Faramis buffing up the Phovius so that the Phovius becomes unstoppable. And then the Moskov, Super Marco will just come in late. So how they were able to just blend that together, play around that was really cool to see because that takes a lot of cooperation and communication to maximize your Circling Eagle, the Nether Realm, the timing of Flap Easy as the Phobius with Vengeance, and to make the most out of all the dashes that he can use to get his abilities and his passive a little bit quicker. Then for game number 2, it was just really it was different because this time Aurora in game number 1, they were looking for openings.
Yep.
While in game number 2, all Falcons APBren were giving Aurora were just openings.
Yep.
Although we gotta credit Demon Kite, it was openings that are difficult to spot. If you're a Hayabusa player, you know those openings. Because if you see, okay, wait, the Roamer's not here, Roamer's out of position, then maybe the mid laner's low. I think I can dash into this, go under tower, shadow kill, get a shadow out, maybe commit it. Those little things that he would decide to commit. So really just how Demon Kite was able to rock that Hayabusa. That was a sick Hayabusa game. That is TikTok levels of edit of
it takes a lot of
performance,
hero mastery in order to pull off that kind of play, and it is precisely because of this Hayabusa gameplay we've seen from Demon Kite, which is why Falcons APBren aren't securing their playoff spot just yet. Because if you haven't asked, this game matters a lot for Falcons APBren, because if they do get the win, since we're basing it on a 1.1 point system, they become the next team after Fnatic Onyx to secure the playoffs spot. So that means tighter competition for the remaining teams because there are less spots to secure towards the playoffs. And it's interesting because we're just in week number 5. But if ever things go in favor for Falcons APBren, then we have already 2 teams that could go potentially into the upper bracket if things go well for them consistently from this point onwards. And this is our quick draft recap. As you can see, there were a lot of surprises as well. We've highlighted Aurora, MLBB, but there are also certain questions left unanswered for us here as to probably why there were certain options here for Falcons APBren, why the sudden show of the Beatrix, I think, for their gold laner here. I mean, at this point, I was trying to think of other remaining options possible. There was the Nathan. The Brody was brought up, but there is a not so good win rate so far when Super Marco decided to bring this out twice. It lost twice. And there was also the Bruno, which I think was a little bit tricky to pull off as well. And all things considered, it just might be, or it might have been a difficult decision as well for Falcons APBren to make. So yeah, we're looking forward to the adjustments that will happen, but then I think we have a hot topic here, or a question for all of our viewers, because we have an epic skin gift stage for giveaway.
Yep, there's a lot of epic skins coming in the game recently, and there's a lot of awesome ones. So choose between all of that: the Venom Hanabi, Glorious General Zilong. We have enough Zilongs in the world. Fleet Warden Nissan Shin. Blazing Shadow Esmeralda.
Yep.
I personally own none of these, so never. Oh wait, no, I have the Esmeralda one. Yeah, I like the Esmeralda one.
I think I have the Yisun Shin, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if we've seen much Esmeraldas here in MPL yet, right? But
No, there were times where we were wishing we saw the Esmeralda,
Yeah.
but we didn't.
Even up against the several Hanabi Lolita metagame checks again, we've been mentioning all that. And there were also some pretty decent Mathilda games even.
Yep.
But then I think we're just at a point where the Esmeralda isn't really considerable. But I think we have a delivery here.
I'm trying to look cool while doing it.
Oh, so what could this be?
Thank you, Magical Hand.
So I think
Okay,
these
so I
are...
was one of our floor directors who handled this. What is this? Oh, these are the letters.
Yeah,
okay.
these are gifts from our community towards either the players, either the talents, whoever they want to send messages for. So let's read some. What
No,
did you get?
This at first I thought this was just hate, but then there was I'm not reading this. No, I'm not reading.
Okay,
that
okay. So you get another one.
I'm not reading
While
that
he's scanning his choice, I got
Oh, I've
here.
seen this already.
It's from Cebu City. It's a very general message, but it's very cute. Good luck to all players. So he
this
didn't
one says-
specify which team he wanted to.
This one says go TNC, go Coach Scholar.
Oh, that's a.
I believe right now he's the manager for TNC Pro Team. So
Okay, here I have a specific one, a very specific one. So I think this guy is from the barangay. So, to Chaknu. I'm reading it in a very demure
go ahead, just
manner.
read it. Go for it.
It's written in Filipino, but for our international viewers, I'll be translating
Don't
it.
translate. I don't care. I'm just kidding. Please translate
Okay,
it.
let me read it in Filipino first. Ingat palagi, idol. Galingan lagi sa laro. Good luck. So
Yeah, for the Indonesians there, if you hear lagi, it's the same thing, guys.
Oh, so basically it's just saying to always take care and to always do your best in the game and good luck. So this is from Jovit Nang, and he wrote the venue even. So he wrote Green Sun. So what a cute way to write this very short note/letter from our community. So there are a lot of messages from the community, and it's not just limited to post-its, to notes. You can also drop your gifts for your idols if ever you want to give them some of those gifts.
You know one thing, in the first 3 weeks, a lot of people were giving cake.
Really?
Yeah, I think 4 or 5
I remember
players
donuts.
or people got... Oh, donut. Yeah, just pastries. People were giving cakes. We got a box of donuts, like the talents. Thank you, by the way. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much.
Another team got a box of donuts. I think 2 or 3 teams got cakes. So that's pretty cool. Thank you.
Yeah, and a lot of us have been celebrating our birthdays.
I did not eat all of them.
I can attest to that. But I wasn't able to try.
Because I ate all. No,
Oh,
kidding.
so...
No.
okay. I tried to defend you. But then, yeah, if you want to drop off some gifts for your idols here, be it pro players or going back to what we were mentioning earlier, if you want to see Renmar in real life and evaluate whether or not he meets your
No one wants to see
expectations or
that.
not.
No,
yeah.
my self-esteem can't handle that. What are you doing to me right now?
No, this is just an example.
What are you doing
a
to me,
lot of
Bridget?
our international fans are actually very curious about like the talents in real life.
Yeah,
So-
they're curious about you.
No.
You have a
no,
massive fan base, you know that.
That's all. But if you want to see a lot of things
Between
for
us,
yourself,
who do you think gets the more gifts every day? I didn't say every week of MPLPH, but every day.
those are just
Who's flustered right now? Not me.
how I wish Midnight was here so we could just like.
He's doing his job on the Filipino panel.
Yeah.
Don't drag him into
But
this.
if you haven't asked, Midnight is very happy right
Type
now.
1 if you're a Brigida fan.
Why
If
are
you
you
would
still
come
there?
here to MPL Philippines to give her a gift, type 1.
This reminds me of the Lilia conversation. We're still there.
Don't try to get out of this, Alex.
Okay. But then, still, whatever you want to see, whatever you want to experience, if you're in the Philippines or if you want to fly out to the Philippines to experience the MPL Philippines live, be it during the regular season or the playoffs, you're free to visit us and drop off your gifts. We
Yeah.
have a community hub or a gift box here. You can also put on some notes.
Yeah, y'all already know that. We've been in this topic for quite a while.
That's right. That's why we're all definitely waiting to see what is going to happen in the next matchup between Aurora MLBB and Falcons APBren. I'm wondering...
Wait, there's a group of people behind us right now.
Who's that?
Oh.
Who's that? I can't see it.
I think they're gonna. Yeah, there's a group of people right behind us.
So I think we're...
I think we're gonna get an interview with Mara.
So we're throwing to
I
Mara in
wouldn't
a
be
bit.
surprised.
But as I was saying, I think it's Falcons APBren here on the right side, or the away side. So that means they get to pick their side in the third game.
Yeah.
Likely going to be blue either way, but I wonder who we're seeing. I think they're wearing jerseys.
I hope they're wearing something at least.
No,
if they weren't, then how did they get in here?
From this distance,
Sure
I
they
think
did. Who are they?
they're wearing some Falcons APBren
Oh, I think it's
jerseys.
their MDL team. It could be their MDL team,
Yeah,
yes.
it might be. It might be their MPL team. So we just got confirmation right now that we might just be talking to Falcons APBren's MDL team. So to get to know these players more, if they are the players, let's throw it over to our host, Maria Aquino.
Save us, Mara.
Dito sa MPL Arena, kasama natin ang Index APBren. Hello! Introduce yourselves and your role.
Ako nga pala si Angelo Ponce, Lord Deco, ex-PLA ng Index APBren.
Ay, ako nga pala si Iron John Torres, ang tank ng AP Index.
Ay nga pala, ako pala si Rod Stewart Thomas, ang jungler ng AP Index.
Ako nga pala si Salam, coordinator of Index APBren.
Behind you.
Hello guys, I'm Daiso and also the team captain of Index APBren.
Go ahead.
Ako po si Rome Leonard Tolentino, Leon, jungle of Index APBren.
Hello, ako nga pala si Zero, ex-PLAner ng Index APBren.
It's nice to have you here. Now, coincidentally, nanalo kayo sa MDL against Aurora Hunters last week. Now, kwento niyo naman sa amin, how are your preparations now for the next weeks?
Ano lang po, more practice lang, then tiwala lang sa kampe.
Now, ngayon nakikita niyo na yung mga kuya niyo na naglalaro ngayon. How is it like watching them live? May mga nakukuha ba kayo para magamit nito sa MDL?
Sobrang saya po na pinapanood po namin sila ng harap-harapan kasi naka-inspired po na gusto rin po namin maglaro dyan dito po sa MPL. Ayun po.
And,
Tapos yung teamwork po nila gusto po namin talaga matutunan. Ayun po.
What else? Teamwork, what else? What else can you pick up from here?
And yung comms po, yun po yung gusto namin matutunan sa kanila.
So far, napanood natin yung laban ngayon. Ano yung mga pinaka-interesting moments na tumatak sa isip nyo?
Ngayon po.
Yes.
Yung game 1 po, sobrang linis po ng laro nila. Ang ganda po ng teamwork nila.
And who do you look forward to na napapanood dito? Sino nga ba yung, who do you look up to here? Kayo, I wanna hear. Go ahead, don't be shy. Sino yung kuya na talagang you're looking up to?
Si ano po, si Kuya Kaltisi. Idol po talaga eh.
Anong gusto mong sabihin?
Sana mag-1v1 tayo.
Sana mag-1v1?
At good luck sa Game 3.
Good luck sa kanila. And now we're gonna be talking about the game a little bit more. Babalik na tayo sa ating panel. Pasok!
Thank you so much to Mara Aquino and Index APBren. So that is confirmed, the MDL team of Falcons APBren. And they're also, I think, in a pretty good spot right now, currently on the ongoing MDL Philippines. So you have to watch out for these players, if I may say.
Yeah, the APBren MDL team historically has struggled. So good to hear that they're doing much better here in MDL Philippines Season 3. Hey, Aurora goes red side!
Oh, wait. Oh, so we're in Aurora side?
Huh?
Oh, no. Okay, so...
They don't change placements on the stage every game, you know that?
Yeah, okay. So they do get red side instead of the blue side. Did this work for them earlier?
I mean, they were red side in game number 2, so yeah. I think they're just playing to their comforts.
All right,
Get the idea of momentum.
All right.
So if you want to revisit what they banned out in game number 2, it was a Give me a second.
The chip.
Yeah, Chip, Fanny, Roger. Yeah, that's for sure. The chip was banned. Chip, Fanny, Roger, Carry, Faramis. So one of the things that Aurora did is that they really remember when you're going to the red side, and if you're to the blue side, you don't have your gold laner yet. Red side already has their gold laner.
Yeah.
They can focus on the gold laner pickups. Instead of focusing on all of them, they just banned out one, the best one in the scenario, which we both agreed on, which was the carry. So if Falcons APBren are going to be in the blue side again, I think they're going to have to lock in their gold laner for Super Marco first phase. However, it's actually quite against the trends of Falcons APBren to pick Super Marco's pick early, because most of the time Super Marco's pick comes in the second phase of their draft, even on the red side.
Yep, and recently we've been seeing the priorities shift. They're leaning towards the Mathilda more often if it's open, but then earlier it was also previously banned out, or even the Faramis. I mean, in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken, it was the last pick here.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, if they do decide to reveal the gold laners earlier, I wonder if they'll leave it open. Because previously, they took out both the Harith and the Roger, so the options were very limited. So I feel like it was a little bit tricky to immediately show up your gold laner, unless it's the Moskov. But even then, teams right now, they're very confident in playing against the Moskov rather than, or as compared to previous, I don't know, weeks or even months, wherein Moskov felt like it was unstoppable. I mean, it's been through some nerfs now, so yeah.
It's not that it's unstoppable, but it's annoying to go against in the case that you always have to be watching your side lanes. And again, in the Philippines, we talk a lot about how macro important is to us. If we're not comfortable and we don't have our control, you get split pushed, essentially, or minions will win it for you, apparently. And at the same time, the late entry that Moskov dishes out, when the Spear of Destruction hits, and then suddenly you've been fighting it as 5v4, even though you've utilized so many abilities, suddenly there's a Moskov to come in. It's a trip to go up against, and not the easiest.
Yeah.
So it's not a always ban type of hero, but at the same time, it's something you gotta respect. One thing that kind of scratched my head though in game number 2 was that Falcons APBren decided to prioritize the Matilda over the Phoveus, wherein Aurora first picked the Phoveus already in the first two picks red side, whereas for Falcons APBren, the Phoveus did well for them. So I think they also thought that they could counter it, but yeah, it just didn't work out. If they picked up the carry earlier, might be a little bit of a different story, but then at the end of the day, the mid lane trio was the one that lost for Falcons APBren. So if you want them to bounce back, I think one of the key things, weirdly enough, is to make sure Renegade doesn't get that Minotaur.
So maybe also not prioritize the Matilda just yet if the Phoveus is still available and other really risky power picks for the opposing team. And also for me, I think the Moskov goes really well or works really well for Super Marco. Like, given the or objective-oriented playstyle that he's been constantly showing us ever since. You know how he always tends to just go for the turrets in the early stages, and whenever he does use the Spear of Destruction, it's always precise, and the follow-ups are very much accurate. And this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Finally, the last draft of the day between Aurora MLBB and Falcons APBren. So, as we've mentioned and previously talked about, yes, this time all of those priority gold laners are actually open and up for grabs for both of these teams.
So, Aurora, will you ban the Jushin or will you ban the Phoveus? I think they can consider giving the Jushin and they can ban Roger instead. So they do ban the Roger. Phoveus, Falcons.
Not unless they still go for the Matilda.
If they're going to rush the Matilda again, then they have to pick up the gold lane earlier.
Okay, so I think I heard the Phoveus.
There we go.
Yes, so they changed things up. The Phoveus is now the priority for Falcons APBren. Does Aurora MLBB want to consider the Harry's gone? So they decide to pick the Hylos and Moskov. That's a quick response.
Yep.
Okay, so no more Claude games now for Doming. Now they take away the Moskov.
Oh, it's still Matilda. Wow, they're really leaning harder than this. So they can consider Valentina or...
Oh, yeah. the expressway.
Aurora, I'd be a little bit iffy on the Jushin here. Oh wait, no, get your gold laner. Just get a gold laner already for Super Marco.
What do you think? The carry, did they get it this time?
Yeah, I mean, you already see the high loss. You know that's going to be in the front line. So just go ahead and pick up the high loss already. Excuse me, the carry already.
All right, so could it be the carry, or do they want to switch heroes and probably get the Claude? I'm not entirely sure of what priorities Falcons APBren is currently considering this time. All right, so they leave it for later. The Julian is going to be the pickup here for Falcons APBren. Doming on the Moskov, checking the statistics. Not so, okay, the 42% win rate overall, but I think there's been a little bit of a struggle, if I may say, for Aurora MLBB in terms of pulling this off. They're ranked first in terms of kill participation, yes, but you play the Moskov not entirely dependent on all of those team fights that you immediately join in on in the early game. So we'll see how this pans out for Aurora MLBB. Now they're left to pick their last hero before we head into the second banning phase. So they're yet to reveal their... Wait. Oh!
Yeah, it's the Bane of the Demon Kite that didn't fare well against them. Up against the Matilda, I'm going to have to revisit what that draft was, I believe, when they faced Omega earlier.
This is interesting. We usually see the Mathilda paired with the Bane, but it hasn't been an option for the teams who recently picked up the Mathilda. It's more of focusing all their resources onto supporting their gold laner. But now they decide to take the Bane even before we get hints of them or Falcons APBren potentially going for that. And there's a Julian as well. So yes, they do flex the Julian, but the possibility of this being a jungler is also still up there.
Yeah, I think the Julian needs to go in the mid now. Going up against the Bane. Okay, so they do ban the Minotaur as we mentioned earlier. See the hero damage per game ranking among all junglers, and Dory's actually up there. Demon Cat is a killer, Kaltizi as well.
Yep.
It's difficult to actually place the Julian up against the Bane in the jungle.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be committing your enhanced sword to either go in but then suddenly get knocked up by shards.
Yep, and there's a high loss.
And then the high loss, so I think you're going to have to put a Julian in the mid and then pick up a different jungler here.
Okay. And they deny the Valentino, which we also suggested to be a great pickup here, supposedly for Falcons APBren. Now they're left with really, or they're trying to force that Julian mid probably here for Falcons APBren. So I'm not entirely sure if it works both ways, since they really have to flex it at this point, since it's going to be hard to match up against the Bane. And also since Aurora MLBB seems like they're forcing it to happen for Falcons APBren. Now Aurora, they still haven't revealed their mid laner, but they're going directly, or they're really focusing on the bans towards the mid lanes. So at this point, we're left with what, the Zask, the Lilia, or potentially the Faramis. Could they take it for themselves? Since if Falcons APBren gets hold of the Faramis, or but they might just go for the Julian mid. So I don't know anymore.
Yeah. Falcons APBren are in a rough scenario right now. The early Bane high loss together has put the idea of a Julian jungle in a rough position. Actually, even for a Julian mid. So the damage might not come easy here. I think Ogwen really needs to work with the rest of Falcons APBren. And you said Faramis.
Wait.
You said Faramis, and it is Faramis. Great call there.
To live.
So
Aurora looks like they've outdrafted Falcons APBren
here.
here.
Look at that reaction from him.
Yeah, because the thing is, if you want to get that out quickly, you're going to have to pick up the Claude. But the Claude going up against those four, it's going to cry. So in this scenario, maybe you're just going to end up picking something like the Aurora in the mid, but the Julian in the jungle. Ling is open, but even Ling going down is going to be a difficult scenario. See if they're just gonna force even if we go alpha.
Or what? How likely are we going to see a fighter gold lane here for Falcons APBren?
No.
It's gonna be tricky.
It's gonna be lacking.
Wait,
Melissa.
Oh!
Wow.
Right!
There are also shadows.
But wait.
Wow.
Okay.
So instead of taking it into the fight, they take it, they look at the big picture. So the lineup of Aurora, the first four, want to fight around the objectives. Falcons APBren, they're strong at fighting objectives, but they also have the option of opening up the map.
Yeah.
But it has to be together with that Melissa.
Yep.
And now, frontline though for Falcons APBren looks lacking. The roam here for Renegade might end up becoming another tanky one setter. The Tigreal is still open for him.
Yeah, I agree. The Tigreal, if we're looking for other AoE setter tanks.
Oh!
Wait! Okay. Renegade was using this previously when he was going live. I think they're kind of familiar with this. So, the Mincitar for Renegade. That's interesting.
Yeah.
You could like anticipate the plays from Falcons APBren.
Blink skill. Does this negate the Fovius usage of the Inferno Pursuit? And if ever the Melissa cannot use her dash to reposition herself, she brings down the go away, and then the King's Calling can just leave the Melissa there because she can't get out.
All right, they have to time the King's Calling really well, but the same goes for Falcons APBren, so this is a very interesting matchup.
Ow.
Okay, let's head into the action. Let's go, Leo and Naisu.
Let us. Thank you so much, Brigida and Renmar. Down to the final bout. Game 3, the very last for Week 5 of Season 14. Let's head on into the land of Don, Leo, and Naisu bringing you the action on a personal level, conceptually, and just for all of the Mincitar fans. I'm loving what RORA brings.
I'm loving it. You know, the fact that you have a Mincitar in the hands of Renegade. And I know they mentioned it on the panel that he was playing this in the streams that they saw, but I'm wondering how conceptually this is going to work with the lineup that they have. Very interesting. You know, they still take that power pick, but the Hylos in the hands of Edward this time around revitalizes there. And even having the Faramis, like there's so much that they can play around with. And then your ever favorite Bane.
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. But real quick, check out the emblem build on Renegade's Mincitar. It is a tank emblem with the Swift. So he wants a little bit of extra move speed, rather attack speed. Edward walking away, he's gonna go down.
Yeah, you can't escape that. That's one of the downsides, obviously, when you just gotta revitalize.
Yeah, just accept them. It was inevitable. You crossed the threshold a little too far, and now it's gonna lead to a camp steal and just flap wailing away at the shield. Anyways, talking about Renegade, right?
Yeah.
As cool as it is that they're whipping out these. Oh, Renegade!
All right, he flickers out. He's okay. As cool as it is.
Case in point, as cool as it is, it's not the front line you need for Doming and for DK. Like for a Moskov and a Bane, you want a big chunky dude, much like yourself.
A Tigreal.
Much like Tigreal, sure.
I would cosplay him.
Right? Mincitar?
No, Tigreal.
Oh, sure. Yeah. See? So you need a good front liner to be able to hold up for the ordnance that DK and Doming bring. But the Mincitar brings the action to you, and you're a little softy.
Yeah, and you're kind of just playing around the King's Calling at this point. Fighting for the turtle, we'll see how it goes. Spirit of Glory gonna land. Able to get the pull off. Turtle secured though, and now they have to fight it out. Divergent gonna be used as well. Here comes Few. No one goes down in the fight because of the Nether Realm. But that's gonna be it. No one falling in that one.
All right, Few just coming in as a last-minute deterrent if ever RORA did lean hard into it. Someone's there to just say, no. You do not. You do not force it. And so far, FCAP are doing well to reset. Again, despite all of these spicy picks and what seemed to be a lock out of the draft, which would betray what Few looks like pre-game start. You know how he just has his hands in his face? No, FCAP seems to have recovered well. Again, that last pick, Melissa, people were looking for the Claude.
Yeah, he's... the Melissa's going to be interesting as well when we talk about all this and how it plays into the part of Aurora, but also, you know, when we got a glimpse of the gold difference here, right now, Demonkine's kind of fallen behind against Kyle Teasy, of course. But look at this right here.
That's right. The Courageous Warrior. The Burmese King, if I'm not mistaken, comes back after the last time we saw him in Season 11 when Smart Omega's Miko then, who is now playing for MPL, if I'm not mistaken, took it into action. So it's been a hot minute.
We've seen him in the Roam, and then we saw, what season was that? Benny Cutie played it in the Gold for one of the first times in the playoffs?
Season 11.
Season 11.
If I'm not mistaken. All right, here we go. A diversion up top. I think Doming smells it. The shenanigans afoot.
Shenanigans. They might have enough to actually collapse down, sandwich him in.
They're going to clap him!
Doming goes in. Spirit Destruction. Tries to clear the wave, and here's the rest of the team to follow up as Ogwin's taken out. They get exchanged for it, but no one will be able to go down from RORA. FCAP only loses Ogwin.
Ain't no exchange here, Joseph. This isn't Full Metal Alchemist. It's just a straight-off pickoff. I mean, good news and bad news. Number one, for Falcons APBren, good news is it was Ogwin who went down.
Yeah.
Bad news is we just saw what could possibly be the winning image for Aurora. Like, if you're able to do that, you know, put him into the King's Calling. Wait, turtle up, turtle up.
Turtle's up for the taking. I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but it's Demon Kite that does secure it. They get the drag off. Might be able to go and collapse down on Flap Teasy, but he's fine with it. And as you were saying, that might be the play for Aurora. Just fight in that King's Calling, if you will.
And again, just as you saw in that Turtle take second of the game, DK with a DC. Imagine that whole situation up in this little corner of the map.
Yeah.
Plus a deadly catch. It's almost as confusing as a trampoline with no fury.
It is. And it's enough, like, and I guess this is why, you know, now that I've spent quite a bit of time watching the Bane jungle this season, it makes sense in a lot of lineups.
Oh, in game, right.
In game.
In the matches, right.
My bad, not in the talent room, you know. But that's the thing, the deadliest catch, the DC is so great in those points of the map. Diversion going to be used. They don't send anybody, spotting things out, but they are going to go for UA. Good thing for UA, he can go through walls.
Oh, and Renegade looking for the hook, misses by an inch, and sure, say what you. Oh, Edward!
That's a whole lot of damage on Edward.
How about Jing?
Even with a glorious pathway and a revitalize, he gets taken out. Look at Renegade. Renegade waiting patiently. I don't know if anyone's going to follow this up though.
Shh, very quiet.
Gives the information. Goes for
the hook!
Gets the pull. Spirit of Glory's there. UA's going to join the fight, but with the guiding wind, Few's going to be fine.
He doesn't call in the homies.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I wonder, though. Wait.
In the jungle? Oh, what? Demon Kite. He saw Ogwin pop up, and he's like, yeah, I'm not following that up.
If Ogwin wasn't there, he would have thrown out the crab claw cannon and went in Renegade!
Renegade could be in trouble. Goes in. Spirit of Glory, Netherrealm to help him out into the King's Calling, and now Kyle Teasy's going to be in trouble as he goes down. But there's some fight back from FCAP as they find Renegade. They try to get UA, but he gets away again. Diversion to cut him off. Here they come. Super Marco gets the double.
Surprise! And just in time, too. Look at that. Back to business. FCAP rotating here into the final turtle.
Gonna go for the turtle. Flap TZ, Infernal Pursuit, right on Demon Kite, gonna force him back. They even used Retribution. Woo! He's fine though, gets under the turret. Kyle TZ still holding on to his retry. Turtle for the taking here for FCAP.
But that's a non-starter. The fact that you sent the Bane packing counted as a TKO unless, hold up, Falcons APBren, this is a small window of opportunity. Maybe, just maybe, nope, that's it. The Bees get the final turtle, and look up top.
Whoa! Up top. Are they still going to battle it out? 1v1. Flap TZ right up the bag! And there's Few to help Flap out. Gives out the emote as well, so there you go. FCAP holding on to the lead, an objective and a kill. And now this is the point where they usually start to shift the gear, right? We're 3 turtles in. They're waiting for that first lord to come up in the game here. So RORA, they've got to make this composition work for them.
And where do they do that? I'd reckon up top. Look at that. How deep Doming went. Part of me says, you know, maybe it's worth it. Maybe he did have it coming. Oh, wait. Flap. 1v3 potentially.
Get some airtime. King's Calling going to be used too. Glorious Pathway. Flap alone will get the 2 ultimates out from RORA.
That's why you also put a Purify on a Phoveus. Yeah. Vengeance, sure. Flicker, yes. Oh, wait! Coming in!
Ogwin goes in with a circling eagle. Flap re-engages as well into the backside, right on for UA. Netherrealm comes out. Spear Destruction won't land from Domeng. But RORA stays alive. Kyle TZ gets multiple members knocked into the air. And all this for that Tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Flawless approach by Falcons APBren. Could have sworn they were all a part of Morpheus's squad. They were straight up, I know Kung Fu. They matrixed all throughout
the Matrix.
You know what I mean? Like, they just, all of them kind of split it through. And some part of that has to have been on purpose.
Yeah.
Some part of that, like,
it's planned.
They know the trajectory of a good SOD, so they just all touched it. That would have been a very different team fight if Doming came in.
100%. even if he, you know, for the most part, he's been farming up. So Domeng's threat level in terms of the Moskov, if he joins the fights, is going to be there. But if you don't land the Spirit of Destruction, that's always the risk, right?
Yeah.
If you don't land it, unfortunately, you're walking to the team fight if you can get there in time.
Which most likely is a no-go. You just say, all right, I'm just going to try to split push here, which I think what he was doing anyways, much like he started up top. Now Lord spawns upper quarter of the map. Shuffle started up. Aurora, all 5 of them are here. Domeng's not putting anything up to chance.
Circling you are going to be used. Glorious Pathway, King's calling. They're trapped in it as Fuse going to be taken out, and now Aurora trying to fight it out as well. Edward goes down. Renegade has to flick around. Yue as well.
DK!
Super Marco looking for more. Tries to go off in one hit from Demon Kite, but Demon Kite will escape. But with all of that, FCAP secures themselves the Lord here as Aurora has to go back to base.
All right. Edward for few. I'd call that a team-wide TKO. Falcons APBren, despite not getting the kill on DK, was as good as dead.
Yeah.
They sent him back in, no retribution holder. Because usually, I'll tell you this now.
Tell me.
Even if this is a Bane that can't really be up front, as long as you have the Crab Claw Cannon, especially if you're rocking
the Thunderbelt,
that's secondary.
That War Axe.
The War Axe. Eventually into more damage items.
Diversion! They're going to walk right into that as Demon Kite is taken care of. And Flap Teasy jumping in a little bit further with the Infernal Pursuit. Edward, enough to get away. Still holding on here, only losing Demon Kite. But man, they've got to defend the base now.
On behalf of all the Auroras, I was just trying to break down how DK can get out of this sticky situation. How this Bane might be able to perform his task to help Aurora MLBB get out of this rut, but
he got diverted.
FCAP wasn't going to allow it. They didn't even let me finish my sentence.
Right now, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to finish this base defense. They all force. Lord's going to be worked on. All of the holy shields being popped here.
Woo.
I don't know, FCAP, they might not actually force anything further off that first Lord.
Oh, SOD. Not a...
You don't take that one.
Yeah. But here's the silver lining for Aurora, all right? Look at this lineup. BOD on the way for Demon Kite. Respectable kit on Yue. I'm mentioning these 2 players specifically is because off of them, they might be able to do a good high ground defense. Like, I'd give this whole lineup a rating of just playing inside your base, hunkering down, accepting the fact of, you know, inevitable obliteration. Like, you know you're going to lose, but if you're able to just hold out, you know, protect your turrets, protect your base.
Hunker down and make it happen.
Yep.
Diversion?
Oh, it's a feint.
It's a feint.
I give him like a 4 out of 5. Like, this is a lineup that can really just stay behind, you know, your walls.
Yeah.
Much like the first season of Attack on Titan, just stay in there.
Stay in the
I
walls.
stopped watching after that.
Like inside the walls or like behind the walls? Because, you know.
No, I don't. Don't spoil me.
Okay.
40 seconds until the Lord spawns. Upper quarter once more. FCAP about 6,000 gold ahead. Here comes Flap.
Flap going to get dragged in. They commit the King's Calling. Circle Eel too. Going to find multiple members. Forcing them back. NetherRealm already expended as well from RORA. But FCAP, that might be all they get. Again, just kind of testing the waters here. They got 20 seconds for this Lord to be up.
Beautiful pickup on the Melissa by Bulletproof Marco. Still deathless. 12 minutes and a half in so far. And wait, what is this? Aurora clapping back?
Are they going to re-engage after it all? They get knocked up with enhanced chains, and now Flap Teasy goes dunking. Able to get the double, and now pushing it on the top side turret. Spirit Destruction going to come out from Domeng. He actually follows it up.
What?
He goes in, but he's going to be fine. Little risky maneuver there from Domeng.
He doesn't have enough items. I saw him take the flank. It was as perfect an engage as you could for an assassin like Marksman, but Joseph, there wasn't enough damage.
There wasn't.
He couldn't finish the job. And now it leads to 2 free kills. A Lord that inevitably was going to go to FCAP, but all right, what's the game plan here?
He's just trying to get some push in, but he's going to get back to base.
Sneaky. But yeah, as we were saying, Aurora at this point, if that last engagement wasn't enough of proof, maybe just take it in the base.
And maybe this is where you test that theory, because this is the time to make it happen. And even for Renegade, going back to the Mincetar pick here, you know, he's got Radiant Armor, he's got Dom Ice.
Yeah.
And you're just, his sole purpose here is to help with that defense that we're talking about, that miracle defense.
I'd reckon it's more to just punish those who are up front a little too further in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he's not a real tank.
He's not.
Sure, you can build tank items, but he's not going to last, at least not even against Few and Flap. You know what I mean? Take any two hero combination from FCAP, Renegade folds.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, Winter Crown picked up 2. Glorious Pathway. Flap's going to go in, and a huge knock-up on Yue. Yue couldn't even use the ultimate, and now they're going to collapse down in the base. Yue's back for the fight, though. Flap's easy, still in the backside against Domeng, just trying to tank it all. Renegade still in trouble as he falls. They still have to deal with the Lord as well, and Edward goes down as well, trying to get Super Marco, but he's still bulletproof. And FCAP now on the base of RORA. They've got 3 members to defend.
A successful defense so far, but wait! The shutdown on Ogwin, he's down!
Ogwin's down, a good pickup there for Domeng, but the base is exposed. But it looks like RORA was able to buy themselves another defense as the Spear Destruction gets thrown down in between.
See what I tell you?
You're telling me.
They can defend.
They can.
It's just that it's going to come at a cost. Edward was in the back line going 1v4 for what seemed like forever. It was just like, just hold out, guys. I can do this.
He had his revitalized hand, his Glorious Pathway. He's like, I got this. You guys just stay alive and do your thing.
Just clear the waves. Just hold the door. To the credit of Aurora, I think it was on purpose that they let Yue die quickly.
Yeah.
Because he was going to respawn
like passive anyway.
In no time. And then use the Netherrealm upon the re-engage, which was as good as it gets. Again, folks, when you're down 10K, it's as if you're playing against 6.
There's only so much you can do.
It's miserable. So the way Aurora kept their composition, held it out, and used their kit to the maximum, that's the best you can get. So now, to bare base, no turrets left, Lord spawning, upper quarter, same spot in 30 seconds, no contest. That's step 1.
Yeah. Step 1, no contest. Step 2, play this hunker down defense again.
I agree, 100%. The only real way they can win is off of a punish.
Yeah.
There's no rope-a-doping, there's no baiting FCAP. Like they will come up with weird drafts, sure, but gameplay-wise, like there's very little you can do to trick them.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do that. I think even right now, you just get the vision you need on it, but you're going to be pretty late to this. But it looks like they actually want to fight.
Contesting!
Possibly try to pull something through. Domeng also throwing the Spear of Destruction now, and it doesn't land on anyone. So that might be the call to go back. But again, the Netherrealm going to be used as a knock-up from the Enhanced Chains. Throws them into the air. And now Flap TZ, front of it all, has Ogren there with him. There's nothing RORA can do but watch.
Whoa,
as
diversion.
Taken. Diversion, the cutoff again. Renegade's already taken out of the picture. Double for Super Marco. And now down 2 members for RORA. Full force of FCAP in the base.
Bold as it is, Aurora tried to contest, tried to find a window of opportunity. A sliver of hope, but it's not going to happen. They're inside the base.
Good damage there. Domeng still trying to pop off the best he can. Flap TZ will take him out of the picture, though. And base is worked on. And FCAP will go and take the series.
Sweet revenge denied from Renegade as Aurora fold once more. Our defending world champions. Falcons APBren take the series.
Oh, that's got to feel good. Again, you know, they had to go through the endurance test, I would say, for this series, but ultimately FCAP comes out. And again, going back to Aurora's draft, very interesting. They took a risk. Unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. In game number 3, they tried to hold on the best they can, but yeah, like you mentioned, FCAP is a team that there's only so much you can do when you have that kind of lead, and you're able to work through that. And I think even for game 2 with FCAP, I don't know if that's like limit testing on draft and picks, but it's an interesting series how they kind of went through this and what they garnered from it.
And it's not like both teams in the last 2 games had no legs to stand on, right?
Yeah.
Aurora here taking their bow, accepting defeat like a champ. It's not like their game 3 was just whatever, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you just pick the Minotaur just because you could. No, they tried something and they were going off a very strong draft. It's just that FCAP had the better of them. Speaking of which, we're thrown over to the stage with Mara Aquino. She's with the winning team right now for their interview. On behalf of Naisu, it's been an honor to be at your service. My name is Leo. You just witnessed FCAP take the dub.
All right, Bees, let me hear it from you. 5 Falcons, APBren! Congratulations dahil kayo are playoffs bound. Great job! Playoffs bound, ibig sabihin you're one step closer to your current goal na mag-qualify sa M6. And one step closer sa promise mo na gumawa ng TikTok account. Are you excited? How do you feel about that? Kasi kami highly curious about your first post.
Ayun, excited din. Kasi matagal na akong inaaya ng mga to, mag-TikTok eh. Tapos ang dami rin naghahanap sa mga comment section.
And more so even now. So we're also really looking forward to that. It's one thing to be excited about. Ito naman, si Super Marco. Super Marco! Hindi mo pinabawi the next standard. So, sino pa ba ang nasa listahan mo, yung next gold laner na papatumbahin mo?
Huh?
Uy, may bulong. Sino?
Siguro si Jom tsaka si Kelra.
Jom and Kelra. Bakit?
Kasi tinalo nila kami, gusto mabawi.
Both of them. Meron ka bang palag sa kanila? Do you wanna say something to them?
Wala.
Wala na? Okay. Pero aabangan natin yan sa susunod na ano ang palag. And now, we're gonna announce the MVP. Let me hear it from you. Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP is Super Marco! Super Marco, anong gusto mong sabihin sa mga supporters nyo?
Thank you po sa mga sumuporta dito, mga nag-effort pumunta rito kahit sobrang late na natapos.
Yeah.
Tsaka shoutout kayo, Babs.
Thank you for your continuous support. Ito, meron tayong malupit na supporter na makakatanggap ng 3,000 diamonds. Our lucky fan, come on up. Hello, congratulations. Every single series, nagbibigay tayo ng 3,000 diamonds. What's your name?
Sonia.
Sonia. Sino ang favorite player mo dito?
Actually, sobrang hirap mamili kasi dahil ko na kayo sinusundan, guys. So, congrats na nanalo kayo last year sa M5. Pero for this game, si Super Marco.
Super Marco, katabi mo na. Okay, anong gusto mong sabihin kay Super Marco?
Dapat panalo ulit sa M6. Yeah.
Oh, what do you have to say about that, Super Marco?
Qualify muna.
Qualify muna. We're looking forward to that. Now, it's time for you to bow with the winning team. All right, Falcons, APBren, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Go ahead, Sonia. Falcons, APBren, one step closer to qualifying for the M6. We're gonna break that game down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pass up.
What a way to secure the series from Falcons APBren, despite the unorthodox and surprise picks shown to us once again by Aurora MLBB. This time it felt like they weren't taken by surprise. And one of the most composed players at that is our game MVP, Super Marco, with that beautiful usage and timing of the muddles.
Yep. Really had to time up muddles together up against a lineup that had a Faramis. So with that, compared to game number 2, the mid trio of Falcons APBren had a much better time this time around, which means that Super Marco is happy. Dominic was able to, he wasn't completely beat in lane, but because of what was happening in the mid and how Super Marco was handling the lane, wherein he would sometimes give up the minion wave control so that he could join in the fights in what's happening in the mid lane while Doming is just left to split push, then he could speed up getting his items and his gold because he's also getting kills. I believe he had two double kills in this game and then 2 kills in another time. And what was conceptually could have been very difficult by Falcons APBren. Again, they met it with great macro map control. We talked about how RORA in a forward team fight, if this lineup of RORA got the snowball team fighting for Falcons APBren would be extremely difficult. So they played the map, rotated fast.
I agree. And what faster way to rotate than immediately pick off Edward in the XP lane? That was already an interesting rotation coming from Falcons APBren. They were really persistent about taking out the high loss immediately at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And from that point onwards, they were just consistently surprising Aurora MLBB, which is something you would expect from a lineup who utilizes the Lu Yi. So the timings as to when they wanted to go for the diversion plays always caught Aurora MLBB off guard. It seemed like even though they had a lot of beautiful, potentially beautiful responses in their arsenal, such as the King's Calling and even the Nether Realm, which once used at the perfect timing could potentially deny or negate those surprise factors from Falcons APBren. It felt like they were always a minute or a second too late in using those skills on time. So it was always Falcons APBren getting the upper hand and eventually leading to Super Marco gaining this much statistics, right?
Yeah.
And his gold lane gameplay.
Yeah, Nether Realm was just burned through really quickly. Again, as you mentioned, with the muddles linking everyone up together, the basic attacks. And we got glimpses of the difficulty that the lineup of RORA could pose to the lineup of Falcons APBren, specifically with making Kyle TZ struggle. But Falcons APBren played it smart and they played it sharp. Again, as you mentioned, after they took Edward down, what happens is that means the Phobius can leave lane a little bit more.
Yeah.
He can sacrifice one minion wave later to allow Edward to push in, while Flap TC's already joined in with the rotations. What RORA did to adjust that was, okay, instead, let's make sure High Loss is with us. You don't need to build it through the minions and the push. Just join us instead. So they started fighting 5v4 because Falcons APBren read that rotation, sent Super Marco out of lane, started fighting as 5. Domeng was stuck split pushing. So was the Faramis, the Bane, the High Loss, and the Mincetar fighting together, severely lacking damage.
Yeah, and even the deadly catch didn't feel like much of a threat.
It was just catch.
It was just catchy.
It wasn't really deadly.
Whenever Falcons APBren went for the engage, they were always able to dodge it. For some reason, they weren't really stopped in their tracks whenever they wanted to chase after Aurora MLBB.
Yeah.
There were some moments that it seemed like Demon Kite didn't even want to dish out the deadly catch just yet, but he was just forced to because they were just really chasing after him. Even, I think I'd recall the first few turtle objective takes here by both Falcons APBren and Aurora MLBB. It didn't go as planned for Aurora, so Demon Kite. Interestingly, we were mentioning in the draft, this might just be a very difficult game for the Julian, but it seemed like it was the Bane who struggled this time against all of those threats posed by Falcons APBren. And so still, to this day, they remain, or they secure the win against Aurora MLBB.
Yep, still undefeated in their series. However, they did drop a game in this one.
Yep.
But yeah, in the season series between FCAP and RORA, FCAP takes the cake, and as we all know, they take their playoff slot alongside Fnatic Onyx Philippines for the season 14 playoffs.
Yes, 2 slots are already secured by our teams, but what could have been the comms during that game? Let's listen in quickly to my check for Falcons APBren. I like how a lot of the highlights there were at the base of Aurora MLBB, but you hear them calling not to just stay there for long and immediately shift or discipline themselves, go for the Lord, or if not, could they just get the other turret? Like there was this moment where it felt like they just cleaned up all of the inhibitor turrets before eventually trying to put an end to the game. So I think that shows how Falcons APBren is already starting to manage like their mid to late game decision making and discipline overall. So very promising performance for them. And now in our updated standings for the regular season, now we see 2 green blinking lights on 2 teams that signify those who already have secured their playoffs spots. So the competition's getting a little bit more tighter for those at the bottom half.
Yeah, with RSG Philippines getting that win earlier, they still have a Blacklist International and TNC Pro team still have a possibility to make it into the playoffs. We'll find out next week what those possibilities are. However, the RSG Philippines are still in a dangerous position. With them being 1 point ahead of RSG PH, though, Team Liquid PH isn't as comfy. With Aurora, MLBB, and Smart Omega having 2 or 3 matches, respectively, past RSG Philippines. They're in a little bit safer space and can breathe a little bit lighter. But right now, RSG Philippines and the defending champions of MPL Philippines team Liquid are the ones in the not danger zone, but they're at risk of ending up in the danger zone.
It's so surprising to see them in this spot since, I don't know, since season 10 that they've gotten down to the 5th place in our regular season standings. So yeah, the dynamics are really changing in terms of all these teams and their power rankings. But then for our Fancy Laban, it's a major shift in terms of the rankings, if we were to put it at that. It's RSG PH leading that. The Raiders, their fans are coming in really strong into this week because if I remember correctly, last week it was TNC, the Phoenix Army, who was actually leading our Fancy Laban standings.
Yeah, for those who watch the MPL PH action live here at Green Sun Makati, they can attest to the action that happens before the series of the days goes on, the action that happens. They get pretty hype up for what they see there. You have 1 or 2 community casters sometimes joining in, and the crowd gets really hype. So Fancy Laban is always a really fun experience.
It is, it is. If you want to join on the games that are being played prior to the series, so you could feel a bit of what your favorite teams are actually going through whenever they have their game days, then this might just be a perfect opportunity for you to try it with your friends. But that has been it for day 3, for week number 5 of MPL Philippines Season 14. What a way to start the second half. It's Brigida and Renmar who's been with you together here in the Infinix Game Tambayan. And now let's throw it over to our host to close this day.
This is the reason why we're the most competitive league in the world. It's the back-to-back action, constant nail-biters, an exciting place that can only be seen here in the MPL arena. Kaya dapat samahan nyo kami next week as we bring you closer to painting the playoffs picture. Ako po si Mara Aquino and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 14. Keep it good vibes, everybody. Stay safe and see you next week.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!